Rhysand. 2 years before the wall. The buzzing flies and screaming survivors had long since replaced the beating war drums. The killing field was now a tangled sprawl of corpses, human and fairy alike, interrupted only by broken wings jutting toward the gray sky or the occasional bulk of a felled horse. With the heat, despite the heavy cloud cover, the smell would soon be unbearable. Flies already crawled along eyes gazing unblinkingly upward. They didn't differentiate between mortal and immortal flesh. I picked my way across the once grassy plain, marking the banners half buried in mud and gore. It took most of my lingering strength to keep my wings from dragging over corpse and armor. My own power had been depleted well before the carnage had stopped. I'd spent the final hours fighting as the mortals beside me had, with sword and fist and brute, unrelenting focus. We'd held the lines against Ravinia's legions. Hour after hour we'd held the lines, as I had been ordered to do by my father, as I knew I must do. To falter here would have been the killing blow to our already sundering resistance. The keep looming at my back was too valuable to be yielded to the Loyalists, not just for its location in the heart of the continent, but for the supplies it guarded. For the forges that smoldered day and night on its western side, toiling to stock our forces. The smoke of those forges now blended with the pyres already being kindled behind me as I kept walking, scanning the faces of the dead. I made a note to dispatch any soldiers who could stomach it to claim weapons from either army. We needed them too desperately to bother with honor, especially since the other side did not bother with it at all. So still. The battlefield was so still, compared with the slaughter and chaos that had finally halted hours ago. The Loyalist army had retreated rather than surrender, leaving their dead for the crows. I edged around a fallen bay gelding, the beautiful beast's eyes still wide with terror, flies crusting his bloodied flank. The rider was twisted beneath it, the man's head partially severed. Not from a sword blow, no. Those brutal gashes were claws. They wouldn't yield easily. The kingdoms and territories they wanted their human slaves would not lose this war unless they had no other choice, and even then. We'd learned the hard way, very early on, that they had no regard for the ancient rules and rites of battle. And for the Fae territories that fought beside mortal warriors, we were to be stomped out like vermin. I waved away a fly that buzzed in my ear, my hand caked with blood, both my own and foreign. I'd always thought death would be some sort of peaceful homecoming, a sweet, sad lullaby to usher me into whatever waited afterward. I crunched down with an armored boot on the flagpole of a Loyalist standard-bearer, smearing red mud across the tusked boar embroidered on his emerald flag. I now wondered if the lullaby of death was not a lovely song, but the droning of flies. If flies and maggots were all death's handmaidens. The battlefield stretched toward the horizon in every direction, save the keep at my back. 3 days. We had held them off. 3 days we had fought and died here. But we'd held the lines. Again and again, I'd rallied human and fairy, had refused to let the Loyalists break through. Even when they hammered our vulnerable right flank with fresh troops on the second day. I'd used my power until it was nothing but smoke in my veins, and then I'd used my Illyrian training until swinging my shield and sword was all I knew, all I could manage against the hordes. A half-shredded Illyrian wing jutted from a cluster of high Fae corpses, as if it had taken all 6 of them to bring the warrior down, as if he'd taken them all out with him. My heartbeat pounded through my battered body as I hauled away the piled corpses. Reinforcements had arrived at dawn on the 3rd and final day, sent by my father after my plea for aid. I had been too lost in battle rage to note who they were beyond an Illyrian unit, especially when so many had been wielding siphons. But in the hours since they'd saved our asses and turned the tide of the battle, I hadn't spotted either of my brothers amongst the living. Did not know if Cassian or Azriel had even fought on the plain. The latter was unlikely, as my father kept him close for spying, but Cassian could have been reassigned. I wouldn't have put it past my father to shift Cassian to a unit most likely to be slaughtered, as this one had been, barely half limping off the battlefield earlier. My aching, bloodied fingers dug into dented armor and clammy, stiff flesh as I heaved away the last of the high fake corpses piled atop the fallen Illyrian soldier. The dark hair, the golden-brown skin, the same as Cassian's. But it was not Cassian's death-gray face that gaped at the sky. My breath whooshed from me, my lungs still raw from roaring, my lips dry and chapped. I needed water, badly, but nearby another set of Illyrian wings poked up from the piled dead. I stumbled and lurched toward it, letting my mind drift someplace dark and quiet while I righted the twisted neck to peer at the face beneath the simple helm. Not him. I picked my way through the corpses to another Illyrian, then another, and another. Some I knew, some I didn't. Still, the killing field stretched onward under the sky, mile after mile, a kingdom of the rotting dead. And still, I looked. Part 1. Princess of Carrion. Chapter 1. Feyre. The painting was a lie. A bright, pretty lie, bursting with pale pink blooms and fat beams of sunshine. I'd begun it yesterday, an idle study of the rose garden lurking beyond the open windows of the studio. Through the tangle of thorns and satiny leaves, the brighter green of the hills rolled away into the distance. Incessant, unrelenting spring. If I'd painted this glimpse into the court the way my gut had urged me, it would have been flesh-shredding thorns, flowers that choked off the sunlight for any plant smaller than them, and rolling hills stained red. But each brushstroke on the wide canvas was calculated. Each dab and swirl of blending colors meant to portray not just idyllic spring, but a sunny disposition as well. Not too happy, but gladly, finally healing from horrors I carefully divulged. I supposed that in the past weeks, I'd crafted my demeanor as intricately as one of these paintings. I supposed that if I had also chosen to show myself as I truly wished, I would have been adorned with flesh-shredding talons and hands that choked the life out of those now in my company. I would have left the gilded halls stained red. But not yet. Not yet, I told myself with every brushstroke, with every move I'd made these weeks. Swift revenge helped no one, and nothing but my own roiling rage. Even if every time I spoke to them, I heard Elaine sobbing as she was forced into the cauldron. Even if every time I looked at them, I saw Nesta fling that finger at the King of Hybern in a death promise. Even if every time I scented them, my nostrils were again full of the tang of Cassian's blood, as it pooled on the dark stones of that bone castle. The paintbrush snapped between my fingers. I cleaved it in two, the pale handle damaged beyond repair. Cursing under my breath, I glanced to the windows, the doors. This place was too full of watching eyes to risk throwing it in the rubbish bin. I cast my mind around me like a net, trawling for any other near enough to witness, to be spying. I found none. I held my hands before me, one half of the brush in each palm. For a moment, I let myself see past the glamour that concealed the tattoo on my right hand and forearm, the markings of my true heart, my true title, High Lady of the Night Court. Half a thought had the broken paintbrush going up in flames. The fire did not burn me, even as it devoured wood and brush and paint. When it was nothing but smoke and ash, I invited in a wind that swept them from my palms and out the open windows. For good measure, I summoned a breeze from the garden to snake through the room, wiping away any lingering tendril of smoke, filling it with the musty, suffocating smell of roses. Perhaps when my task here was done, I'd burn this manor to the ground too. Starting with those roses. Two approaching presences tapped against the back of my mind, and I snatched up another brush, dipping it in the closest swirl of paint, and lowered the invisible dark snares I'd erected around this room to alert me of any visitors. I was working on the way the sunlight illuminated the delicate veins in a rose petal, trying not to think of how I'd once seen it do the same to Illyrian wings, when the doors opened. I made a good show of appearing lost in my work, hunching my shoulders a bit, angling my head, and made an even better show of slowly looking over my shoulder, as if the struggle to part myself from the painting was a true effort. But the battle was the smile I forced to my mouth. To my eyes, the real tell of a smile's genuine nature. I'd practiced in the mirror, over and over. So my eyes easily crinkled as I gave a subdued yet happy smile to Tamlin. To Lucian. "Sorry to interrupt," Tamlin said, scanning my face for any sign of the shadows I remembered to occasionally fall prey to, the ones I wielded to keep him at bay when the sun sank beyond those foothills. "But I thought you might want to get ready for the meeting." I made myself swallow, lower the paintbrush. No more than the nervous, unsure girl I'd been long ago. You talked it over with Ianthe? She's truly coming?" I hadn't seen her yet. The High Priestess who had betrayed my sisters to Hybern, betrayed us to Hybern. And even if Rhysand's murky, swift reports through the mating bond had soothed some of my dread and terror, she was responsible for it, what had happened weeks ago. It was Lucian who answered, studying my painting as if it held the proof I knew he was searching for. "Yes, she had her reasons. She's willing to explain them to you." Perhaps along with her reasons for laying her hands on whatever males she pleased, whether they wished her to or not, for doing it to Rhys and Lucian. I wondered what Lucian truly made of it, and the fact that the collateral in her friendship with Hybern had wound up being his mate, Elaine. We hadn't spoken of Elaine save for once, the day after I'd returned. Despite what Jurian implied regarding how my sisters will be treated by Rhysand, I had told him, despite what the Night Court is like, they won't hurt Elaine or Nesta like that, not yet. Rhysand has more creative ways to harm them. Lucian still seemed to doubt it. But then again, I had also implied in my own gaps of memory that perhaps I had not received the same creativity or courtesy. That they believed it so easily, that they thought Rhysand would ever force someone. I added the insult to the long, long list of things to repay them for. I set down the brush and pulled off the paint-flecked smock, carefully laying it on the stool I'd been perched on for 2 hours now. "I'll go change," I murmured, flicking my loose braid over a shoulder. Tamlin nodded, monitoring my every movement as I neared them. "The painting looks beautiful." "It's nowhere near done," I said, dredging up that girl who had shunned praise and compliments, who had wanted to go unnoticed. "It's still a mess." Frankly, it was some of my best work, even if its soullessness was only apparent to me. "I think we all are," Tamlin offered with a tentative smile. I reined in the urge to roll my eyes and returned his smile, brushing my hand over his shoulder as I passed. Lucian was waiting outside my new bedroom when I emerged 10 minutes later. It had taken me 2 days to stop going to the old one, to turn right at the top of the stairs and not left, but there was nothing in that old bedroom. I'd looked into it once, the day after I returned. Shattered furniture, shredded bedding, clothes strewn about as if he'd gone looking for me inside the armoire. No one, it seemed, had been allowed in to clean. But it was the vines, the thorns, that had made it unlivable. My old bedroom had been overrun with them. They'd curved and slithered over the walls, entwined themselves among the debris, as if they'd crawled off the trellises beneath my windows, as if 100 years had passed and not months. That bedroom was now a tomb. I gathered the soft pink skirts of my gauzy dress in hand and shut the bedroom door behind me. Lucian remained leaning against the door across from mine. His room. I didn't doubt he'd ensured I now stayed across from him. Didn't doubt that the metal eye he possessed was always turned toward my own chambers, even while he slept. "I'm surprised you're so calm, given your promises in Hybern," Lucian said by way of greeting. The promise I'd made to kill the human queens, the king of Hybern, Jurian, and Ianthe for what they'd done to my sisters, to my friends. "You yourself said Ianthe had her reasons. Furious as I might be, I can hear her out." I had not told Lucian of what I knew regarding her true nature. It would mean explaining that Rhys had thrown her out of his own home, that Rhys had done it to defend himself and the members of his court, and it would raise too many questions, undermine too many carefully crafted lies that had kept him and his court, my court, safe. Though I wondered if, after Velaris, it was even necessary. Our enemies knew of the city, knew it was a place of good and peace, and had tried to destroy it at the first opportunity. The guilt for the attack on Velaris after Rhys had revealed it to those human queens would haunt my mate for the rest of our immortal lives. "She's going to spin a story that you'll want to hear," Lucian warned. I shrugged, heading down the carpeted, empty hall. "I can decide for myself, though it sounds like you've already chosen not to believe her." He fell into step beside me. She dragged 2 innocent women into this. She was working to ensure Hybern's alliance held strong. Lucian halted me with a hand around my elbow. I allowed it because, not allowing it, winnowing the way I'd done in the woods those months ago, or using an Illyrian defensive maneuver to knock him on his ass, would ruin my ruse. "You're smarter than that." I studied the broad, tan hand wrapped around my elbow. Then I met one eye of russet and one of whirling gold. Lucian breathed. "Where is he keeping her?" I knew who he meant. I shook my head. "I don't know. Rhysand has 100 places where they could be, but I doubt he'd use any of them to hide Elaine, knowing that I'm aware of them." "Tell me anyway. List all of them." "You'll die the moment you set foot in his territory." "I survived well enough when I found you." "You couldn't see that he had me in thrall. You let him take me back." "Lie, lie, lie." But the hurt and guilt I expected weren't there. Lucian slowly released his grip. "I need to find her." "You don't even know Elaine. The mating bond is just a physical reaction overriding your good sense." "Is that what it did to you and Rhys?" A quiet, dangerous question. But I made fear enter my eyes, let myself drag up memories of the Weaver, the Carver, the Middengard worm, so that old terror drenched my scent. "I don't want to talk about that," I said, my voice a rasping wobble. A clock chimed on the main level. I sent a silent prayer of thanks to the mother and launched into a quick walk. "We'll be late." Lucian only nodded, but I felt his gaze on my back, fixed right on my spine as I headed downstairs to see Ianthe, and at last decide how I was going to shred her into pieces. The High Priestess looked exactly as I remembered, both in those memories Rhys had shown me and in my own daydreamings of using the talons hidden beneath my nails to carve out her eyes, then her tongue, then open up her throat. My rage had become a living thing inside my chest, an echoing heartbeat that soothed me to sleep and stirred me to waking. I quieted it as I stared at Ianthe across the formal dining table, Tamlin and Lucian flanking me. She still wore the pale hood and silver circlet set with its limpid blue stone. Like a siphon, the jewel in its center reminded me of Azriel's and Cassian's siphons, and I wondered if, like the Illyrian warriors, the jewel somehow helped shape an unwieldy gift of magic into something more refined, deadlier. She had never removed it, but then again, I had never seen Ianthe summon any greater power than igniting a ball of phalite in a room. The High Priestess lowered her teal eyes to the dark wood table, the hood casting shadows on her perfect face. "I wish to begin by saying how truly sorry I am. I acted out of a desire to grant what I believed you perhaps yearned for but did not dare voice, while also keeping our allies in Hybern satisfied with our allegiance." Pretty poisoned lies, but finding her true motive. I'd been waiting these weeks for this meeting, had spent these weeks pretending to convalesce, pretending to heal from the horrors I'd survived at Rhysand's hands. Why would I ever wish for my sisters to endure that? My voice came out trembling, cold. Ianthe lifted her head, scanning my unsure, if not a bit aloof, face. "So you could be with them forever. And if Lucian had discovered that Elaine was his mate beforehand, it would have been devastating to realize he'd only have a few decades." The sound of Elaine's name on her lips sent a snarl rumbling up my throat, but I leashed it, falling into that mask of pained quiet, the newest in my arsenal. Lucian answered, "If you expect our gratitude, you'll be waiting a while, Ianthe." Tamlin shot him a warning look, both at the words and the tone. Perhaps Lucian would kill Ianthe before I had the chance, just for the horror she'd put his mate through that day. "No," Ianthe breathed, eyes wide, the perfect picture of remorse and guilt. "No, I don't expect gratitude in the least, or forgiveness, but understanding. This is my home, too." She lifted a slender hand clad in silver rings and bracelets to encompass the room, the manor. "We have all had to make alliances we didn't believe we'd ever forge. Perhaps unsavory ones, yes, but Hybern's force is too great to stop. It now can only be weathered like any other storm." A glance toward Tamlin. "We have worked so hard to prepare ourselves for Hybern's inevitable arrival, all these months. I made a grave mistake, and I will always regret any pain I caused, but let us continue this good work together. Let us find a way to ensure our lands and people survive." "At the cost of how many others?" Lucian demanded. Again that warning look from Tamlin, but Lucian ignored him. "What I saw in Hybern," Lucian said, gripping the arms of his chair hard enough that the carved wood groaned. "Any promises he made of peace and immunity?" He halted, as if remembering that Ianthe might very well feed this back to the king. He loosened his grip on the chair, his long fingers flexing before settling on the arms again. "We have to be careful." "We will be," Tamlin promised. "But we've already agreed to certain conditions. Sacrifices. If we break apart now, even with Hybern as our ally, we have to present a solid front, together." He still trusted her. Still thought that Ianthe had merely made a bad call. Had no idea what lurked beneath the beauty, the clothes, and the pious incantations. But then again, that same blindness kept him from realizing what prowled beneath my skin as well. Ianthe bowed her head again. "I will endeavor to be worthy of my friends." Lucien seemed to be trying very, very hard not to roll his eyes. But Tamlin said, "We'll all try." That was his new favorite word. Try. I only swallowed, making sure he heard it, and nodded slowly, keeping my eyes on Ianthe. Don't ever do anything like that again. A fool's command, one she'd expected me to make, from the quickness with which she nodded. Lucien leaned back in his seat, refusing to say anything else. "Lucien is right, though," I blurted, the portrait of concern. "What of the people in this court during this conflict?" I frowned at Tamlin. "They were brutalized by Amarantha. I'm not sure how well they will endure living beside Hybern. They have suffered enough." Tamlin's jaw tightened. "Hybern has promised that our people shall remain untouched and undisturbed." Our people. I nearly scowled, even as I nodded again in understanding. It was part of our bargain. When he'd sold out all of Prythian, sold out everything decent and good in himself to retrieve me. Our people will be safe when Hybern arrives, though I've sent out word that families should relocate to the eastern part of the territory, for the time being. Good. At least he'd considered those potential casualties. At least he cared that much about his people, understood what sorts of sick games Hybern liked to play, and that he might swear one thing but mean another. If he was already moving those most at risk during this conflict out of the way, it made my work here all the easier. And East, a bit of information I tucked away. If East was safe, then the West. Hybern would indeed be coming from that direction, arriving there. Tamlin blew out a breath. That brings me to the other reason behind this meeting. I braced myself, schooling my face into bland curiosity as he declared, "The first delegation from Hybern arrives tomorrow." Lucien's golden skin paled. Tamlin added, "Jurian will be here by noon." Chapter 2. I'd barely heard a whisper of Jurian these past weeks. Hadn't seen the resurrected human commander since that night in Hybern. Jurian had been reborn through the cauldron using the hideous remnants of him that Amarantha had hoarded as trophies for 500 years, his soul trapped and aware within his own magically preserved eye. He was mad. Had gone mad long before the king of Hybern had resurrected him to lead the human queens down a path of ignorant submission. Tamlin and Lucien had to know, had to have seen that gleam in Jurian's eyes. But they also didn't seem to entirely mind that the king of Hybern possessed the cauldron, that it was capable of cleaving this world apart, starting with the wall. The only thing standing between the gathering, lethal Fae armies and the vulnerable human lands below. No, that threat certainly didn't seem to keep Lucien or Tamlin awake at night, or from inviting these monsters into their home. Tamlin had promised upon my return that I was to be included in the planning, in every meeting, and he was true to his word when he explained that Jurian would arrive with 2 other commanders from Hybern, and I would be present for it. They indeed wished to survey the wall, to test for the perfect spot to rend it once the cauldron had recovered its strength. Turning my sisters into fae, apparently, had drained it. My smugness at the fact was short-lived. My first task: learn where they planned to strike and how long the cauldron required to return to its full capacity, and then smuggle that information to Rhysand and the others. I took extra care dressing the next day. After sleeping fitfully thanks to a dinner with a guilt-ridden Ianthe, who went to excessive lengths to kiss my ass and Lucian's. The priestess apparently wished to wait until the Hybern commanders were settled before making her appearance. She cooed about wanting to ensure that they had the chance to get to know us before she intruded, but one look at Lucian told me that he and I, for once, agreed. She'd likely planned some sort of grand entrance. It made little difference to me, to my plans. Plans that I sent down the mating bond the next morning, words and images tumbling along a night-filled corridor. I did not dare risk using the bond too often. I'd communicated with Rhysand only once since I'd arrived. Just once, in the hours after I'd walked into my old bedroom and spied the thorns that had conquered it. It had been like shouting across a great distance, like speaking underwater. "I am safe and well," I'd fired down the bond. "I'll tell you what I know soon." I'd waited, letting the words travel into the dark. Then I'd asked, "Are they alive? Hurt?" I didn't remember the bond between us being so hard to hear, even when I dwelled on this estate and he'd used it to see if I was still breathing, to make sure my despair hadn't swallowed me whole. But Rhysand's response had come a minute later. "I love you. They are alive. They are healing." That was it. As if it was all that he could manage. I had drifted back to my new chambers, locked the door, and enveloped the entire place in a wall of hard air to keep any scent from my silent tears escaping as I curled up in a corner of the bathing room. I had once sat in such a position, watching the stars during the long, bleak hours of the night. Now I took in the cloudless blue sky beyond the open window, listened to the birds singing to one another, and wanted to roar. I hadn't dared to ask for more details about Cassian and Azriel, or my sisters, in terror of knowing just how bad it had been, and what I'd do if their healing turned grim. What I'd bring down upon these people. Healing. Alive and healing. I reminded myself of that every day. Even when I still heard their screams, smelled their blood. But I did not ask for more, did not risk touching the bond beyond that first time. I didn't know if someone could monitor such things, the silent messages between mates. Not when the mating bond could be scented, and I was playing such a dangerous game with it. Everyone believed it had been severed, that Rhys's lingering scent was because he'd forced me, had planted that scent in me. They believed that with time, with distance, his scent would fade. Weeks or months, likely. And when it didn't fade, when it remained, that's when I'd have to strike, with or without the information I needed. But out of the possibility that communicating down the bond kept its scent strong, I had to minimize how much I used it. Even if not talking to Rhys, not hearing that amusement and cunning. I would hear those things again, I promised myself over and over. See that wry smile. And I was again thinking of how pained that face had been the last time I'd seen it. Thinking of Rhys, covered in Azriel's and Cassian's blood, as Jurian and the two Hybern commanders winnowed into the gravel of the front drive the next day. Jurian was in the same light leather armor, his brown hair whipping across his face in the blustery spring breeze. He spied us standing on the white marble steps into the house, and his mouth curled in that crooked, smug smile. I willed ice into my veins. the coldness from a court I had never set foot in. But I wielded its master's gift on myself, turning burning rage into frozen calm as Jurian swaggered toward us, a hand on the hilt of his sword. But it was the two commanders, one male, one female, that had a sliver of true fear sliding into my heart. High fae in appearance, their skin the same ruddy hue and hair the identical inky black as their king. But it was their vacant, unfeeling faces that snagged the eye. A lack of emotion, honed from millennia of cruelty. Tamlin and Lucien had gone rigid by the time Jurian halted at the foot of the sweeping front stairs. The human commander smirked. "You're looking better than the last time I saw you." I dragged my eyes to his and said nothing. Jurian snorted and gestured the two commanders forward. "May I present their highnesses, Prince Dagden and Princess Branna, nephew and niece to the King of Hybern." Twins, perhaps linked in power and mental bonds as well. Tamlin seemed to remember that these were now his allies and marched down the stairs. Lucien followed. He'd sold us out. Sold out Prythian. For me, to get me back. Smoke curled in my mouth. I willed frost to fill it again. Tamlin inclined his head to the prince and princess. "Welcome to my home. We have rooms prepared for all of you." "My brother and I shall reside in one together," the princess said. Her voice was deceptively light, almost girlish. The utter lack of feeling, the utter authority, was anything but. I could practically feel the snide remark simmering in Lucien. But I stepped down the stairs and said, ever the lady of the house, that these people, that Tamlin, had once expected me to gladly embrace, we can easily make adjustments. Lucien's metal eye whirred and narrowed on me, but I kept my face impassive as I curtsied to them. To my enemy. Which of my friends would face them on the battlefield? Would Cassian and Azriel have even healed enough to fight, let alone lift a sword? I did not allow myself to dwell on it, on how Cassian had screamed as his wings had been shredded. Princess Branna surveyed me. The rose-colored dress, the hair that Alice had curled and braided over the top of my head in a coronet, the pale pink pearls at my ears. A harmless, lovely package, perfect for a high lord to mount whenever he wished. Branna's lip curled as she glanced at her brother. The prince deemed the same thing, judging by his answering sneer. Tamlin snarled softly in warning. "If you're done staring at her, perhaps we can move on to the business between us." Jurian let out a low chuckle and strode up the stairs without being given leave to do so. "They're curious." Lucien stiffened at the impudence of the gesture, the words. "It's not every century that the contested possession of a female launches a war, especially a female with such talents." I only turned on a heel and stalked up the steps after him. "Perhaps if you'd bothered going to war over Miriam, she wouldn't have left you for Prince Draken." A ripple seemed to go through Jurian. Tamlin and Lucien tensed at my back, torn between monitoring our exchange and escorting the two Hybern royals into the house. Upon my own explanation that Azriel and his network of spies were well trained, we'd cleared any unnecessary servants, wary of spying ears and eyes. Only the most trusted among them remained. Of course, I'd forgotten to mention that I knew Azriel had pulled his spies weeks ago, the information not worth the cost of their lives, or that it served my own purposes to have fewer people watching me. Jurian halted at the top of the stairs, his face a mask of cruel death as I took the last steps to him. "Careful what you say, girl." I smiled, breezing past. Or what? You'll throw me in the cauldron? I strode between the front doors, edging around the table in the heart of the entry hall, its towering vase of flowers arching to meet the crystal chandelier. Right there, just a few feet away, I had crumpled into a ball of terror and despair all those months ago. Right there, in the center of the foyer, Moore had picked me up and carried me out of this house and into freedom. Here's the first rule of this visit, I said to Jurian over my shoulder as I headed for the dining room where lunch awaited. Don't threaten me in my own home. The posturing, I knew a moment later, had worked. Not on Jurian, who glowered as he claimed a seat at the table, but on Tamlin, who brushed a knuckle over my cheek as he passed by, unaware of how carefully I had chosen the words, how I had baited Jurian to serve up the opportunity on a platter. That was my first step. Make Tamlin believe, truly believe, that I loved him and this place, and everyone in it, so that he wouldn't suspect when I turned them on each other. Prince Dagden yielded to his twins' every wish and order, as if he were the blade she wielded to slice through the world. He poured her drinks, sniffing them first. He selected the finest cuts of meat from the platters and neatly arranged them on her plate. He always let her answer, and never so much as looked at her with doubt in his eyes. One soul in two bodies. And from the way they glanced to each other in wordless exchanges, I wondered if they were perhaps like me. Damati. My mental shields had been a wall of black adamant since arriving, but as we dined, beats of silence going on longer than conversation, I found myself checking them over and over. We will set out for the wall tomorrow, Branna was saying to Tamlin, more of an order than a request. Jurian will accompany us. We require the use of sentries who know where the holes in it are located. The thought of them so close to the human lands. But my sisters were not there. No, my sisters were somewhere in the vast territory of my own court, protected by my friends. Even if my father would return home from his business dealings on the continent in a matter of a month or two, I still hadn't figured out how I'd tell him. Lucian and I can escort you, I offered. Tamlin whipped his head to me. I waited for the refusal, the shutdown. But it seemed the High Lord had indeed learned his lesson, was indeed willing to try, as he merely gestured to Lucian. My emissary knows the wall as well as any sentry. You are letting them do this. You are rationally allowing them to bring down that wall and prey upon the humans on the other side. The words tangled and hissed in my mouth. But I made myself give Tamlin a slow, if not slightly displeased, nod. He knew I'd never be happy about it. The girl he believed had been returned to him would always seek to protect her mortal homeland, yet he thought I'd stomach it for him, for us, that Hybern wouldn't feast on the humans once that wall came down, that we'd merely absorb them into our territory. We'll leave after breakfast, I told the princess, and I added to Tamlin, with a few sentries as well. His shoulders loosened at that. I wondered if he'd heard how I'd defended Valaris, that I'd protected the rainbow against a legion of beasts like the adder, that I'd slaughtered the adder brutally, cruelly, for what it had done to me and mine. Jurian surveyed Lucian with a warrior's frankness. I always wondered who made that eye after she carved it out. We did not speak of Amarantha here. We had never allowed her presence into this house. And it had stifled me for those months I'd lived here after Under the Mountain, killed me day by day to shove those fears and pain down deep. For a heartbeat, I weighed who I had been with who I was now supposed to be. slowly healing, emerging back into the girl Tamlin had fed and sheltered and loved before Amarantha had snapped my neck after 3 months of torture. So I shifted in my seat, studied the table. Lucian merely leveled a hard look at Jurian as the two Hybern royals watched with impassive faces. I have an old friend at the Dawn Court. She's skilled at tinkering, blending magic and machinery. Tamlin got her to craft it for me at great risk. A hateful smile from Jurian. Does your little mate have a rival? My mate is none of your concern. Jurian shrugged. She shouldn't be any of yours either, considering she's probably been fucked by half the Illyrian army by now. I was fairly certain that only centuries of training kept Lucian from leaping over the table to rip out Jurian's throat. But it was Tamlin's snarl that rattled the glasses. You will behave as a proper guest, Jurian, or you will sleep in the stables like the other beasts. Jurian merely sipped from his wine. Why should I be punished for stating the truth? Neither of you were in the war when my forces allied with the Illyrian brutes. A sidelong glance at the two Hybern royals. I suppose you two had the delight of fighting against them. We kept the wings of their generals and lords as trophies, Dagden said with a small smile. It took every bit of concentration not to glance at Tamlin, not to demand the whereabouts of the 2 sets of wings his father had kept as trophies after he'd butchered Rhysand's mother and sister. Pinned in the study, Rhys had said. But I hadn't spotted any trace when I'd gone hunting for them upon returning here, feigning exploration out of sheer boredom on a rainy day. The cellars had yielded nothing either. No trunks or crates or locked rooms containing those wings. The 2 bites of roasted lamb I'd forced down now rebelled against me. But at least any hint of disgust was a fair reaction to what the Hybern prince had claimed. Jurian indeed smiled at me as he sliced his lamb into little pieces. You know that we fought together, don't you? Me and your High Lord. Held the lines against the Loyalists, battled side by side until gore was up to our shins. He is not her High Lord, Tamlin said with unnerving softness. Jurian only purred at me. He must have told you where he hid Miriam and Draken. They're dead, I said flatly. The cauldron says otherwise. Cold fear settled into my gut. He'd tried it already, to resurrect Miriam for himself, and had found that she was not amongst the deceased. I was told they were dead, I said again, trying to sound bored, impatient. I took a bite of my lamb, so bland compared to my wealth of spices in Valaris. I'd think you'd have better things to do, Jurian, than obsess over the lover who jilted you. His eyes gleamed, bright with 5 centuries of madness, as he skewered a morsel of meat with his fork. They say you were fucking Rhysand before you ever jilted your own lover. That is enough, Tamlin growled. But I felt it then. The tap against my mind saw their plan, clear and simple. Rile us, distract us, while the 2 quiet royals slid into our minds. Mine was shielded, but Lucian's, Tamlin's. I reached out with my night-kissed power, casting it like a net, and found 2 oily tendrils spearing for Lucian's and Tamlin's minds, as if they were indeed javelins thrown across the table. I struck. Dagden and Branna jolted back in their seats, as if I'd landed a physical blow, while their powers slammed into a barrier of black adamant around Lucian's and Tamlin's minds. They shot their dark eyes toward me. I held each of their gazes. What's wrong? Tamlin asked, and I realized how quiet it had become. I made a good show of furrowing my brow in confusion. Nothing. I offered a sweet smile to the two royals. Their highnesses must be tired after a long journey. And for good measure, I lunged for their own minds, finding a wall of white bone. They flinched as I dragged black talons down their mental shields, gouging deep. The warning blow cost me, a low, pulsing headache forming around my temples, but I merely dug back into my food, ignoring Jurian's wink. No one spoke for the rest of the meal. Chapter 3. The spring woods fell silent as we rode between the budding trees, birds and small furred beasts having darted for cover long before we passed. Not from me or Lucian, or the 3 sentries trailing a respectful distance behind, but from Jurian and the 2 Hybern commanders who rode in the center of our party, as if they were as awful as the bogey, as the Naga. We reached the wall without incident, or Jurian trying to bait us into distraction. I'd been awake most of the night, casting my awareness through the manor, hunting for any sign that Dagden and Branna were working their Daemati influence on anyone else. Mercifully, the curse-breaking ability I'd inherited from Helian's Spellcleaver, High Lord of the Day Court, had detected no tangles, no spells, save for the wards around the house itself, preventing anyone from winnowing in or out. Tamlin had been tense at breakfast, but hadn't asked me to remain behind. I'd even gone so far as to test him by asking what was wrong, to which he'd only replied that he had a headache. Lucian had just patted him on the shoulder and promised to look after me. I'd nearly laughed at the words. But laughter was now far from my lips as the wall pulsed and throbbed, a heavy, hideous presence that loomed from half a mile away. Up close, though, even our horses were skittish, tossing their heads and stomping their hooves on the mossy earth as we tied them to the low-hanging branches of blooming dogwoods. The gap in the wall is right up here, Lucian was saying, sounding about as thrilled as me to be in such company. Stomping over the fallen pink blossoms, Dagden and Branna slid into step beside him, Jurian slithering off to survey the terrain, the sentries remaining with our mounts. I followed Lucian and the royals, keeping a casual distance behind. I knew my elegant, fine clothes weren't fooling the prince and princess into forgetting that a fellow Daemati now walked at their backs, but I'd still carefully selected the embroidered sapphire jacket and brown pants, adorned only with the jeweled knife and belt that Lucian had once gifted me. A lifetime ago. Who cleaved the wall here? Branna asked, surveying the hole that we could not see. No, the wall itself was utterly invisible, but rather felt, as if the air had been sucked from one spot. We don't know, Lucian replied, the dappled sunlight glinting along the gold thread adorning his fawn-brown jacket as he crossed his arms. Some of the holes just appeared over the centuries. This one is barely wide enough for one person to get through. An exchanged glance between the twins. I came up behind them, studying the gap, the wall around it that made every instinct recoil at its wrongness. This is where I came through, that first time. Lucian nodded, and the other 2 lifted their brows. But I took a step closer to Lucian, my arm nearly brushing his, letting him be a barrier between us. They'd been more careful at breakfast this morning about pushing against my mental shields, yet now, letting them think I was physically cowed by them. Branna studied how closely I stood to Lucian, how he shifted slightly to shield me, too. A little cold smile curled her lips. How many holes are in the wall? We've counted 3 along our entire border, Lucian said tightly, plus 1 off the coast, about a mile away. I didn't let my cool mask falter as he offered up the information. But Branna shook her head, dark hair devouring the sunlight. The sea entrances are of no use. We need to break in on land. The continent surely has spots, too. Their queens have an even weaker grasp on their people than you do, Dagden said. I plucked up that gem of information, studied it. We'll leave you to explore it then, I said, waving toward the hole. When you're done, we'll ride to the next. It's 2 days from here, Lucian countered. Then we'll plan a trip for that excursion, I said simply. Before Lucian could object, I asked, And the third hole? Lucian tapped a foot against the mossy ground, but said, 2 days past that. I turned to the royals, arching a brow. Can both of you winnow? Branna flushed, straightening, but it was Dagden who admitted, I can. He must have carried both Branna and Jurian when they arrived. He added, Only a few miles if I bear others. I merely nodded and headed toward a tangle of stooping dogwoods, Lucian following close behind. When there was nothing but ruffling pink blossoms and trickling sunlight through the thatch of branches, when the royals had busied themselves with the wall, out of sight and sound, I took up a perch on a smooth, bald rock. Lucian sat against a nearby tree, folding one booted ankle over another. Whatever you're planning, it'll land us knee-deep in shit. I'm not planning anything. I plucked up a fallen pink blossom and twirled it between my thumb and forefinger. That golden eye narrowed, clicking softly. What do you even see with that thing? He didn't answer. I chucked the blossom onto the soft moss between us. Don't trust me? After all we've been through? He frowned at the discarded blossom, but still said nothing. I busied myself by sorting through my pack until I found the canteen of water. If you'd been alive for the war, I asked him, taking a swig, would you have fought on their side, or fought for the humans? I would have been part of the Human-Fae Alliance. Even if your father wasn't? Especially if my father wasn't. But Baron had been a part of that alliance, if I correctly recalled my lessons with Rhys all those months ago. And yet here you are, ready to march with Hybern. I did it for you too, you know. Cold, hard words. I went with him to get you back. I never realized what a powerful motivator guilt can be. That day you went away, he said, struggling to avoid that other word, left. I beat Tamlin back to the manor, received the message when we were out on the border and raced here. But the only trace of you was that ring, melted between the stones of the parlor. I got rid of it a moment before Tam arrived home to see it. A probing, careful statement of the facts that pointed not toward abduction. They melted it off my finger, I lied. His throat bobbed, but he just shook his head, the sunlight leaking through the forest canopy, setting the ember red of his hair flickering. We sat in silence for minutes. From the rustling and murmuring, the royals were finishing up, and I braced myself, calculating the words I'd need to wield without seeming suspicious. I said quietly, Thank you for coming to Hybern to get me. He pulled at the moss beside him, jaw tight. It was a trap. What I thought we were to do there, it did not turn out that way. It was an effort not to bare my teeth, but I walked to him, taking up a place at his side against the wide trunk of the tree. This situation is terrible, I said, and it was the truth. A low snort. I knocked my knee against his. Don't let Jurian bait you. He's doing it to feel out any weakness between us. I know. I turned my face to him, resting my knee against his in silent demand. Why? I asked. Why does Hybern want to do this beyond some horrible desire for conquest? What drives him? His people? Hatred? Arrogance? Lucian finally looked at me, the intricate pieces and carvings on the metal eye much more dazzling up close. Do you... Branna and Dagden shoved through the bushes, frowning to find us sitting there. But it was Jurian, right on their heels, as if he'd been divulging the details of his surveying, who smiled at the sight of us, knee to knee and nearly nose to nose. "Careful, Lucian," the warrior sneered. "You see what happens to males who touch the High Lord's belongings." Lucian snarled, but I shot him a warning glare. "Point proven," I said silently. And despite Jurian, despite the sneering royals, a corner of Lucian's mouth tugged upward. Ianthe was waiting at the stables when we returned. She'd made her grand arrival at the end of breakfast hours before, breezing into the dining room when the sun was shining in shafts of pure gold through the windows. I had no doubt she'd been planning the timing, just as she had planned the stop in the middle of one of those sunbeams, angled so her hair glowed and the jewel atop her head burned with blue fire. I would have titled the painting Model Piety. After she'd been briefly introduced by Tamlin, she'd mostly cooed over Jurian, who had only scowled at her like some insect buzzing in his ear. Dagden and Branna had listened to her fawning with enough boredom that I was starting to wonder if the two of them perhaps preferred no one's company but each other's, in whatever unholy capacity. Not a blink of interest toward the beauty who often made males and females stop to gape. Perhaps any sort of physical passion had long ago been drained away, alongside their souls. So the Hybern royals and Jurian had tolerated Ianthe for about a minute before they'd found their food more interesting. A slight that no doubt explained why she had decided to meet us here, awaiting our return as we rode in. It was my first time on a horse in months, and I was stiff enough that I could barely move as the party dismounted. I gave Lucian a subtle, pleading look, and he barely hid his smirk as he sauntered over to me. Our dispersing party watched as he braced my waist in his broad hands and easily hefted me off the horse. None more closely than Ianthe. I only patted Lucian on the shoulder in thanks. Ever the courtier, he bowed back. It was hard sometimes to remember to hate him, to remember the game I was already playing. Ianthe trilled, "A successful journey, I hope?" I jerked my chin toward the royals. They seemed pleased. Indeed, whatever they'd been looking for, they'd found agreeable. I hadn't dared ask too many prying questions. Not yet. Ianthe bowed her head. "Thank the cauldron for that." "What do you want?" Lucian said, a shade too flatly. She frowned but lifted her chin, folding her hands before her as she said, "We're to have a party in honor of our guests, and to coincide with the summer solstice in a few days. I wish to speak to Feyre about it." A two-faced smile. "Unless you have an objection to that." "He doesn't," I answered before Lucian could say something he'd regret. "Give me an hour to eat and change, and I'll meet you in the study." Perhaps a tinge more assertive than I'd once been, but she nodded all the same. I linked my elbow with Lucian's and steered him away. "See you soon," I told her, and felt her gaze on us as we walked from the dim stables and into the bright midday light. His body was taut, near trembling. "What happened between you?" I hissed when we were lost among the hedges and gravel paths of the garden. "It's not worth repeating." "When I was taken," I ventured, almost stumbling on the word, almost saying left, "did she and Tamlin—" I wasn't faking the twisting low in my gut. "No," he said hoarsely. "No. When Callan Mai came along, he refused. He flat out refused to participate. I replaced him in the rite, but I'd forgotten. Forgotten about Callan Mai and the rite. I did a mental tally of the days. No wonder I'd forgotten. I'd been in that cabin in the mountains, with Rhys buried in me. Perhaps we'd generated our own magic that night. But Lucien, you took Ianthe into that cave on Callan Mai? He wouldn't meet my gaze. She insisted. Things were bad, Feyre. I went in his stead, and I did my duty to the court. I went of my own free will, and we completed the rite. No wonder she'd backed off him. She'd gotten what she wanted. Please, don't tell Elaine, he said. When we find her again, he amended. He might have completed the great rite with Ianthe of his own free will, but he certainly hadn't enjoyed it. Some line had been blurred. Badly. And my heart shifted a bit in my chest as I said to him, with no guile whatsoever, I won't tell anyone unless you say so. The weight of that jeweled knife and belt seemed to grow. I wish I had been there to stop it. I should have been there to stop it. I meant every word. Lucien squeezed our linked arms as we rounded a hedge, the house rising up before us. You are a better friend to me, Feyre, he said quietly, than I ever was to you. Alice frowned at the 2 dresses hanging from the armoire door, her long brown fingers smoothing over the chiffon and silk. I don't know if the waist can be taken out, she said without peering back at where I sat on the edge of the bed. We took so much of it in that there's not much fabric left to play with. You might very well need to order new ones. She faced me then, running an eye over my robed body. I knew what she saw, what lies and poisoned smiles couldn't hide. I had become wraith thin while living here after Amarantha, yet for all Rhys had done to harm me, I'd gained back the weight I'd lost, put on muscle, and discarded the sickly pallor in favor of sun-kissed skin. For a woman who had been tortured and tormented for months, I looked remarkably well. Our eyes held across the room, the silence hewn only by the humming of the few remaining servants in the hallway, busy with preparations for the solstice tomorrow morning. I'd spent the past 2 days playing the pretty pet, allowed into meetings with the Hybern royals mostly because I remained quiet. They were as cautious as we were, hedging Tamlin and Lucien's questions about the movement of their armies, their foreign allies, and other allies within Prythian. The meetings went nowhere, as all they wanted to know was information about our own forces. And about the Night Court. I fed Dagden and Branna details both true and false, mixing them together seamlessly. I laid out the Illyrian host amongst the mountains and steppes, but selected the strongest clan as their weakest. I mentioned the efficiency of those blue stones from Hybern against Cassian's and Azriel's power, but failed to mention how easily they'd worked around them. Any questions I couldn't evade, I feigned memory loss, or trauma too great to bear recalling. But for all my lying and maneuvering, the royals were too guarded to reveal much of their own information. And for all my careful expressions, Alice seemed the only one who noted the tiny tells that even I couldn't control. Do you think there are any gowns that will fit for solstice? I said casually as her silence continued. The pink and green ones fit, but I've worn them thrice already. You never cared for such things, Alice said, clicking her tongue. Am I not allowed to change my mind? Those dark eyes narrowed slightly, but Alice yanked open the armoire doors, the dresses swaying with it, and rifled through its dark interior. You could wear this. She held up an outfit. A set of turquoise night court clothes, cut so similarly to Amren's preferred fashion, dangled from her spindly fingers. My heart lurched. Why? Words stumbled out of me, bulky and slippery, and I silenced myself with a sharp yank on my inner leash. I straightened. I have never known you to be cruel, Alice. A snort. She chucked the clothes back into the armoire. Tamlin shredded the other 2 sets. Missed this one because it was in the wrong drawer. I wove a mental thread into the hallway to ensure no one was listening. He was upset. I wish he'd destroyed that pair, too. I was there that day, you know, Alice said, folding her spindly arms across her chest. I saw the Morgan arrive. Saw her reach into that cocoon of power and pick you up like a child. I begged her to take you out. My swallow wasn't feigned. I never told him that. Never told any of them. I let them think you'd been abducted. But you clung to her, and she was willing to slaughter all of us for what had happened. I don't know why you'd assume that. I tugged the edges of my silk robe tighter around me. Servants talk. And under the mountain, I never heard of or saw Rhysand laying a hand on a servant. Guards, Amarantha's cronies. The people he was ordered to kill, yes, but never the meek. Never those unable to defend themselves. He's a monster. They say you came back different. Came back wrong. A crow's laugh. I never bothered to tell them I think you came back right. Came back right at last. The precipice yawned open before me. Lines. There were lines here, and my survival and that of Prythian depended upon navigating them. I rose from my bed, hands shaking slightly. But then Alice said, My cousin works in the palace at Adriata. Summer Court. Alice had originally been from the Summer Court and had fled here with her 2 nephews after her sister had been brutally murdered during Amarantha's reign. Servants in that palace are not meant to be seen or heard, but they see and hear plenty when no one believes they're present. She was my friend. She had helped me at great risk under the mountain, had stood by me in the months after, but if she jeopardized everything... She said you visited, and that you were healthy and laughing and happy. It was a lie. He made me act that way. The wobble in my voice didn't take much to summon. A knowing, crooked smile. If you say so. I do say so. Alice pulled out a dress of creamy white. You never got to wear this one. I had it ordered for after your wedding day. It wasn't exactly bride-like, but rather pure, clean. The kind of gown I'd have resented when I returned from under the mountain, desperate to avoid any comparison to my ruined soul, but now... I held Alice's stare and wondered which of my plans she deciphered. Alice whispered, I will only say this once. Whatever you plan to do, I beg you leave my boys out of it. Take whatever retribution you desire, but please spare them. I would never, I almost began. But I only shook my head, nodding my brows, utterly confused and distressed. All I want is to settle back into life here, to heal. Heal the land of the corruption and darkness spreading across it. Alice seemed to understand it too. She set the dress on the armoire door, airing out the loose, shining skirts. Wear this on solstice, she said quietly. So I did. Chapter 4. Summer solstice was exactly as I had remembered. Streamers and ribbons and garlands of flowers everywhere. Casks of ale and wine hauled out to the foothills surrounding the estate. high fae and lesser fairies alike flocking to the celebrations. But what had not existed here a year ago was Ianthe. The celebrating would be sacrilege, she intoned, if we did not give thanks first. So we all were up 2 hours before the dawn, bleary-eyed and none of us too keen to endure her ceremony as the sun crested the horizon on the longest day of the year. I wondered if Tarquin had to weather such tedious rituals in his shining palace by the sea. Wondered what sort of celebrations would occur in Adriata today, with the High Lord of Summer who had come so very close to being a friend. As far as I knew, despite the murmurings between servants, Tarquin still had never sent word to Tamlin about the visit Rhys, Amren, and I had made. What did the Summer Lord now think of my changed circumstances? I had little doubt Tarquin had heard, and I prayed he stayed out of it until my work here was finished. Alice had found me a luxurious white velvet cloak for the brisk ride into the hills, and Tamlin had lifted me onto a moon-pale mare with wild flowers woven into her silver mane. If I had wanted to paint a picture of serene purity, it would have been the image I cast that morning, my hair braided above my head, a crown of white hawthorn blossoms upon it. I dabbed rouge onto my cheeks and lips, a slight hint of color, like the first blush of spring across a winter landscape. As our procession arrived at the hill, a gathered crowd of hundreds already atop it, all eyes turned to me. But I kept my gaze ahead, to where Ianthe stood, before a rudimentary stone altar bedecked in flowers and the first fruits and grains of summer. The hood was off her pale blue robe for once, the silver circlet now resting directly atop her golden head. I smiled at her, my mare obediently pausing at the northern arc of the half-circle that the crowd had formed around the hill's edge and Ianthe's altar, and wondered if Ianthe could spy the wolf grinning beneath. Tamlin helped me off the horse, the gray light of pre-dawn shimmering along the golden threads in his green jacket. I forced myself to meet his eyes as he set me on the soft grass, aware of every other stare upon us. The memory gleamed in his gaze, in the way his gaze dipped to my mouth. A year ago, he had kissed me on this day. A year ago, I danced amongst these people, carefree and joyous for the first time in my life, and had believed it was the happiest I'd ever been and ever would be. I gave him a little shy smile and took the arm he extended. Together we crossed the grass toward Ianthe's stone altar, the Hybern royals, Jurian, and Lucian trailing behind. I wondered if Tamlin was also remembering another day, all those months ago, when I'd worn a different white gown, when there had also been flowers strewn about, when my mate had rescued me after I'd decided not to go through with the wedding, some fundamental part of me knowing it wasn't right. I'd believed I didn't deserve it, hadn't wanted to burden Tamlin for an eternity with someone as broken as I'd been at the time. And Rhys would have let me marry him, believing me to be happy, wanting me to be happy even if it killed him. But the moment I had said no, he saved me, helped me save myself. I glanced sidelong at Tamlin, but he was studying my hand, braced on his arm, the empty finger where the ring had once perched. What did he make of it? Where did he think that ring had gone if Lucian had hidden the evidence? For a heartbeat, I pitied him. Pitied that not only Lucian had lied to him, but Alice as well. How many others had seen the truth of my suffering and tried to spare him from it? Seen my suffering and done nothing to help me. Tamlin and I paused before the altar, Ianthe offering us a serene, regal nod. The Hybern royals shifted on their feet, not bothering to hide their impatience. Branna had made barely veiled complaints about the solstice at dinner last night, declaring that in Hybern they didn't bother with such odious things and got on with the revelry, and implying, in her way, that soon neither would we. I ignored the royals as Ianthe lifted her hands and called to the crowd behind us, "A blessed solstice to us all." Then began an endless string of prayers and rituals, her prettiest young acolytes assisting with the pouring of sacred wine, with the blessing of the harvest goods on the altar, with beseeching the sun to rise. A lovely rehearsed little number. Lucien was half asleep behind me. But I'd gone over the ceremony with Ianthe and knew what was coming when she lifted the sacred wine and intoned, "As the light is strongest today, let it drive out unwanted darkness. Let it banish the black stain of evil." Jab after jab at my mate, my home, but I nodded along with her. "Would Princess Branna and Prince Dagden do us the honor of imbibing this blessed wine?" The crowd shifted. The Hybern royals blinked, frowning to each other. But I stepped aside, smiling prettily at them and gesturing to the altar. They opened their mouths, no doubt to refuse, but Ianthe would not be denied. "Drink, and let our new allies become new friends," she declared. "Drink and wash away the endless night of the year." The two Daemati were likely testing that cup for poison through whatever magic and training they possessed, but I kept the bland smile on my face as they finally approached the altar and Branna accepted the outstretched silver cup. They each barely had a sip before they made to step back, but Ianthe cooed at them, insisting they come behind the altar to witness our ceremony at her side. I had made sure she knew precisely how disgusted they were with her rituals, how they would do their best to stomp out her usefulness as a leader of her people once they arrived. She now seemed inclined to convert them. More prayers and rituals, until Tamlin was summoned to the other side of the altar to light a candle for the souls extinguished in the past year, to now bring them back into the light's embrace when the sun rose. Pink began to stain the clouds behind them. Jurian was also called forward to recite one final prayer I'd requested Ianthe add, in honor of the warriors who fought for our safety each day. And then Lucien and I were standing alone in the circle of grass, the altar and horizon before us, the crowd at our backs and sides. From the rigidity of his posture, the dart of his gaze over the sight, I knew he was now running through the prayers and how I had worked with Ianthe on the ceremony, how he and I remained on this side of the line right as the sun was about to break over the world and the others had been maneuvered away. Ianthe stepped toward the hill's edge, her golden hair tumbling freely down her back as she lifted her arms to the sky. The location was intentional, as was the positioning of her arms. She'd made the same gesture on winter solstice, standing in the precise spot where the sun would rise between her upraised arms, filling them with light. Her acolytes had discreetly marked the place in the grass with a carved stone. Slowly, the golden disk of the sun broke over the hazy greens and blues of the horizon. Light filled the world, clear and strong, spearing right for us. Ianthe's back arched, her body a mere vessel for the solstice's light to fill, and what I could see of her face was already limned in pious ecstasy. The sun rose, a held, gilded note echoing through the land. The crowd began to murmur, then cry out. Not at Ianthe, but at me. At me, resplendent and pure in white, beginning to glow with the light of day as the sun's path flowed directly over me instead. No one had bothered to confirm or even notice that Ianthe's marker stone had moved 5 feet to the right, too busy with my parading arrival to spy a phantom wind slide it through the grass. It took Ianthe longer than anyone else to look, to turn to see that the sun's power was not filling her, blessing her. I released the damper on the power that I had unleashed in Hybern, my body turning incandescent as light shone through. Pure as day, pure as starlight. "Cursebreaker," someone murmured. "Blessed," others whispered. I made a show of looking surprised and yet accepting of the cauldron's choice. Tamlin's face was taut with shock. The Hybern royals nothing short of baffled. But I turned to Lucian, my light radiating so brightly that it bounced off his metal eye, a friend beseeching another for help. I reached a hand toward him. Beyond us, I could feel Ianthe scrambling to regain control, to find some way to spin it. Perhaps Lucian could too, for he took my hand and then knelt upon one knee in the grass, pressing my fingers to his brow. Like stalks of wheat in a wind, the others fell to their knees as well. For in all of her preening ceremonies and rituals, never had Ianthe revealed any sign of power or blessing. But Feyre Cursebreaker, who had led Prythian from tyranny and darkness? Blessed, holy, undimming before evil. I let my glow spread until it too rippled from Lucian's bowed form, a knight before his queen. When I looked to Ianthe and smiled again, I let a little bit of the wolf show. The festivities, at least, remained the same. Once the uproar and awe had ebbed, once my own glow had vanished when the sun crested higher than my head, we made our way to the nearby hills and fields, where those who had not attended the ceremony had already heard about my small miracle. I kept close to Lucian, who was inclined to indulge me, as everyone seemed to be torn between joy and awe, question and concern. Ianthe spent the next 6 hours trying to explain what had happened. The cauldron had blessed her chosen friend, she told whoever would listen. The sun had altered its very path to show how glad it was for my return. Only her acolytes really paid attention, and half of them appeared only mildly interested. Tamlin, however, seemed the wariest, as if the blessing had somehow upset me, as if he remembered that same light in Hybern, and couldn't figure out why it disturbed him so. But duty had him fielding thanks and good wishes from his subjects, warriors and the lesser lords, leaving me free to wander. I was stopped every now and then by fervent, adoring fairies who wished to touch my hand, to weep a bit over me. Once I would have cringed and winced. Now I received their thanks and prayers beatifically, thanking them, smiling at them. Some of it was genuine. I had no quarrel with the people of these lands, who had suffered alongside the rest, none. But the courtiers and sentries who sought me out, I put on a better show for them. Cauldron blessed, they called me. An honor, I merely replied. On and on I repeated those words, through breakfast and lunch, until I returned to the house to freshen up and take a moment for myself. In the privacy of my room, I set my crown of flowers on the dressing table and smiled slightly at the eye tattooed into my right palm. "The longest day of the year," I said into the bond, sending along flickers of all that had occurred atop that hill. "I wish I could spend it with you." He would have enjoyed my performance, would have laughed himself hoarse afterward at the expression on Ianthe's face. I finished washing up and was about to head out into the hills again when Rhysand's voice filled my mind. "It'd be an honor," he said, laughter in every word, "to spend even a moment in the company of Feyre, Cauldron blessed." I chuckled. The words were distant, strained. Keep it quick. I had to keep it quick or risk exposure, and more than anything I needed to ask, to know, "Is everyone all right?" I waited, counting the minutes. Yes, as well as we can be. When do you come home to me? Each word was quieter than the last. Soon, I promised him. Highburn is here. I'll be done soon. He didn't reply, and I waited another few minutes before I again donned my flower crown and strode down the stairs. As I emerged into the bedecked garden, though, Rhysand's faint voice filled my head once more. I wish I could spend today with you, too. The words wrapped a fist around my heart, and I forced them from my mind as I returned to the party in the hills, my steps heavier than they'd been when I floated into the house. But lunch had been cleared away, and the dancing had begun. I saw him waiting on the outskirts of one of the circles, observing every move I took. I glanced between the grass and the crowd, and the cluster of musicians coaxing such lively music from drums and fiddles and pipes as I approached, no more than a shy, hesitant doe. Once, those same sounds had shaken me awake, had made me dance and dance. I suppose they were now little more than weapons in my arsenal as I stopped before Tamlin, lowered my lashes, and asked softly, "Will you dance with me?" Relief, happiness, and a slight edge of concern. "Yes," he breathed. "Yes, of course." So I let him lead me into the swift dance, spinning and tilting me, people gathering to cheer and clap, dance after dance after dance, until sweat was running down my back as I worked to keep up, keep that smile on my face, to remember to laugh when my hands were within strangling distance of his throat. The music eventually shifted into something slower, and Tamlin eased us into the melody. When others had found their own partners more interesting to watch, he murmured, "This morning. Are you all right?" My head snapped up. Yes, I don't know what that was, but yes. Is Ianthe mad? I don't know. She didn't see it coming. I don't think she handles surprises very well. I should apologize. His eyes flashed. What for? Perhaps it was a blessing. Magic still surprises me. If she's angry, it's her problem. I made a show of considering, then nodded, pressed closer, loathing every place where our bodies touched. I didn't know how Rhys had endured it, endured Amarantha, for 5 decades. You look beautiful today, Tamlin said. Thank you. I made myself peer up into his face. Lucian told me that you didn't complete the rite at Calan Mai, that you refused. And you let Ianthe take him into the cave instead. His throat bobbed. I couldn't stomach it. And yet you could stomach making a deal with Highburn, as if I were a stolen item to be returned. Maybe this morning was not just a blessing for me, I offered. A stroke of his hand down my back was his only reply. That was all we said for the next 3 dances, until hunger dragged me toward the tables where dinner had now been laid out. I let him fill a plate for me, let him serve me himself as we found a spot under a twisted old oak and watched the dancing and the music. I nearly asked if it was worth it, if giving up this sort of peace was worth it in order to have me back. For Highburn would come here, use these lands, and there would be no more singing and dancing, not once they arrived. But I kept quiet as the sunlight faded and night finally fell. The stars winked into existence, dim and small above the blazing fires. I watched them through the long hours of celebrating, and could have sworn that they kept me company, my silent and stalwart friends. Chapter 5. I crawled back to the manor 2 hours after midnight, too exhausted to last until dawn. Especially when I noted the way Tamlin looked at me, remembering that dawn last year when he'd led me away and kissed me as the sun rose. I asked Lucian to escort me, and he'd been more than happy to do so, given that his own status as a mated male made him uninterested in any sort of female company these days. And given that Ianthe had been trying to corner him all day to ask about what had happened at the ceremony. I changed into my nightgown, a small lacy thing I'd once worn for Tamlin's enjoyment, and now was glad to don thanks to the day's sweat still clinging to my skin, and flopped into bed. For nearly half an hour, I kicked at the sheets, tossing and turning, thrashing. The adder, the weaver, my sisters being thrown into the cauldron, all of them twined and eddied around me. I let them. Most of the others were still celebrating when I yelped, a sharp, short cry that had me bouncing from the bed. My heart thundered along my veins, my bones, as I cracked open the door, sweating and haggard, and padded across the hall. Lucian answered on the second knock. "I heard you. What's wrong?" He scanned me, russet eye wide, as he noted my disheveled hair, my sweaty nightgown. I swallowed, a silent question on my face, and he nodded, retreating into the room to let me inside. Bare from the waist up, he'd managed to haul on a pair of pants before opening the door, and hastily buttoned them as I strode past. His room had been bedecked in autumn court colors, the only tribute to his home he'd ever let show, and I surveyed the night-dark space, the rumpled bed-sheets. He perched on the rolled arm of a large chair before the blackened fire, watching me wring my hands in the center of the crimson carpet. "I dreamt about it," I rasped. "Under the mountain. And when I wake up, I can't remember where I am." I lifted my now unmarred left arm before me. "I can't remember when I am." Truth, and half a lie. I still dreamed of those horrible days, but no longer did they consume me. No longer did I run to the bathroom in the middle of the night to hurl my guts up. "What did you dream of tonight?" he asked quietly. I dragged my eyes to his, haunted and bleak. She had me spiked to the wall, like Claire Bedder. And the adder was... I shuddered, running my hands over my face. Lucian rose, stalking to me. The ripple of fear and pain at my own words masked my scent enough, masked my own power as my dark snares picked up a slight vibration in the house. Lucian paused half a foot from me. He didn't so much as object as I threw my arms around his neck, burying my face against his warm, bare chest. It was seawater from Tarquin's own gift that slipped from my eyes, down my face, and onto his golden skin. Lucian loosed a heavy sigh and slid an arm around my waist, the other threading through my hair to cradle my head. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I'm sorry." He held me, stroking soothing lines down my back, and I calmed my weeping, those saltwater tears drying up like wet sand in the sun. I lifted my head from his sculpted chest at last, my fingers digging into the hard muscles of his shoulders as I peered into his concerned face. I took deep, heaving breaths, my brows nodding and mouth parting as I... "What's going on?" Lucian whipped his head toward the door. Tamlin stood there, face a mask of cold calm. The beginnings of claws glinted at his knuckles. We pushed away, too swiftly to be casual. "I had a nightmare," I explained, straightening my nightgown. I didn't want to wake the house." Tamlin was just staring at Lucian, whose mouth had tightened into a thin line as he marked those claws, still half drawn. "I had a nightmare," I repeated a bit sharply, gripping Tamlin's arm and leading him from the room before Lucian could so much as open his mouth. I closed the door, but could still feel Tamlin's attention fixed on the male behind it. He didn't sheathe his claws. Didn't summon them any further, either. I strode the few feet to my room, watching Tamlin assess the hall, the distance between my door and Lucian's. "Good night," I said, and shut the door in Tamlin's face. I waited the 5 minutes it took Tamlin to decide not to kill Lucian, and then smiled. I wondered if Lucian had pieced it together, that I had known Tamlin would come to my room tonight, after I had given him so many shy touches and glances today, that I had changed into my most indecent nightgown, not for the heat, but so that when my invisible snares in the house informed me that Tamlin had finally worked up the nerve to come to my bedroom, I'd look the part. A feigned nightmare. The evidence set into place with my thrashed sheets. I'd left Lucian's door open, with him too distracted and unsuspecting of why I'd really be there to bother to shut it, or notice the shield of hard air I'd placed around the room so that he wouldn't hear or scent Tamlin as he arrived. Until Tamlin saw us there, limbs entwined, my nightgown askew, staring at each other so intently, so full of emotion, that we'd either just been starting or finishing up, that we didn't even notice until Tamlin was right there, and that invisible shield vanished before he could sense it. A nightmare, I'd told Tamlin. I was the nightmare, preying on what Tamlin had feared from my very first days here. I'd not forgotten that long-ago fight he'd picked with Lucian, the warning he'd given him to stop flirting with me, to stay away, the fear that I'd preferred the red-haired lord over him, and that it would threaten every plan he had. Back off, he'd told Lucian. I had no doubt Tamlin was now running through every look and conversation since then, every time Lucian had intervened on my behalf, both under the mountain and afterward, weighing how much that new mating bond with Elaine held sway over his friend. Considering how this very morning Lucian had knelt before me, swearing fealty to a newborn god as if we had both been cauldron-blessed. I let myself smile for a moment longer, then dressed. There was more work to do. Chapter 6. A set of keys to the estate gates had gone missing. But after last night's incident, Tamlin didn't appear to care. Breakfast was silent, the Hybern royals sullen at being kept waiting so long to see the second cleft in the wall, and Jurian, for once, too tired to do anything but shovel meat and eggs into his hateful mouth. Tamlin and Lucian, it seemed, had spoken before the meal, but the latter made a point to keep a healthy distance from me, to not look at or speak to me, as if still needing to convince Tamlin of our innocence. I debated asking Jurian outright if he'd stolen the keys from whatever guard had lost them, but the silence was a welcome reprieve. Until Ianthe breezed in, carefully avoiding acknowledging me, as if I was indeed the blinding sun that had been stolen from her. "I am sorry to interrupt your meal, but there is a matter to discuss, High Lord," Ianthe said, pale robes swirling at her feet as she halted halfway to the table. All of us perked up at that. Tamlin, brooding and snarly, demanded, "What is it?" She made a show of realizing the Hybern royals were present. Listening. I tried not to snort at the oh-so-nervous glance she threw their way, then to Tamlin. The next words were no surprise whatsoever. "Perhaps we should wait until after the meal, when you're alone." No doubt a power play, to remind them that she did in fact have sway here, with Tamlin. That Hybern too might want to remain on her good side, considering the information she bore. But I was cruel enough to say sweetly, "If we can trust our allies in Hybern to go to war with us, then we can trust them to use discretion. Go ahead, Ianthe." She didn't so much as look in my direction, but now caught between outright insult and politeness. Tamlin weighed our company against Ianthe's posture and said, Let's hear it. Her white throat bobbed. There is... My acolytes discovered that the land around my temple is dying. Jurian rolled his eyes and went back to his bacon. Then tell the gardeners, Branna said, returning to her own food. Dagden snickered into his cup of tea. It is not a matter of gardening, Ianthe straightened. It is a blight upon the land. Grass, root, bud, all of it, shriveled up and sickly. It reeks of the Naga. It was an effort not to glance at Lucian, to see if he also noticed the too eager gleam in her eye. Even Tamlin loosed a sigh, as if he saw it for what it was, an attempt to regain some ground, perhaps a scheme to poison the earth and then miraculously heal it. There are other spots in the woods where things have died and are not coming back, Ianthe went on, pressing a silver-adorned hand to her chest. I fear it's a warning that the Naga are gathering and plan to attack. Oh, I'd gotten under her skin. I'd been wondering what she'd do after yesterday's solstice, after I'd robbed her of her moment and power. But this... clever. I hid my smirk down deep and said gently, Ianthe, perhaps it is a case for the groundskeepers. She stiffened, at last facing me. You think you're playing the game, I itched to tell her, but you have no idea that every choice you made last night and this morning were only steps I nudged you toward. I jerked my chin toward the royals, then Lucian. We're heading out this afternoon to survey the wall, but if the problem remains when we return in a few days, I'll help you look into it. Those silver-ringed fingers curled into loose fists at her sides. But like the true viper she was, Ianthe said to Tamlin, Will you be joining them, High Lord? She looked to me and Lucian, the assessment too lingering to be casual. A faint, low headache was already forming, made worse with every word out of her mouth. I'd been up too late and had gotten too little sleep, and I needed my strength for the days ahead. He will not, I said, cutting off Tamlin before he could reply. He set down his utensils. I think I will. I don't need an escort. I let him unravel the layers of defensiveness in that statement. Jurian snorted. Starting to doubt our good intentions, High Lord? Tamlin snarled at him. Careful. I placed a hand flat on the table. I'll be fine with Lucian and the sentries. Lucian seemed inclined to sink into his seat and disappear forever. I surveyed Dagden and Branna and smiled a bit. I can defend myself if it comes to that, I said to Tamlin. The Daemati smiled back at me. I hadn't felt another touch on my mental barriers, or the ones I'd been working to keep around as many people here as possible. The constant use of my power was wearing on me, however. Being away from this place for 4 or 5 days would be a welcomed relief. Especially as Ianthe murmured to Tamlin, Perhaps you should go, my friend. I waited. Waited for whatever nonsense was about to come out of that pouty mouth. You never know when the Night Court will attempt to snatch her away. I had a blink to debate my reaction, to opt for leaning back in my chair, shoulders curling inward, hauling up those images of Claire, of Rhys with those ash arrows through his wings, any sort of way to dredge my scent in fear. Have you news? I whispered. Branna and Dagden looked very interested at that. The priestess opened her mouth, but Jurian cut her off, drawling, There's no news. Their borders are secure. Rhysand would be a fool to push his luck by coming here. I stared at my plate, the portrait of bowed terror. A fool, yes, Ianthe countered, but one with a vendetta. She faced Tamlin. the morning sun catching in the jewel atop her head. Perhaps if you returned to him his family's wings, he might settle. For a heartbeat, silence rippled through me, followed by a wave of roaring that drowned out nearly every thought, every self-preserving instinct. I could barely hear over that bellowing in my blood, my bones. But the words, the offer. A cheap attempt at snaring me. I pretended not to hear, not to care, even as I waited and waited for Tamlin's reply. When Tamlin answered, his voice was low. I burned them a long time ago. I could have sworn there was something like remorse. Remorse and shame in his words. Ianthe only tisked. Too bad. He might have paid handsomely for them. My limbs ached with the effort of not leaping over the table to smash her head into the marble floor. But I said to Tamlin, soothing and gentle, I'll be fine out there. I touched his hand, brushing my thumb over the back of his palm, held his stare. Let's not start down this road again. As I pulled away, Tamlin merely fixed Lucien with a look, any trace of that guilt gone. His claws slid free, embedding in the scar-flecked wood of his chair's arm. Be careful. None of us pretended it was anything but a threat. It was a 2-day ride, but took us only a day to get there with winnowing, walking, winnowing. We could manage a few miles at a time, but Dagden was slower than I'd anticipated, given that he had to carry his sister in Jurien. I didn't fault him for it. With each of us bearing another, the drain was considerable. Lucien and I both bore a sentry, minor lord sons who had been trained to be polite and watchful. Supplies, as a result, were limited, including tents. By the time we made it to the cleft in the wall, darkness was falling. The few supplies we'd hauled also had encumbered our winnowing through the world, and I let the sentries erect the tents for us, ever the lady keen to be waited on. Our dinner around the small fire was near silent, none of us bothering to speak, save for Jurien, who questioned the sentries endlessly about their training. The twins retreated to their own tent after they'd picked at the meat sandwiches we'd packed, frowning at them as if they were full of maggots instead, and Jurien wandered off into the woods soon after, claiming he wanted a walk before he retired. I hauled myself into the canvas tent when the fire was dying out, the space barely big enough for Lucien and me to sleep shoulder to shoulder. His red hair gleamed in the faint firelight a moment later as he shoved through the flaps and swore. Maybe I should sleep out there. I rolled my eyes. Please. A wary, considering glance as he knelt and removed his books. You know Tamlin can be sensitive about things. He can also be a pain in my ass, I snapped, and slithered under the blankets. If you yield to him on every bit of paranoia and territorialism, you'll just make it worse. Lucien unbuttoned his jacket but remained mostly dressed as he slid into his sleeping roll. I think it's made worse because you two haven't, you haven't, right? I stiffened, tugging the blanket higher onto my shoulders. No, I don't want to be touched like that. Not for a while. His silence was heavy, sad. I hated the lie, hated it for how filthy it felt to wield it. I'm sorry, he said. And I wondered what else he was apologizing for as I faced him in the darkness of our tent. Is there some way to get out of this deal with Hybern? My words were barely louder than the murmuring embers outside. I'm back, I'm safe. We could find some way around it. No. The King of Hybern crafted his bargain with Tamlin too cleverly, too clearly. Magic bound them. Magic will strike him if he does not allow Hybern into these lands. In what way? Kill him? Lucian's sigh ruffled my hair. It will claim his own powers. Maybe kill him. Magic is all about balance. It's why he couldn't interfere with your bargain with Rhysand. Even the person who tries to sever the bargain faces consequences. If he'd kept you here, the magic that bound you to Rhys might have come to claim his life as a payment for yours. Or the life of someone else he cared about. It's old magic. Old and strange. It's why we avoid bargains unless it's necessary. Even the scholars at the Day Court don't know how it works. Believe me, I've asked. For me? You asked them for me? Yes. I went last winter to inquire about breaking your bargain with Rhys. Why didn't you tell me? We didn't want to give you false hope. And we didn't dare let Rhysand get wind of what we were doing in case he found a way to interfere to stop it. So Ianthe pushed Tamlin to Hybern instead. He was frantic. The scholars at the Day Court worked too slowly. I begged him for more time, but you'd already been gone for months. He wanted to act, not wait. Despite that letter you sent. Because of that letter you sent. I finally told him to go ahead with it after that day in the forest. I turned onto my back, staring at the sloped ceiling of the tent. How bad was it? I asked quietly. You saw your room. He trashed it. The study, his bedroom, he killed the sentries who'd been on guard. After he got the last bit of information from them, he executed them in front of everyone in the manor. My blood chilled. You didn't stop him. I tried. I begged him for mercy. He didn't listen. He couldn't listen. The sentries didn't try to stop him either? They didn't dare. Feyre, he's a High Lord. He's a different breed. I wondered if he'd say the same thing if he knew what I was. We were backed into a corner with no options, none. It was either go to war with the Night Court and Hybern, or ally with Hybern, let them try to stir up trouble, and then use that alliance to our own advantage further down the road. What do you mean? I breathed. But Lucian realized what he'd said and hedged. We have enemies in every court. Having Hybern's alliance will make them think twice. Liar. Trained, clever liar. I loosed a heaving, sleepy breath. Even if they're now our allies, I mumbled, I still hate them. A snort. Me too. Get up. Blinding sunlight cut into the tent, and I hissed. The order was drowned out by Lucian's snarl as he sat up. Out, he ordered Jurian, who looked us over once, sneered, and stalked away. I'd rolled onto Lucian's bedroll at some point, any schemes indeed second to my most pressing demand, warmth. But I had no doubt Jurian would tuck away the information to throw in Tamlin's face when we returned. We'd shared a tent, and had been very cozy upon awakening. I washed in the nearby stream, my body stiff and aching from a night on the ground, with or without the help of a bedroll. Branna was prowling for the stream by the time I'd finished. The princess gave me a cold, thin smile. I'd pick Baron's son, too. I stared at the princess beneath lowered brows. She shrugged, her smile growing. Autumn Court males have fire in their blood, and they fuck like it, too. I suppose you know from experience? A chuckle. Why do you think I had so much fun in the war? I didn't bother to hide my disgust. Lucian caught me cringing at him when her words replayed for the 10th time an hour later, while we hiked the half-mile toward the crack in the wall. What? He demanded. I shook my head, trying not to imagine Elaine subject to that fire. Nothing, I said, as Jurian swore ahead. We were both moving at his barked curse, and then broke into a run at the sound of a sword whining free of its sheath. Leaves and branches whipped at me, but then we were at the wall, that invisible, horrible marker humming and throbbing in my head. And staring right at us, through the hole, were 3 children of the Blessed. Chapter 7. Branna and Dagden looked like they'd just found second breakfast waiting for them. Jurian had his sword out, the 2 young women and 1 young man gaping between him and the others. Then at us, their eyes widening further as they noted Lucian's cruel beauty. They dropped to their knees. "Masters and mistresses," they beseeched us, their silver jewelry glinting in the dappled sunlight through the leaves. "You have found us on our journey." The 2 royals smiled so broadly I could see all of their 2 white teeth. Jurian, for once, seemed torn before he snapped, "What are you doing here?" The dark-haired girl at the front was lovely. Her honey gold skin flushed as she lifted her head. "We have come to dwell in the immortal lands. We have come as tribute." Jurian cut cold, hard eyes to Lucian. "Is this true?" Lucian stared him down. "We accept no tribute from the human lands, least of all children." Never mind that the 3 of them appeared only a few years younger than myself. "Why don't you come through?" Branna cooed. "And we can enjoy ourselves." She was indeed sizing up the brown-haired young man and the other girl, her hair a ruddy brown, face sharp but interesting. From the way Dagden was leering at the beautiful girl in front, I knew he'd silently made his claim already. I shoved in front of them and said to the 3 mortals, "Get out. Go back to your villages, back to your families. You cross this wall, and you will die." They balked, rising to their feet, faces taut with fear and awe. "We have come to live in peace." "There is no such thing here. There is only death for your kind." Their eyes slid to the immortals behind me. The dark-haired girl blushed at Dagden's intent stare, seeing the high fey beauty and none of the predator. So I struck. The wall was a screeching, terrible vice, crushing my magic, battering my head, but I speared my power through the gap and slammed into their minds. Too hard. The young man flinched a bit. So soft, defenseless. Their minds yielded like butter melting on my tongue. I beheld pieces of their lives like shards on a broken mirror, flashing every which way. The dark-haired girl was rich, educated, headstrong, had wanted to escape an arranged marriage and believed Prythian was a better option. The ruddy-haired girl had known nothing but poverty and her father's fists, which had turned more violent after they'd ended her mother's life. The young man had sold himself on the streets of a large village until the children had come one day and offered him something better. I worked quickly, neatly. I was finished before 3 heartbeats had passed, before Branna had even drawn breath to say, "There is no death here, only pleasure, if you are willing." Even if they weren't willing, I wanted to add. But the 3 of them now blinked, balking, beholding us for what we were, deadly, merciless, the truth behind the spun stories. "We, perhaps have made a mistake," their leader said, retreating a step. "Or perhaps this was fate," Branna countered with a snake smile. They kept backing away, kept seeing the histories I'd planted into their minds, that we were here to hurt and kill them, that we had done so with all their friends, that we'd use and discard them. I showed them the Naga, the bogey, the Midgard worm, I showed them Claire and the golden-haired queen skewered on that lamppost. The memories I gave them became stories they had ignored, but now understood with us before them. "Come here," Dagden ordered. The words were kindling to their fear. The three of them turned, heavy pale robes twisting with them, and bolted for the trees. Branna tensed, as if she'd charged through the wall after them. But I gripped her arm and hissed, "If you pursue them, then you and I will have a problem." In emphasis, I dragged mental talons down her own shield. The princess snarled at me, but the humans were already gone. I prayed they'd listen to the other command I'd woven into their minds. To get on a boat, get as many friends as they could, and flee for the continent. To return here only when the war was over, and to warn as many humans as possible to get out before it was too late. The Hybern royals growled their displeasure, but I ignored it as I took up a spot against a tree and settled in to wait, not trusting them to stay on this side of the border. The royals resumed their work, stalking up and down the wall. A moment later, a male body came up beside mine. Not Lucian, I realized with a jolt, but did not so much as flinch. Jurian's eyes were on the place where the humans had been. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough. "I don't know what you're talking about," I replied, well aware that Lucian carefully watched from the shade of a nearby oak. Jurian gave me a knowing smirk and sauntered after Dagden. They took all day. Whatever it was they were inspecting, whatever they were hunting for, the royals didn't inform us. And after the confrontation that morning, I knew pushing them into revealing it wouldn't happen. I'd used up my allotted tolerance for the day. So we spent another night in the woods, which was precisely how I wound up sitting across the fire from Jurian after the twins had crawled into their tent and the sentries had taken up their watch positions. Lucian had gone to the stream to get more water, and I watched the flame dance among the logs, feeling it echo inside myself. Spearing my power through the wall had left me with a lingering, pounding headache all day, more than a bit dizzy. I had no doubt sleep would claim me fast and hard, but the fire was too warm, and the spring night too brisk to willingly breach that long gap of darkness between the flame and my tent. "What happens to the ones who do make it through the wall?" Jurian asked, the hard pains of his face cast in flickering relief by the fire. I ground the heel of my boot into the grass. "I don't know. They never came back once they went over. But while Amarantha ruled, creatures prowled these woods, so I don't think it ended well. I've never encountered a mention of them being at any court." 500 years ago? They'd have been flogged for that nonsense, Jurian said. "We were their slaves and whores and laborers for millennia. Men and women fought and died so we'd never have to serve them again. Yet there they are in those costumes, unaware of the danger, the history." "Careful, or you might not sound like Hybern's faithful pet." A low, hateful laugh. "That's what you think I am, isn't it? His dog." "What's the end goal, then?" "I have unfinished business. Miriam is dead." That madness danced again, replacing the rare lucidity. "Everything I did during the war, it was for Miriam and me. For our people to survive and one day be free. And she left me for that pretty-faced prince the moment I put my people before her." "I heard she left you because you became so focused on wringing information from Clythia that you lost sight of the real conflict." "Miriam told me to go ahead and fuck her for information. Told me to seduce Clythia until she'd sold out all of Hybern and the Loyalists. She had no qualms with that, none." "So all of this is to get Miriam back?" He stretched his long legs before him, crossing one ankle over the other. It's to draw her out of her little nest with that winged prick and make her regret it. You get a second shot at life, and that's what you wish to do? Revenge? Jurian smiled slowly. Isn't that what you're doing? Months of working with Rhys had me remembering to furrow my brow in confusion. Against Rhys, I would one day like it. That's what they all say, when they pretend he's a sadistic murderer. You forget I knew him in the war. You forget he risked his legion to save Miriam from our enemy's fort. That's how Amarantha captured him, you know. Rhys knew it was a trap. For Prince Draken. So Rhys went against orders and marched in his whole legion to get Miriam out. For his friend. For my lover. And for that bastard Draken's sake. Rhys sacrificed his legion in the process. Got all of them captured and tortured afterward. Yet everyone insists Rhysand is soulless, wicked. But the male I knew was the most decent of them all. Better than that prick prince. You don't lose that quality, no matter the centuries, and Rhys was too smart to do anything but have the vilification of his character be a calculated move. And yet, here you are, his mate. The most powerful High Lord in the world lost his mate and has not come to claim her, even when she's defenseless in the woods. Jurian chuckled. Perhaps that's because Rhysand has not lost you at all, but rather unleashed you upon us. I had never heard that story, but it seemed so like my mate that I knew the flames between us now smoldered in my eyes as I said, You love to hear yourself talk, don't you? Hybern will kill all of you, was all Jurian replied. Jurian wasn't wrong. Lucien woke me the next morning with a hand over my mouth, warning gleaming in his russet eye. I smelled it a moment later, the coppery tang of blood. We shoved into our clothes and boots, and I did a quick inventory of the weapons we'd squeezed into the tent with us. I had 3 daggers, Lucien had 2, as well as an elegant short sword. Better than nothing, but not much. A glance from him communicated our plan well enough. Play casual until we assessed the situation. I had a heartbeat to realize that this was perhaps the first time he and I had worked in tandem. Hunting had never been a joint effort, and Under the Mountain had been one of us looking out for the other. Never a team, a unit. Lucien slid from the tent, limbs loose and ready to shift into a defensive position. He'd been trained, he once told me, at the Autumn Court, and at this one. Like Rhys, he usually opted for words to win his battles. But I'd seen him and Tamlin in the practice ring. He knew how to handle a weapon, how to kill if need be. I pushed past him, devouring the details of my surroundings as if I were a starving man at a feast. The forest was the same. Jurian was crouched before the fire, stirring the embers back to alertness, his face a hard, brooding mask. But the sentries... They were pale as Lucien stalked to them. I followed their shifting attention to the trees behind Jurian. No sign of the royals. The blood. The coppery tang, yes, but laced with earth and marrow and... rot. Mortality. I stormed for the trees and dense brush. You're too late, Jurian said as I passed him, still poking the embers. They finished 2 hours ago. Lucien was on my heels as I shoved into the brambles, thorns tearing at my hands. The Hybern royals hadn't bothered to clean up their mess. From what was left of the 3 bodies, their shredded pale robes like fallen ashes through the small clearing, Dagden and Branna must have shut out their screams with some sort of shield. Lucien swore. They went through the wall last night to hunt them down. Even with hours separating them, The royals were fey, swift, immortal. The 3 children of the Blessed would have tired after running, would have camped somewhere. Blood was already drying on the grass, on the trunks of the surrounding trees. Hybern's brand of torture wasn't very creative. Claire, the Golden Queen, and these 3, a similar mutilating and torment. I unfastened my cloak and carefully laid it over the biggest remains of them I could find. The torso of the young man, clawed up and bloodless. His face was still etched in pain. Flame heated at my fingertips, begging me to burn them, to give them at least that sort of burial, but... Do you think it was for sport? Or to send us a message? Lucian laid his own cloak across the remains of the 2 young women. His face was as serious as I'd ever seen it. I think they aren't accustomed to being denied. I'd call this an immortal temper tantrum. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my roiling stomach. You aren't to blame, he added. They could have killed them out in the Mortal Lands, but they brought them here to make a statement about their power. He was right. The children of the Blessed would have been dead even if I hadn't interfered. They're threatened, I mused, and proud to a fault. I towed the blood-soaked grass. Do we bury them? Lucian considered. It sends a message that we're willing to clean up their messes. I surveyed the clearing again, considered everything at stake. Then we send another sort of message. Chapter 8. Tamlin paced in front of the hearth in his study, every turn as sharp as a blade. They are our allies, he growled at me, at Lucian, both of us seated in armchairs flanking the mantel. They're monsters, I countered. They butchered 3 innocents. And you should have left it alone for me to deal with. Tamlin heaved a jagged breath. Not retaliated like children. He threw a glare in Lucian's direction. I expected better from you. But not from me? I asked quietly. Tamlin's green eyes were like frozen jade. You have a personal connection to those people. He does not. That's the sort of thinking, I snapped, clutching the armrests, that has allowed for a wall to be the only solution between our 2 peoples, for the Fae to look at these sorts of murders and not care. I knew the guards outside could hear, knew anyone walking by could hear. The loss of any life on either side is a personal connection. Or is it only high Fae lives that matter to you? Tamlin stopped short and snarled at Lucian. Get out. I'll deal with you later. Don't you talk to him like that, I hissed, shooting to my feet. You have jeopardized this alliance with that stunt you 2 pulled. Good! They can burn in hell for all I care, I shouted. Lucian flinched. You sent the bogey after them, Tamlin roared. I didn't so much as blink, and I knew the sentries had heard indeed by the cough of one outside, a sound of muffled shock. And I made sure those sentries could still hear as I said, They terrorized those humans, made them suffer. I figured the bogey was one of the few creatures that could return the favor. Lucian had tracked it down, and we'd lured it, carefully, over hours, back to that camp, right to where Dagden and Branna had been gloating over their kill. They'd managed to get away, but only after what had sounded like a good bit of screaming and fighting. Their faces remained bloodless even hours later, their eyes still brimming with hate whenever they deigned to look at us. Lucian cleared his throat. Stood as well. Tam, those humans were barely more than children. Feyre gave the royals an order to stand down. They ignored it. If we let Hybern walk all over us, we stand to lose more than their alliance. The bogey reminded them that we aren't without our claws, too. Tamlin didn't take his eyes off me as he said to Lucien, "Get out." There was enough violence in the words that neither Lucien nor I objected this time as he slipped from the room and shut the double doors behind him. I speared my power into the hall, sensing him sitting on the foot of the stairs, listening, as the 6 sentries in the hall were listening. I said to Tamlin, my back ramrod straight, "You don't get to speak to me like that. You promised you wouldn't act this way. You have no idea what's at risk. Don't you talk down to me. Not after what I went through to get back here to you, to our people. You think any of us are happy to be working with Hybern? You think I don't see it in their faces? The question of whether I am worth the dishonor of it?" His breathing turned ragged again. Good. I wanted to urge him. Good. "You sold us out to get me back," I said, low and cold. "You whored us out to Hybern. Forgive me if I am now trying to regain some of what we lost." Claws slid free. A feral growl rippled out of him. "They hunted down and butchered those humans for sport," I went on. "You might be willing to get on your knees for Hybern, but I certainly am not." He exploded. Furniture splintered and went flying, windows cracked and shattered, and this time, I did not shield myself. The work table slammed into me, throwing me against the bookshelf, and every place where flesh and bone met wood barked and ached. My knees slammed into the carpeted floor, and Tamlin was instantly in front of me, hands shaking. The doors burst open. "What have you done?" Lucien breathed, and Tamlin's face was the picture of devastation as Lucien shoved him aside. He let Lucien shove him aside and help me stand. Something wet and warm slid down my cheek. Blood from the scent of it. "Let's get you cleaned up," Lucien said, an arm around my shoulders as he eased me from the room. I barely heard him over the ringing in my ears, the slight spinning to the world. The sentries, Braun and Hart, 2 of Tamlin's favorite lord warriors among them, were gaping, attention torn between the wrecked study and my face. With good reason. As Lucien led me past a gilded hall mirror, I beheld what had drawn such horror. My eyes were glassy, my face pallid, save for the scratch just beneath my cheekbone, perhaps 2 inches long and leaking blood. Little scratches peppered my neck, my hands, but I willed that cleansing, healing power, that of the High Lord of Dawn, to keep from seeking them out, from smoothing them away. "Feyre," Tamlin breathed from behind us. I halted, aware of every eye that watched. "I'm fine," I whispered. "I'm sorry." I wiped at the blood dribbling down my cheek. "I'm fine," I told him again. No one, not even Tamlin, looked convinced. And if I could have painted that moment, I would have named it A Portrait in Snares and Baiting. Rhysand sent word down the bond the second I was soaking in the bathtub. "Are you hurt?" The question was faint, the bond quieter and tenser than it had been days ago. Sore but fine, nothing I can't handle. Though my injuries still lingered, and showed no signs of a speedy healing. Perhaps I'd been too good at keeping those healing powers at bay. The reply was a long time coming. Then it came all at once, as if he wanted to cram every word in before the difficulty of the distance silenced us. I know better than to tell you to be careful or to come home, but I want you home, soon, and I want him dead for putting a hand on you." Even with the entirety of the land between us, his rage rippled down the bond. I answered, my tone soothing, dry. Technically, his magic touched me, not his hand. The bath water was cold by the time his reply came through. "I'm glad you have a sense of humor about this. I certainly don't." I sent back an image of me sticking out my tongue at him. My clothes were back on when his answer arrived. Like mine, it was wordless, a mere image. Like mine, Rhysand's tongue was out. But it was occupied with doing something else. I made a point to take a ride the next day, made sure it was when Bronn and Hart were on duty, and asked them to escort me. They didn't say much, but I felt their assessing glances at my every wince as we rode the worn paths through the spring wood. Felt them study the cut on my face, the bruises beneath my clothes that had me hissing every now and then. Still not fully healed, to my surprise, though I supposed it worked to my advantage. Tamlin had begged my forgiveness at dinner yesterday, and I'd given it to him. But Lucien hadn't spoken to him all evening. Jurian and the Hybern royals had sulked at the delay after I'd quietly admitted my bruises made it too difficult to accompany them to the wall. Tamlin hadn't possessed the nerve to suggest they go without me, to rob me of that duty, not when he saw the purplish markings and knew that if they were on a human, I might have been dead. And the royals, after Lucien and I had sent the bogies and visible malice after them, had backed off. For now. I kept my shields up, around myself and the others, the strain now a constant headache that had any extra sort of magic feeling feeble and thin. The reprieve on the border hadn't done much. No, it had made the strain worse after I'd sent my power through the wall. I'd invited Ianthe to the house, subtly requesting her comforting presence. She arrived knowing the full details of what had transpired in that study, letting it conveniently slip that Tamlin had confessed it to her, pleading for absolution from the mother and Cauldron and whoever else. I prattled about my own forgiveness to her that evening, and made a show of taking her good counsel, telling the courtiers and others at our crowded table that night how lucky we were to have Tamlin and Ianthe guarding our lands. Honestly, I don't know how none of them connected it. How none of them saw my words as not a strange coincidence, but a dare, a threat. That last little nudge. Especially when 7 Naga broke into the estate grounds just past midnight. They were dispatched before they reached the house, an attack halted by a cauldron-sent warning vision from none other than Ianthe herself. The chaos and screaming woke the estate. I remained in my room, guards beneath my windows and outside my door. Tamlin himself, blood-drenched and panting, came to inform me that the grounds were again secure, that the Naga had been found with the keys to the gate, and the sentry who had lost them would be dealt with in the morning. A final show of power from a tribe that had not gone gently after Amarantha's reign. All of us saved from further harm by Ianthe. We all gathered outside the barracks the next morning, Lucien's face pallid and drawn, purple smudges beneath his glazed eyes. He hadn't returned to his room last night. Beside me, the Hybern royals and Jurian were silent and grim, as Tamlin paced before the sentry strung up between 2 posts. "You were entrusted with guarding this estate and its people," Tamlin said to the shuddering male, already stripped down to his pants. "You were found not only asleep at the gate last night, but it was your set of keys that originally went missing." Tamlin snarled softly. "Do you deny this?" I never fall asleep. It's never happened until now. I must have just nodded off for a minute or two," the sentry stammered, the ropes restraining him groaning as he strained against them. "You jeopardized the lives of everyone in this manor. And it could not go unpunished. Not with the Hybern royals here, seeking any sign of weakness." Tamlin held out a hand. Bronn, stone-faced, approached to give him a whip. All the sentries, his most trusted warriors, shifted about. Some outright glaring at Tamlin, some trying not to watch what was about to unfold. I grabbed Lucian's hand. It wasn't entirely for show. Ianthe stepped forward, hands folded over her stomach. 20 lashes. And one more, for the cauldron's forgiveness." The guards turned baleful eyes toward her now. Tamlin unfurled the whip into the dirt. I made my move, slid my power into the bound sentry's mind, and freed the memory I'd coiled up tightly in his head. Freed his tongue, too. "It was her," he panted, jerking his chin to Ianthe. "She took the keys." Tamlin blinked, and everyone in that courtyard looked right to Ianthe. Her face didn't so much as flinch at the accusation, the truth he'd flung her way. I'd been waiting to see how she'd counter my showing of power at the solstice, tracking her movements that entire day and night. Within moments of my leaving the party, she'd gone to the barracks, used some glimmer of power to lull him to sleep, and taken his keys. Then planted her warnings about the Nagah's impending attacks. After, she gave the creatures the keys to the gates. So she could sound the alarm last night. So she could save us from a real threat. Clever idea. Had it not played right into everything I'd laid out. Ianthe said smoothly, "Why should I take the keys? I warned you of the attack." "You were at the barracks. I saw you that night," the sentry insisted, then turning pleading eyes to Tamlin. It wasn't fear of pain that propelled him, I realized. No, the lashings would have been deserved and earned and borne well. It was the fear of honor lost. "I would have thought one of your sentries, Tamlin, would have more dignity than to spread lies to spare himself from some fleeting pain." Ianthe's face remained serene as always. Tamlin, to his credit, studied the sentry for a long moment. I stepped forward. "I will hear his story." Some of the guards loosed sighs. Some looked at me with pity and affection. Ianthe lifted her chin. "With all due respect, milady, it is not your judgment to make." And there it was, the attempt to knock me down a few pegs. Just because it would make her see red, I ignored her completely and said to the sentry, "I will hear your story." I kept my focus on him, even as I counted my breaths, even as I prayed that Ianthe would take the bait. "You'll take the word of a sentry over that of a high priestess?" My disgust at her blurted words wasn't entirely feigned, even though hiding my faint smile was an effort. The guards shifted on their feet at the insult, the tone. Even if they had not already trusted their fellow sentry, from her words alone, they realized her guilt. I looked to Tamlin then, saw his eyes sharpen as well, with understanding. Too many protests from Ianthe. Oh, he was well aware that Ianthe had perhaps planned that Nagah attack to reclaim some shred of power and influence as a savior of these people. Tamlin's mouth tightened in disapproval. I'd given them both a length of rope. I supposed now would be the moment to see whether they'd hang themselves with it. I dared one more step forward, upturning my palms to Tamlin. Perhaps it was a mistake. Don't take it from his hide or his honor. Let's hear him out, Tamlin's eyes softened a fraction. He remained silent, considering. But behind me, Branna snorted. "Pathetic," she murmured, though everyone could hear it. Weak, vulnerable, ripe for conquest. I saw the words slam through Tamlin's face, as if they were shutting doors in their wake. There was no other interpretation. Not for Tamlin. But Ianthe assessed me. Standing before the crowd, the influence I'd made so very clear I was capable of stealing. If she admitted guilt, whatever she had left would come crumbling down. Tamlin opened his mouth, but Ianthe cut him off. "There are laws to be obeyed," she told me, gently enough that I wanted to drag my nails down her face. "Traditions. He has broken our trust, has let our blood be spilled for his carelessness. Now he seeks to accuse a high priestess of his failings. It cannot go unpunished." She nodded to Tamlin. 21 lashes, High Lord." I glanced between them, my mouth going dry. "Please, just listen to him." The guard hanging between the posts had such hope and gratitude in his eyes. In this, my revenge edged toward something oily, something foreign and queasy. He would heal from the pain, but the blow to his honor, it'd take a little piece out of mine as well. Tamlin stared at me, then Ianthe, then glanced to the smirking Hybern royals, to Jurian, who crossed his arms, his face unreadable. And like I'd gambled, his need for control, for strength, won out. Ianthe was too important an ally to risk isolating. The word of a low sentry. No, it did not matter as much as hers. Tamlin turned to the sentry tied to the posts. "Put the bit in," he quietly ordered Bronn. There was a heartbeat of hesitation from Bronn, as if the shock of Tamlin's order had rippled through him, through all the guards, siding with Ianthe, over them, his sentries, who had gone over the wall again and again to try to break that curse for him, who had gladly done it, gladly died, hunted down as those wolves for him. And the wolf I'd felled, Andres, he'd gone willingly too. Tamlin had sent them all over, and not all of them had come back. They had gone willingly, yet this was his thanks, his gratitude, his trust. But Bronn did as commanded, sliding the small piece of wood into the now trembling sentry's mouth. Judging by the barely concealed disdain in the guards' faces, at least they were aware of what had occurred, or what they believed had occurred. The High Priestess had orchestrated this entire attack to cast herself as a savior, offering up the reputation of one of their own as the asking price. They had no idea, none, that I'd goaded her into it, pushed and pushed her to reveal just what a snake she was, how little anyone without a title meant to her, how Tamlin listened to her without question, to a fault. It wasn't much of an act when I put a hand to my throat, backing up a step, then another, until Lucian's warmth was against me, and I leaned fully into him. The sentries were sizing up Ianthe, the royals. Tamlin had always been one of them, fought for them. Until now. Until Hybern. Until he put these foreign monsters before them. Until he put a scheming high priestess before them. Tamlin's eyes were on us, on the hand Lucian put on my arm to steady me as he drew back the whip. The thunderous crack as it cleaved the air snapped through the barracks, the estate, through the very foundations of the court. Chapter 9. Ianthe wasn't done. I knew it, braced myself for it, She didn't flit back to her temple a few miles away. Rather, she remained at the house, seizing her chance to worm her way closer to Tamlin. She believed she'd gained a foothold, that her declaration of justice served at the bloody end of the whipping hadn't been anything but a final slap in the face to the guards who watched. And when that sentry had sagged from his bindings, when the others came to gently untie him, Ianthe merely ushered the Hybern party and Tamlin into the manor for lunch. But I'd remained at the barracks, tending to the groaning sentry, drawing away bloodied bowls of water while the healer quietly patched him up. Braun and Hart personally escorted me back to the estate hours later. I thanked each by name, then apologized that I hadn't been able to prevent it, Ianthe's scheming or the unjust punishment of their friend. I meant every word. The crack of the whip was still echoing in my ears. Then they spoke the words I'd been waiting for. They were sorry they hadn't stopped any of it either. Not just today, but the bruises now fading at last, the other incidents. If I had asked them, they would have handed me their own knives to slit their throats. The next evening, I was hurrying back to my room to change for dinner when Ianthe made her next move. She was to come with us to the wall tomorrow morning. Her and Tamlin, too. If we were all to be a united front, she'd declared over dinner, then she wished to see the wall herself. The Hybern royals didn't care, but Jurian winked at me, as if he too saw the game in motion. I packed my own bags that night. Alice entered right before bed, a third pack in her hands. "Since it's a longer trip, I brought you supplies." Even with Tamlin joining us, it was too many people for him to winnow us directly. So we'd go, as we'd done before, in segments, a few miles at a time. Alice laid the pack she'd prepared beside my own, picked up the brush on the vanity, and beckoned me to sit on the cushioned bench before it. I obeyed. For a few minutes, she brushed my hair in silence. Then she said, "When you leave tomorrow, I leave too." I lifted my eyes to hers in the mirror. "My nephews are packed, the ponies ready to take us back to Summer Court territory at last. It's been too long since I saw my home," she said, though her eyes shone. "I know the feeling," was all I said. "I wish you well, lady," Alice said, setting down the brush and beginning to braid back my hair. "For the rest of your days, however long they may be, I wish you well." I let her finish the plait, then pivoted on the bench and gripped her thin fingers in mine. "Don't ever tell Tarquin you know me well," I said quietly. Her brows rose. "There is a blood ruby with my name on it," I clarified. Even her tree bark skin seemed to blanch. She understood it well enough. I was a hunted enemy of the Summer Court. Only my death would be accepted as payment for my crimes. Alice squeezed my hand. "Blood rubies or no, you will always have one friend in the Summer Court." My throat bobbed. "And you will always have one in mine," I promised her. She knew which court I meant, and did not look afraid. The sentries did not glance at Tamlin, or so much as speak to him unless absolutely necessary. Braun, Hart, and 3 others were to join us. They'd spotted me checking on their friend before dawn, a courtesy I knew none of the others had extended. Winnowing felt like wading through mud. In fact, my powers had become more of a burden than a help. I had a throbbing headache by noon, and spent the last leg of the journey dizzy and disoriented as we winnowed again and again. We arrived and set up camp in near silence. I quietly, shyly asked to share a tent with Ianthe instead of Tamlin, appearing eager to mend the rift the whipping had torn between us. But I did it more to spare Lucien from her attention than to keep Tamlin at bay. Dinner was made and eaten, bedrolls laid out, and Tamlin ordered Bronn and Hart on the first watch. Lying beside Ianthe without slitting her throat was an exercise in patience and control. But whenever the knife beneath my pillow seemed to whisper her name, I'd remind myself of my friends, the family that was alive, healing in the north. I repeated their names silently, over and over into the darkness. Rhysand, Mor, Cassian, Amren, Azriel, Elaine, Nesta. I thought of how I had last seen them, so bloodied and hurting. Thought of Cassian's screams as his wings were shredded. Of Azriel's threat to the king as he advanced on Mor. Nesta, fighting every step toward the cauldron. My goal was bigger than revenge. My purpose greater than personal retribution. Dawn broke, and I found my palm curled around the hilt of my knife anyway. I drew it out as I sat up, staring down at the sleeping priestess. The smooth column of her neck seemed to glow in the early morning sun leaking in through the tent flaps. I weighed the knife in my hand. I wasn't sure I'd been born with the ability to forgive. Not for terrors inflicted on those I loved. For myself, I didn't care. Not nearly as much. But there was some fundamental pillar of steel in me that could not bend or break in this. Could not stomach the idea of letting these people get away with what they'd done. Ianthe's eyes opened, the teal as limpid as her discarded circlet. They went right to the knife in my hand, then to my face. "You can't be too careful while sharing a camp with enemies," I said. I could have sworn something like fear shone in her eyes. "Hybern is not our enemy," she said, a bit breathlessly. From her paleness as I left the tent, I knew my answering smile had done its job well. Lucien and Tamlin showed the twins where the crack in the wall lay. And as they had the first 2 times, they spent hours surveying it, the surrounding land. I kept close this time, watching them, my presence now deemed relatively unthreatening, if not a nuisance. We'd played our little power games, established I could bite if I wished, but we'd tolerate each other. "Here," Branna murmured to Dagden, jerking her chin to the invisible divider. The only markings were the different trees. On our side, they were bright, fresh, green of spring. On the other, they were dark, broad, curling slightly with heat, the height of summer. "The first one was better," Dagden countered. I sat atop a small boulder, peeling an apple with a paring knife. "Closer to the western coast, too," he added to his twin. "This is closer to the continent, to the strait." I sliced deep into the flesh of the apple, carving out a hunk of white meat for myself. "Yes, but we'd have more access to the High Lord's supplies." Said High Lord was currently off with Jurian, hunting for food more filling than the sandwiches we'd packed. Ianthe had gone to a nearby spring to pray, and I had no idea whatsoever where Lucien or the sentries were. Good. Easier for me as I shoved the apple slice into my mouth and said around it, "I say go for this one." They twisted toward me, Branna sneering and Dagden's brows high. "What do you know of any of it?" Branna demanded. I shrugged, cutting another piece of apple. "You two talk louder than you realize." Shared accusatory glares between them. Proud, arrogant, cruel. I'd been taking their measure this fortnight. Unless you want to risk the other courts having time to rally and intercepting you before you can cross to the strait, I'd pick this one." Branna rolled her eyes. I went on, rambling and bored. "But what do I know? You two have squatted on a little island for 500 years. Clearly you know more about Prythian and moving armies than me." Branna hissed. "This is not about armies, so I will trust you to keep that mouth shut until we have use for you." I snorted. "You mean to tell me all of this nonsense hasn't been to find a place to break through the wall and use the cauldron to also transport the mass of your armies here?" She laughed, low and cold. "The cauldron is not for transporting grunt armies. It is for remaking worlds. It's for bringing down this hideous wall and reclaiming what we were." I merely crossed my legs. "I'd think that with an army of 10,000, you wouldn't need any magical objects to do your dirty work." "Our army is 10 times that, girl," Branna sneered. "And twice that number if you count our allies in Valahan, Montessere, and Rask." 200,000. Mother save us. "You've certainly been busy all these years." I surveyed them, utterly nonplussed. Why not strike when Amarantha had the island? The king had not yet found the cauldron, despite years of searching. It served his purposes to let her be an experiment for how we might break these people, and served as good motivation for our allies on the continent to join us, knowing what would await them. I finished off my apple and chucked the core into the woods. They watched it fly like 2 hounds tracking a pheasant. "So, they're all going to converge here? I'm supposed to play hostess to so many soldiers?" "Our own force will take care of Prythian before uniting with the others. Our commanders are preparing for it as we speak." "You must think you stand a shot at losing if you're bothering to use the cauldron to help you win." "The cauldron is victory. It will wipe this world clean again." I lifted my eyes in irreverent cynicism. "And you need this exact spot to unleash it?" "This exact spot," Dagden said, a hand on the hilt of his sword, "exists because a person or object of mighty power passed through it. The cauldron will study the work they've already done and magnify it until the wall collapses entirely. It is a careful, complex process, and one I doubt your mortal mind can grasp." "Probably, though this mortal mind did manage to solve Amarantha's riddle and destroy her." Branna merely turned back to the wall. "Why do you think Hybern let her live for so long in these lands? Better to have someone else to do his dirty work." I had what I needed. Tamlin and Jurian were still off hunting. The royals were preoccupied, and I'd sent the sentries to get me more water, claiming that some of my bruises still ached a bit, and I wanted to make a poultice for them. They'd looked positively murderous at that. Not at me, but at who had given me those bruises, who had picked Ianthe over them, and Hybern over their honor and people. I brought 3 packs, but I'd only need 1. The one I'd carefully repacked with Alice's new supplies, now tucked beside everything I'd anticipated needing to get clear of them and go. The one I'd brought with me on every trip out to the wall just in case. And now, I had numbers. I had a purpose. I had a specific location and the names of foreign territories. But more than that, I had a people who had lost their faith in their high priestess. I had sentries who were beginning to rebel against their high lord. And as a result of those things, I had Hybern royals doubting the strength of their allies here. I'd primed this court to fall, not from outside forces, but its own internal warring. And I had to be clear of it before it happened. before the last sliver of my plan fell into place. The party would return without me, and to maintain that illusion of strength, Tamlin and Ianthe would lie about it, where I'd gone. And perhaps a day or two after that, one of these sentries would reveal the news, a carefully sprung trap that I'd coiled into his mind like one of my snares. I'd fled for my life, after being nearly killed by the Hybern prince and princess. I'd planted images in his head of my brutalized body, the markings consistent with what Dagden and Branna had already revealed to be their style. He'd describe them in detail. Describe how he helped me get away before it was too late. How I ran for my life when Tamlin and Ianthe refused to intervene, to risk their alliance with Hybern. And when the sentry revealed the truth, no longer able to stomach keeping quiet when he saw how my sorry fate was concealed by Tamlin and Ianthe, just as Tamlin had sided with Ianthe the day he'd flogged that sentry. When he described what Hybern had done to me, their curse-breaker, their newly anointed cauldron-blessed, before I'd fled for my life, there would be no further alliance, for there would be no sentry or denizen of this court who would stand with Tamlin or Ianthe after this. After me. I ducked into my tent to grab my pack, my steps light and swift. Listening, barely breathing, I scanned the camp, the woods. A few seconds extra had me snatching Tamlin's bandolier of knives from where he'd left them inside his tent. They'd get in the way while using a bow and arrow, he'd explained that morning. Their weight was considerable as I slung it across my chest. Illyrian fighting knives. Home. I was going home. I didn't bother to look back at the camp as I slipped into the northern tree line. If I winnowed without stopping between leaps, I'd be at the foothills in an hour, and would vanish through one of the caves not long after that. I made it about 100 yards into the cover of the trees before I halted. I heard Lucien first. Back off. A low female laugh. Everything in me went still and cold at that sound. I'd heard it once before, in Rhysand's memory. Keep going. They were distracted, horrible as it was. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I thought you'd seek me out after the rite, Ianthe purred. They couldn't be more than 30 feet through the trees, far enough away not to hear my presence, if I was quiet enough. I was obligated to perform the rite, Lucien snapped. That night wasn't the product of desire, believe me. We had fun, you and I. I'm a mated male now. Every second was the ringing of my death knell. I'd primed everything to fall. I'd long since stopped feeling any sort of guilt or doubt about my plan, not with Alice now safely away. And yet... You don't act that way with Feyre. A silk-wrapped threat. You're mistaken. Am I? Twigs and leaves crunched, as if she was circling him. You put your hands all over her. I had done my job too well. Provoked her jealousy too much with every instance I'd found ways to get him to touch me in her presence, in Tamlin's presence. Do not touch me, he growled. And then, I was moving. I masked the sound of my footfalls, silent as a panther as I stalked to the little clearing where they stood, where Lucien stood, back against a tree, twin bands of blue stone shackled around his wrists. I'd seen them before. On Rhys, to immobilize his power. Stone hewn from Hybern's rotted land, capable of nullifying magic. And in this case, holding Lucien against that tree as Ianthe surveyed him like a snake before a meal. She slid a hand over the broad panes of his chest, his stomach, and Lucian's eyes shot to me as I stepped between the trees, fear and humiliation reddening his golden skin. "That's enough," I said. Ianthe whipped her head to me. Her smile was innocent, simpering, but I saw her note the pack, Tamlin's bandolier, dismiss them. "We were in the middle of a game, weren't we, Lucian?" He didn't answer. And the sight of those shackles on him, however she'd trapped him, and the sight of her hand still on his stomach. "We'll return to the camp when we're done," she said, turning to him. Her hand slid lower, not for his own pleasure, but simply to throw it in my face that she could. I struck. Not with my knives or magic, but my mind. I ripped down the shield I'd kept up around her to avoid the twins' control and slammed myself into her consciousness. A mask over a face of decay. That's what it was like to go inside that beautiful head and find such hideous thoughts inside it. A trail of males she'd used her power on or outright forced to bed, convinced of her entitlement to them. I pulled back against the tug of those memories, mastering myself. "Take your hands off him." She did. "Unshackle him." Lucian's skin drained of color as Ianthe obeyed me, her face queerly vacant, pliant. The blue stone shackles thumped to the mossy ground. Lucian's shirt was askew, the top button on his pants already undone. The roaring that filled my mind was so loud I could barely hear myself as I said, "Pick up that rock." Lucian remained pressed against that tree, and he watched in silence as Ianthe stooped to pick up a gray, rough rock about the size of an apple. "Put your right hand on that boulder." She obeyed, though a tremor went down her spine. Her mind thrashed and struggled against me like a fish snared on a line. I dug my mental talons in deeper, and some inner voice of hers began screaming. "Smash your hand with the rock as hard as you can until I tell you to stop." The hand she'd put on him, on so many others. Ianthe brought the stone up. The first impact was a muffled, wet thud. The second was an actual crack. The third drew blood. Her arm rose and fell, her body shuddering with the agony. And I said to her very clearly, "You will never touch another person against their will. You will never convince yourself that they truly want your advances, that they're playing games. You will never know another's touch unless they initiate, unless it's desired by both sides." Thwack, crack, thud. You will not remember what happened here. You will tell the others that you fell. Her ring finger had shifted in the wrong direction. You are allowed to see a healer to set the bones, but not to erase the scarring. And every time you look at that hand, you're going to remember that touching people against their will has consequences. And if you do it again, everything you are will cease to exist. You will live with that terror every day and never know where it originates, only the fear of something chasing you, hunting you, waiting for you the instant you let your guard down. Silent tears of pain flowed down her face. "You can stop now." The bloodied rock tumbled onto the grass. Her hand was little more than cracked bones wrapped in shredded skin. "Kneel here until someone finds you." Ianthe fell to her knees, her ruined hand leaking blood onto her pale robes. "I debated slitting your throat this morning," I told her. "I debated it all last night while you slept beside me. I've debated it every single day since I learned you sold out my sisters to Hybern." I smiled a bit. But I think this is a better punishment. And I hope you live a long, long life, Ianthe, and never know a moment's peace. I stared down at her for a moment longer, tying off the tapestry of words and commands I'd woven into her mind, and turned to Lucien. He'd fixed his pants, his shirt. His wide eyes slid from her to me, then to the bloodied stone. "The word you're looking for, Lucien," crooned a deceptively light female voice, "is Daemati." We whirled toward Branna and Dagden as they stepped into the clearing, grinning like wolves. Chapter 10. Branna ran her fingers through Ianthe's golden hair, clicking her tongue at the bloodied pulp cradled in her lap. "Going somewhere, Farah?" I let my mask drop. "I have places to be," I told the Hybern royals, noting the flanking positions they were too casually establishing around me. "What could be more important than assisting us? You are, after all, sworn to assist our king." Time. Biding their time until Tamlin returned from hunting with Jurian. Lucien shoved off the tree but didn't come up to my side. Something like agony flickered across his face as he finally noted the stolen bandolier, the pack on my shoulders. "I have no allegiance to you," I told Branna, even as Dagden began to edge past my line of sight. "I am a free person, allowed to go where and when I will it." "Are you?" Branna mused, sliding a hand to her sword at her hip. I pivoted slightly to keep Dagden from slipping into my blind spot. "Such careful plotting these weeks. Such skilled maneuvering. You didn't seem to worry that we'd be doing the same." They weren't letting Lucien leave this clearing alive, or at least, not with his mind intact. He seemed to realize it at the same moment I did, understanding that there was no way they'd reveal this without knowing they'd get away with it. "Take the spring court," I said, and meant it. "It's going to fall one way or another." Lucien snarled. I ignored him. "Oh, we intend to," Branna said, sword inching free of its dark sheath. "But then there's the matter of you." I thumbed free 2 of the Illyrian fighting knives. "Haven't you wondered at all the headaches? How things seem a little muffled on certain mental bonds?" My powers had tired so swiftly, had become weaker and weaker these weeks. Dagden snorted and finally observed to his sister, "I'd give her about 10 minutes before the apple sets in." Branna chuckled, towing the blue stone shackle. "We gave the priestess the powder first. Crushed Fabane stone, ground so fine you couldn't see or scent or taste it in your food. She'd add a little at a time. Nothing suspicious. Not too much, lest it stifle all your powers at once." Unease began to clench my gut. "We've been Daemati for 1,000 years, girl," Dagden sneered. "But we didn't even need to slip into her mind to get her to do our bidding. But you, what a valiant effort you put up, trying to shield them all from us." Dagden's mind speared for Lucien's. A dark arrow shot between them. I slammed up a shield between them, and my head, my very bones, ached. "What apple?" I bit out. "The one you shoved down your throat an hour ago," Branna said. "Grown and tended in the king's personal garden. Fed a steady diet of water laced with Fabane. Enough to knock out your powers for a few days straight. No shackles required. And here you are, thinking no one had noticed you planned to vanish today." She clicked her tongue again. Our uncle would be most displeased if we allowed that to happen. I was running out of borrowed time. I could winnow. But then I'd abandon Lucian to them if he somehow couldn't manage to winnow himself with the Fabane in his system from the food at the camp. Leave him. I should and could leave him. But to a fate perhaps worse than death. His russet eye gleamed. Go. I made my choice. I exploded into night and smoke and shadow. And even 1,000 years wasn't enough for Dagden to adequately prepare as I winnowed in front of him and struck. I sliced through the front of his leather armor, not deep enough to kill, and as steel snagged on its plates, he twisted expertly, forcing me to either expose my right side or lose the knife. I winnowed again. This time, Dagden went with me. I wasn't fighting Hybern cronies unaware in the woods. I wasn't fighting the Adder and its ilk in the streets of Valaris. Dagden was a Hybern prince, a commander. He fought like one. Winnow, strike, winnow, strike. We were a black whirlwind of steel and shadow through the clearing, and months of Cassian's brutal training clicked into place as I kept my feet under me. I had the vague sense of Lucian gaping, even Branna taken aback by my show of skill against her brother. But Dagden's blows weren't hard. No, they were precise and swift, but he didn't throw himself into it wholly. Buying time. Wearing me down until my body fully absorbed that apple, and its power rendered me nearly mortal. So, I hit him where he was the weakest. Branna screamed as a wall of flame slammed into her. Dagden lost his focus for all of a heartbeat. His roar as I sliced deep into his abdomen shook the birds from the trees. "You little bitch," he spat, dancing back from my next blow as the fire cleared and Branna was revealed on her knees. Her physical shield had been sloppy. She'd expected me to attack her mind. She was shuddering, gasping with agony. The reek of charred skin now drifted to us, directly from her right arm, her ribs, her thigh. Dagden lunged for me again, and I brought up both of my knives to meet his blade. He didn't pull the blow this time. I felt its reverberation in every inch of my body. Felt the rising, stifling silence, too. I'd felt it once before. That day in Hybern. Branna surged to her feet with a sharp cry, but Lucian was there. Her focus wholly on me, on taking from me the beauty I'd burned from her, she didn't see him winnow until it was too late. Until Lucian's sword refracted the light of the sun leaking through the canopy, and then met flesh and bone. A tremor shuddered through the clearing, like some thread between the twins had been snipped, as Branna's dark head thudded onto the grass. Dagden screamed, launching himself at Lucian, winnowing across the 15 feet between us. Lucian had barely heaved his blade out of Branna's severed neck when Dagden was before him, sword shoving forward to run him through the throat. Lucian only had enough time to stumble back from Dagden's killing blow. I had enough time to stop it. I parried Dagden's blade aside with my knife, the male's eyes going wide as I winnowed between them, and punched my other knife into his eye, right into the skull behind it. Bone and blood and soft flesh scraped and slid along the blade. Dagden's mouth still open with surprise as I yanked out the knife. I let him fall atop his sister. The thud of flesh on flesh, the only sound. I merely looked at Ianthe, my power guttering, a hideous ache building in my gut, and made my last command, amending my earlier ones. You tell them I killed them, in self-defense, after they hurt me so badly, while you and Tamlin did nothing. Even when they torture you for the truth, you say that I fled after I killed them, to save this court from their horrors. Blank, vacant eyes were my only answer. Feyre, Lucian's voice was a hoarse rasp. I merely wiped my 2 knives on Dagden's back before going to reclaim my fallen pack. "You're going back to the Night Court." I shouldered my heavy pack and finally looked at him. "Yes." His tan face had paled, but he surveyed Ianthe, the 2 dead royals. "I'm going with you." "No," was all I said, heading for the trees. A cramp formed deep in my belly. I had to get away, had to use the last of my power to winnow to the hills. "You won't make it without magic," he warned me. I just gritted my teeth against the sharp pain in my abdomen as I rallied my strength to winnow to those distant foothills, but Lucian gripped my arm, halting me. "I'm going with you," he said again, face splattered with blood as bright as his hair. "I'm getting my mate back." There was no time for this argument, for the truth and debate and the answers I saw he desperately wanted. Tamlin and the others would have heard the shouting by now. "Don't make me regret this," I told him. Blood coated the inside of my mouth by the time we reached the foothills hours later. I was panting, my head throbbing, my stomach a twisting knot of aching. Lucian was barely better off, his winnowing as shaky as my own before we halted amongst the rolling green and he doubled over, hands braced on his knees. "It's gone," he said, gasping for breath. "My magic. Not an ember. They must have dosed all of us today." And given me a poisoned apple just to make sure it kept me down. My power pulled away from me like a wave reeling back from the shore. Only there was no return. It just went farther and farther out into the sea of nothing. I peered at the sun, now a hand's width above the horizon, shadows already thick and heavy between the hills. I took my bearings, sorting through the knowledge I'd compiled these weeks. I took a step northward, swaying a bit. Lucian grabbed my arm. "You're taking a door?" I slid aching eyes toward him. Yes. The caves, doors, they called them, in those hollows led to other pockets of Prythian. I'd taken one straight under the mountain. I would now take one to get me home, or as close as I could get. No door to the Night Court existed, here or anywhere. And I wouldn't risk my friends by bringing them here to retrieve me, no matter the bond between Rhys and me. I couldn't so much as feel it. A numbness had spread through me. I needed to get out. Now. "The Autumn Court portal is that way." Warning and reproach. "I can't go into summer. They'll kill me on sight." Silence. He let go of my arm. I swallowed, my throat so dry I could barely do so. "The only other door here leads under the mountain. We sealed off all the other entrances. If we go there, we could wind up trapped. Or have to return. Then we go to Autumn, and from there..." I trailed off before I finished. Home. But Lucian gleaned it anyway, and seemed to realize then. That's what the Night Court was. Home. I could almost see the word in his russet eye as he shook his head. Later. I gave him a silent nod. Yes, later. We'd have it all out. "The Autumn Court will be as dangerous as summer," he warned. "I just need somewhere to hide, to lie low until we can winnow again." A faint buzzing and ringing filled my ears, and I felt my magic vanish entirely. "I know a place," Lucian said, walking toward the cave that would take us to his home. To the lands of the family who'd betrayed him as badly as this court had betrayed mine. We hurried through the hills, swift and silent as shadows. The cave to the autumn court had been left unguarded. Lucian looked at me over his shoulder as if to ask if I too had been responsible for the lack of guards who were always stationed here. I gave him another nod. I'd slid into their minds before we'd left, making sure this door would be left open. Cassian had taught me to always have a second escape route. Always. Lucian paused before the swirling gloom of the cave mouth. The blackness, like a worm, poised to devour us both. A muscle feathered in his jaw. I said, "Stay, if you want. What's done is done." For Hybern was coming, already here. I had debated it for weeks, whether it was better to claim the Spring Court for ourselves or to let it fall to our enemies. But it could not remain neutral, a barrier between our forces in the north and the humans in the south. It would have been easy to call in Rhys and Cassian, and to have the latter bring in an Illyrian region to claim the territory when it was weakest after my own maneuverings, depending on how much mobility Cassian had retained, if he was still healing. Yet then we'd hold one territory, with 5 other courts between us. Sympathy might have swayed for the Spring Court. Others might have joined Hybern against us, considering our conquest here proof of our wickedness. But if Spring fell to Hybern, we could rally the other courts to us, charge as one from the north, drawing Hybern in close. "You were right," Lucian declared at last. "That girl I knew did die under the mountain." I wasn't sure if it was an insult, but I nodded all the same. At least we can agree on that. I stepped into the awaiting cold and dark. Lucian fell into step beside me as we strode beneath the archway of carved, crude stone, our blades out as we left behind the warmth and green of eternal spring. And in the distance, so faint I thought I might have imagined it, a beast's roar cleaved the land. Part 2. Cursebreaker. Chapter 11. The cold was what hit me first. Brisk, crisp cold, laced with loam and rotting things. In the twilight, the world beyond the narrow cave mouth was a latticework of red and gold and brown and green. The trees thick and old, the mossy ground strewn with rocks and boulders that cast long shadows. We emerged, blades out, barely breathing beyond a trickle of air. But there were no Autumn Court sentries guarding the entrance to Baron's realm, none that we could see or scent. Without my magic, I was blind again, unable to sweep a net of awareness through the ancient, vibrant trees to pick up any traces of nearby Fey mines. Utterly helpless. That's how I'd been before, how I'd survived so long without it. I didn't want to consider. We crept on cat-soft feet into the moss and stone and wood, our breath curling in front of us. Keep moving. Keep striding north. Rhys would have realized by now that our bond had gone dark, was likely trying to glean whether I had planned for that, whether it was worth the risk of revealing our scheming to find me. But until he did, until he could hear me, find me, I had to keep moving. So I let Lucian lead the way, wishing I'd at least been able to shift my eyes to something that could pierce the darkening wood. But my magic was still and frozen, a crutch I'd become too reliant upon. We picked our way through the forest, the chill deepening with each vanishing shaft of sunlight. We hadn't spoken since we'd entered that cave between courts. From the stiffness of his shoulders, the hard angle of his jaw as he moved on silent, steady feet, I knew only our need for stealth kept his simmering questions at bay. Night was fully overhead, the moon not yet risen when he led us into another cave. I balked at the entrance. Lucian merely said, voice flat and as icy as the air, "It doesn't lead anywhere. It curves away in the back. It'll keep us out of sight." I let him go inside first, nonetheless. Every limb and movement turned sluggish, aching, but I trailed him into the cave and around the bend he'd indicated. Flint struck, and I found myself gazing at a makeshift camp of sorts. The candle Lucian had ignited sat on a natural stone ledge. On the floor lay 3 bedrolls and old blankets, crusted with leaves and cobwebs. A little fire pit lay in the sloped center of the space, the ceiling above it charred. No one had been here in months. Years. "I used to stay here while hunting, before I left," he said, examining a dusty, leather-bound book left on the stone ledge beside the candle. He set the tome down with a thump. "It's just for the night. We'll find something to eat in the morning." I only picked up the nearest bedroll and smacked it a few times, leaves and clouds of dust flying off before I laid it upon the ground. "You truly planned this," he said at last. I sat on the bedroll and began sorting through my pack, hauling out the warmer clothes, food, and supplies Alice herself had placed within. "Yes." "That's all you have to say?" I sniffed at the food, wondering what was laced with Faebane. It could be in everything. "It's too risky to eat," I admitted, evading his question. Lucian was having none of it. I knew you were lying the moment you unleashed that light in Hybern. My friend at the Dawn Court has the same power. Her light is identical. And it does not do whatever horseshit you lied about it doing." I shoved my pack off my bedroll. "Then why not tell him? You were his faithful dog in every other sense." His eye seemed to simmer, as if being in his own land set that molten ore inside him rising to the surface, even with the damper on his power. "Glad to see the mask is off, at least." Indeed. I let him see it all, didn't alter or shape my face into anything but coldness. Lucian snorted. I didn't tell him for 2 reasons. 1, it felt like kicking a male already down. I couldn't take that hope away from him. I rolled my eyes. 2, he snapped. I knew if I was correct and called you on it, you'd find a way to make sure I never saw her. My nails dug into my palms hard enough to hurt, but I remained seated on the bedroll as I bared my teeth at him. And that's why you're here. Not because it's right, and he's always been wrong, but just so you can get what you think you're owed. She is my mate, and in my enemy's hands. I've made no secret from the start that Elaine is safe and cared for. And I'm supposed to believe you. Yes, I hissed. You are, because if I believed for one moment that my sisters were in danger, no high lord or king would have kept me from going to save them. He just shook his head, the candlelight dancing over his hair. You have the gall to question my priorities regarding Elaine. Yet what was your motive where I was concerned? Did you plan to spare me from your path of destruction because of my genuine friendship, or simply for fear of what it might do to her? I didn't answer. Well, what was your grand plan for me before Ianthe interfered? I pulled at a stray thread in the bedroll. You would have been fine, was all I said. And what about Tamlin? Did you plan to disembowel him before you left and simply not get the chance? I ripped the loose thread right out of the bedroll. I debated it. But I think letting his court collapse around him is a better punishment, certainly longer than an easy death. I slung off Tamlin's bandolier of knives, leather scraping against the rough stone floor. You're his emissary. Surely you realize that slitting his throat, however satisfying, wouldn't win us many allies in this war. No. It'd give Hybern too many openings to undermine us. He crossed his arms, digging in for a good long fight. Before he could do just that, I cut in, "I'm tired, and our voices echo. Let's have it out when it's not likely to get us caught and killed." His gaze was a brand. But I ignored it, as I nestled down on the bedroll, the material reeking of dust and rot. I pulled my cloak over me, but didn't close my eyes. I didn't dare sleep. Not when he might very well change his mind. Yet just lying down, not moving, not thinking, some of the tightness in my body eased. Lucian blew out the candle, and I listened to the sounds of him settling down as well. "My father will hunt you for taking his power if he finds out," he said into the frigid dark, "and kill you for learning how to wield it." "He can get in line," was all I said. My exhaustion was a blanket over my senses, as gray light stained the cave walls. I'd spent most of the night shivering, jolting at every snap and sound in the forest outside, keenly aware of Lucian's movements on his bedroll. From his own haggard face as he sat up, I knew he hadn't slept either, perhaps wondering if I'd abandon him, or if his family would find us first, or mine. We took each other's measure. "What now?" he rasped, scrubbing a broad hand over his face. Rhys had not come. I hadn't heard a whisper of him down the bond. I felt for my magic, but only ashes greeted me. "We head north," I said, "until the Faebane is out of our systems and we can winnow. Or I could contact Rhys and the others. My father's court lies northward. We'll have to go to the east or west to avoid it." "No, east takes us too close to the Summer Court border, and I won't lose time by going too far west. We go straight north." "My father's sentries will easily spot us." "Then we'll have to remain unseen," I said, rising. I dumped the last of the contaminated food from my pack. Let the scavengers have it. Walking through the woods of the autumn court felt like striding inside a jewel box. Even with all that potentially now hunted us, the colors were so vivid, it was an effort not to gawk and gape. By mid-morning, the rime had melted away under the buttery sun to reveal what was suitable for eating. My stomach growled with every step, and Lucian's red hair gleamed like the leaves above us as he scanned the woods for anything to fill our bellies. His woods, by blood and law. He was a son of this forest, and here, he looked crafted from it, for it, even that gold eye. Lucian eventually stopped at a jade stream wending through a granite-flanked gully, a spot he said had once been rich with trout. I was in the process of constructing a rudimentary fishing pole when he waded into the stream, boots off and pants rolled to his knees, and caught one with his bare hands. He'd tied his hair up, a few strands of it falling into his face as he swooped down again and threw a second trout onto the sandy bank where I'd been trying to find a substitute for fishing twine. We remained silent as the fish eventually stopped flapping, their sides catching and gleaming with all the colors so bright above us. Lucian picked them up by their tails, as if he'd done it 1,000 times. He might very well have, right here in this stream. "I'll clean them while you start the fire." In the daylight, the glow of the flames wouldn't be noticed, though the smoke, a necessary risk. We worked and ate in silence, the crackling fire offering the only conversation. We hiked north for 5 days, hardly exchanging a word. Baron's seat was so vast, it took us 3 days to enter, pass through, and clear it. Lucian led us through the outskirts, tense at every call and rustle. The forest house was a sprawling complex, Lucian informed me during the few times we risked or bothered to speak to each other. It had been built in and around the trees and rocks, and only its uppermost levels were visible above the ground. Below, it tunneled a few levels into the stone, but its sprawl generated its size. You might walk from one end of the house to the other, and it would take you half the morning. There were layers and circles of sentries ringing it, in the trees, on the ground, atop the moss-coated shingles and stones of the house itself. No enemies approached Baron's home without his knowledge. None left without his permission. I knew we'd passed beyond Lucian's known map of their patrol routes and stations when his shoulders sagged. Mine were slumped already. I'd barely slept, only letting myself do so when Lucian's breathing slid into a different, deeper rhythm. I knew I couldn't keep it up for long, but without the ability to shield, to sense any danger. I wondered if Rhys was looking for me, if he'd felt the silence. I should have gotten a message out, told him I was going and how to find me. The Faebane. That was why the bond had sounded so muffled. Perhaps I should have killed Ianthe outright. But what was done was done. I was rubbing at my aching eyes, taking a moment's rest beneath our new bounty, an apple tree laden with fat, succulent fruit. I'd filled my bag with what I could fit inside. 2 cores already lay discarded beside me, the sweet rotting scent as lulling as the droning of the bees gorging themselves on fallen apples. A 3rd apple was already primed and poised for eating atop my outstretched legs. After what the Hybern Royals had done, I should have sworn off apples forever, but hunger had always blurred lines for me. Lucian, sitting a few feet away, chucked his 4th apple into the bushes as I bit into mine. "The farmlands and fields are near," he announced. "We'll have to stay out of sight. My father doesn't pay well for his crops, and the land workers will earn any bit of extra coin they can." Even selling out the location of one of the High Lord's sons? Especially that way. "They didn't like you." His jaw tightened. As the youngest of 7 sons, I wasn't particularly needed or wanted. Perhaps it was a good thing. I was able to study for longer than my father allowed my brothers before shoving them out the door to rule over some territory within our lands. And I could train for as long as I liked, since no one believed I'd be dumb enough to kill my way up the long list of heirs. And when I grew bored with studying and fighting, I learned what I could of the land from its people. Learned about the people, too. He eased to his feet with a groan, his unbound hair glimmering as the midday sun overhead set the blood and wine hues aglow. I'd say that sounds more High Lord-like than the life of an idle, unwanted son. A long, steely look. "Did you think it was mere hatred that prompted my brothers to do their best to break and kill me?" Despite myself, a shudder rippled down my spine. I finished off the apple, uncoiled to my feet, plucking another off a low-hanging branch. "Would you want it? Your father's crown?" "No one's ever asked me that," Lucian mused as we moved on, dodging fallen, rotting apples. The air was sticky sweet. "The bloodshed that would be required to earn that crown wouldn't be worth it. Neither would its festering court. I'd gain a crown, only to rule over a crafty, two-faced people." "Lord of Foxes," I said, snorting as I remembered that mask he'd once worn. "But you never answered my question about why the people here would sell you out." The air ahead lightened, and a golden field of barley undulated toward a distant tree line. "After Jesminda, they would." Jesminda. He'd never spoken her name. Lucian slid between the swaying, bobbing stalks. "She was one of them." The words were barely audible over the sighing barley. "And when I didn't protect her, It was a betrayal of their trust, too. I ran to some of their houses while fleeing my brothers. They turned me out for what I let happen to her. Waves of gold and ivory rolled around us, the sky a crisp, unmarred blue. I can't blame them for it, he said. We cleared the fertile valley by the late afternoon. When Lucian offered to stop for the night, I insisted we keep going, right into the steep foothills that leaped into gray, snow-capped mountains that marked the start of the shared range with the Winter Court. If we could get over the border in a day or two, perhaps my powers would have returned enough to contact Rhys, or Winnow the rest of the way home. The hike wasn't an easy one. Great, craggy boulders made up the ascent, flecked with moss and long white grasses that hissed like adders. The wind ripped at our hair, and temperature dropping the higher we climbed. Tonight, we might have to risk a fire tonight, just to stay alive. Lucian was panting as we scaled a hulking boulder, the valley sprawling away behind, the wood a tangled river of color beyond it. There had to be a pass into the range at some point, out of sight. "How are you not winded?" he panted, hauling himself onto the flat top. I shoved back the hair that had torn free of my braid to whip my face. "I trained." "I gathered that much after you took on Dagden and walked away from it." I had the element of surprise on my side. "No," Lucian said quietly as I reached for a foothold in the next boulder. "That was all you." My nails barked as I dug my fingers into the rock and heaved myself up. Lucian added, "You had my back, with them, with Ianthe. Thank you." The words hit something low in my gut, and I was glad for the wind that kept roaring around us, if only to hide the burning in my eyes. I slept, finally. With the crackling fire in our latest cave, the heat and the relative remoteness were enough to finally drag me under. And in my dreams, I think I swam through Lucian's mind, as if some small ember of my power was at last returning. I dreamed of our cozy fire and the craggy walls, the entire space barely big enough to fit us in the fire. I dreamed of the howling dark night beyond, of all the sounds that Lucian so carefully sorted through while he kept watch. His attention slid to me at one point and lingered. I had never known how young, how human I looked when I slept. My braid was a rope over my shoulder, my mouth slightly parted, my face haggard with days of little rest and food. I dreamed that he removed his cloak and added it over my blanket. Then I ebbed away, flowing out of his head as my dreams shifted and sailed elsewhere. I let a sea of stars rock me into sleep. A hand gripped my face so hard the groaning of my bones jolted me awake. "Look who we found," a cold male voice drawled. I knew that face, the red hair, the pale skin, the smirk. Knew the faces of the other two males in the cave, a snarling Lucian pinned beneath them. His brothers. Chapter 12. "Father," the one now holding a knife to my throat said to Lucian, "is rather put out that you didn't stop by to say hello." "We're on an errand and can't be delayed," Lucian answered smoothly, mastering himself. That knife pressed a fraction harder into my skin as he let out a humorless laugh. "Right. Rumor has it you two have run off together, cuckolding Tamlin." His grin widened. "I didn't think you had it in you, little brother." "He had it in her, it seems," one of the others sniggered. I slid my gaze to the male above me. You will release us. Our esteemed father wishes to see you, he said with a snake smile. The knife didn't waver. So, you will come with us to his home. Eris, Lucian warned. The name clanged through me. Above me, mere inches away, Mor's former betrothed. The male who had abandoned her when he found her brutalized body on the border. The High Lord's heir. I could have sworn phantom talons bit into my palms. A day or two more and I might have been able to slash them across his throat. But I didn't have that time. I only had now. I had to make it count. Eris merely said to me, cold and bored, "Get up." I felt it then, stirring awake as if some stick had poked it, as if being here, in this territory, amongst its blooded royals, had somehow sparked it to life, boiling past that poison, turning that poison to steam. With his knife still angled against my neck, I let Eris haul me to my feet, the other two dragging Lucian before he could stand on his own. Make it count. Use my surroundings. I caught Lucian's eye, and he saw the sweat beading on my temple, my upper lip, as my blood heated. A slight bob of his chin was his only sign of understanding. Eris would bring us to Baron, and the High Lord would either kill us for sport, sell us to the highest bidder, or hold us indefinitely. And after what they had done to Lucian's lover, what they'd done to Mor. After you, Eris said smoothly, lowering that knife at last. He shoved me a step. I'd been waiting. Balance, Cassian had taught me, was crucial to winning a fight. And as Eris's shove caused him to get on uneven footing, I turned my propelled step on him. Twisting so fast he didn't see me get into his open guard, I drove my elbow into his nose. Eris stumbled back. Flame slammed into the other two, and Lucian hurtled out of the way as they shouted and fell deeper into the cave. I unleashed every drop of the flame in me, a wall of it between us and them, sealing his brothers inside the cave. "Run!" I gasped out. But Lucian was already at my side, a steadying hand under my arm as I burned that flame hotter and hotter. It wouldn't keep them contained for long, and I could indeed feel someone's power rising to challenge mine. But there was another force to wield. Lucian understood the same moment I did. Sweat simmered on Lucian's brow as a pulse of flame-licked power slammed into the stones just above us. Dust and debris rained down. I threw any trickle of magic into Lucian's next blow. His next. As Eris's livid face emerged from my net of flame, glowing like a new-forged god of wrath, Lucian and I brought down the cave ceiling. Fire burst through the small cracks like 1,000 flaming serpents' tongues, but the cave-in did not so much as tremble. "Hurry," Lucian panted, and I didn't waste breath agreeing as we staggered into the night. Our packs, our weapons, our food, all inside that cave. I had 2 daggers on me. Lucian 1. I'd been wearing my cloak, but he'd indeed given me his. He shivered against the cold as we dragged and clawed our way up the mountain slope, and did not dare stop. Had I still remained human, I would have been dead. The cold was bone deep, the screaming wind lashing us like burning whips. My teeth clacked against each other, my fingers so stiff I could scarcely grapple into the icy granite with each mile we staggered through the mountains. Perhaps both of us were spared from an icy death by the kernel of flame that had just barely kindled inside our veins. We didn't pause once, an unspoken fear that if we did, the cold would leach any lingering warmth, and we'd never again move. or Lucian's brothers would gain ground. I tried over and over to shout down the bond to Rhys, to Winnow, to grow wings and attempt to fly us out of the mountain pass we trudged through. The snow waist-deep and so densely packed in places we had to crawl over it, our skin scraped raw from the ice. But the Feybane's stifling grip still held the majority of my power in check. We had to be close to the Wintercourt border, I told myself as we squinted against a blast of icy wind through the other end of the narrow mountain pass. Close. And once we were over it, Eris and the others wouldn't dare set foot into another court's territory. My muscles screamed with every step, my boots soaked through with snow, my feet perilously numb. I'd spent enough human winters in the forest to know the dangers of exposure, the threat of cold and wet. Lucian, a step behind me, panted hard as the walls of rock and snow parted to reveal a bitter star-flecked night and more mountains beyond. I almost whimpered. "We've got to keep going," he said, snow crusting the stray strands of his hair, and I wondered if the sound had indeed left me. Ice tickled my frozen nostrils. "We can't last long. We need to get warm and rest." "My brothers." "We will die if we continue, or lose fingers and toes at best." I pointed to the mountain slope ahead, a hazardous plunge down. "We can't risk that at night. We need to find a cave and try to make a fire." "With what?" he snapped. "Do you see any wood?" I only continued on. Arguing just wasted energy and time. And I didn't have an answer anyway. I wondered if we'd make it through the night. We found a cave, deep and shielded from wind or sight. Lucian and I carefully covered our tracks, making sure the wind blew in our favor, veiling our scents. That was where our luck ran out. No wood to be found, no fire in either of our veins. So we used our only option, body heat. Huddled in the farthest reaches of the cave, we sat thigh to thigh and arm to arm beneath my cloak, shuddering with cold and dripping wet. I could scarcely hear the hollow scream of the wind over my chattering teeth, and his. "Find me! Find me! Find me!" I tried shouting down that bond, but my mate's wry voice didn't answer. There was only the roaring void. "Tell me about her. About Elaine," Lucian said quietly, as if the death that squatted in the dark beside us had drawn his thoughts to his own mate as well. I debated not saying anything, shaking too hard to dredge up speech, but she loves her garden. Always loved growing things. Even when we were destitute, she managed to tend a little garden in the warmer months. And when our fortune returned, she took to tending and planting the most beautiful gardens you've ever seen, even in Prythian. It drove the servants mad because they were supposed to do the work, and ladies were only meant to clip a rose here and there, but Elaine would put on a hat and gloves and kneel in the dirt, weeding. She acted like a purebred lady, in every regard but that. Lucian was silent for a long moment. "Acted," he murmured. "You talk about her as if she's dead." "I don't know what changes the cauldron wrought on her. I don't think going home is an option, no matter how she might yearn to." "Surely Prythian is a better alternative. War or no." I steeled myself before saying, "She is engaged, Lucian." I felt every inch of him go stiff beside me. "To whom?" flat, cold words, with the threat of violence simmering beneath. To a human lord's son? The Lord hates fairies, has dedicated his life and wealth to hunting them. Us. I was told that, though it's a love match, her betrothed father was keen to have access to her considerable dowry to continue his crusade against fairy kind. Elaine loves this lord's son. Not quite a question. She says she does. Nesta thought the father and his obsession with killing fairies was bad enough to raise some alarms. She never voiced the concern to Elaine. Neither did I. My mate is engaged to a human male. He spoke more to himself than to me. I'm sorry if... I want to see her. Just once. Just to know. To know what? I hitched my damp cloak higher around us. If she's worth fighting for. I couldn't bring myself to say she was. To give him that sort of hope, when Elaine might very well do everything in her power to hold to her engagement, even if immortality had already rendered it impossible. Lucian leaned his head back against the rock wall behind us. And then I'll ask your mate how he survived it, knowing you were engaged to someone else, sharing another male's bed. I tucked my freezing hands under my arms, gazing toward the gloom ahead. Tell me when you knew, he demanded, his knee pressing into mine. That Rhysand was your mate. Tell me when you stopped loving Tamlin and started loving him instead. I chose not to answer. Was it going on before you even left? I whipped my head to him, even if I could barely make out his features in the dark. I never touched Rhysand like that until months later. You kissed under the mountain. I had as little choice in that as I did in the dancing. And yet this is the male you now love. He didn't know. He had no inkling of the personal history, the secrets that had opened my heart to the High Lord of the Night Court. They were not my stories to tell. One would think, Lucian, that you'd be glad I fell in love with my mate, given that you're in the same situation Rhys was in 6 months ago. You left us. Us. Not Tamlin. Us. The words echoed into the dark, toward the howling wind and lashing snow beyond the bend. I told you that day in the woods. You abandoned me long before I ever physically left. I shivered again, hating every point of contact that I so desperately needed his warmth. You fit into the spring court as little as I did, Lucian. You enjoyed its pleasures and diversions, but don't pretend you weren't made for something more than that. His metal eye whirred. And where exactly do you believe I will fit in? The Night Court? I didn't answer. I didn't have one, honestly. As High Lady, I could likely offer him a position, if we survived long enough to make it home. I'd do it mostly to keep Elaine from ever going to the Spring Court. But I had little doubt Lucian would be able to hold his own against my friends. And some small, horrible part of me enjoyed the thought of taking one more thing away from Tamlin. Something vital, something essential. We should leave at dawn, was my only reply. We lasted the night. Every part of me was stiff and aching when we began our careful trek down the mountain. Not a whisper or trace of Lucian's brothers, or any sort of life. I didn't care. Not when we at last passed over the border and into Wintercourt lands. Beyond the mountain, a great ice plain sparkled into the distance, It would take days to cross, but it didn't matter. I'd awoken with enough power in my veins to warm us with a small fire. Slowly, so slowly, the effects of the Faebane ebbed. I was willing to wager that we'd be halfway across the ice by the time we could winnow out of here, if our luck held and no one else found us. I ran through every lesson Rhys had taught me about the Winter Court and its High Lord Callias. Towering, exquisite palaces, full of roaring hearths and bedecked in evergreens. Carved sleighs were the court's preferred method of transportation, hauled by velvet-antlered reindeer, whose splayed hooves were ideal for the ice and snow. Their forces were well trained, but they often relied on the great white bears that stalked the realm for any unwanted visitors. I prayed none of them waited on the ice, their coats perfectly blended into the terrain. The Night Court's relationship with Winter was fine enough, still tenuous, as all our bonds were after Amarantha, after she'd butchered so many of them, including, I remembered with no small surge of nausea, dozens of Winter Court children. I couldn't imagine it. The loss, the rage and grief. I'd never had the nerve to ask Rhys in those months of training who the children had belonged to, what the consequences had been, if it was considered the worst of Amarantha's crimes, or just one of countless others. But despite any tentative bonds, Winter was one of the seasonal courts. It might side with Tamlin, with Tarquin. Our best allies remained the solar courts, Dawn and Day, but they lay far to the north, above the demarcation line between the solar and seasonal courts. That slice of sacred unclaimed land that held under the mountain. And the Weaver's cottage. We'd be gone before we ever had to set foot in that lethal ancient forest. It was another day and night before we cleared the mountains entirely and set foot on the thick ice. Nothing grew, and I could only tell when we were on solid land by the dense snow packed beneath. Otherwise, too frequently, the ice was clear as glass, revealing dark, depthless lakes beneath. At least we didn't encounter any of the white bears. But the real threat, we both quickly realized, was the utter lack of shelter. Out on the ice, there was none to be found against the wind and cold, and if we lit a fire with our feeble magic, anyone nearby would spot it. No matter the practicality of lighting a fire atop a frozen lake. The sun was just slipping above the horizon, staining the plain with gold, the shadows still a bruised blue, when Lucian said, "Tonight we'll melt some of the ice pack enough to soften it, and build a shelter." I considered. We were barely 100 feet onto what seemed to be an endless lake. It was impossible to tell where it ended. "You think we'll be out on the ice for that long?" Lucian frowned toward the dawn-stained horizon. "Likely, but who knows how far it extends." Indeed, the snowdrifts hid much of the ice beneath. "Perhaps there's some other way around," I mused, glancing back toward our abandoned little camp. We looked at the same time, and both beheld the 3 figures now standing at the lake edge, smiling. Eris lifted a hand wreathed in flame. Flame, to melt the ice on which we stood. Chapter 13. "Run," Lucian breathed. I didn't dare take my eyes off his brothers. Not as Eris lowered that hand to the frozen edge of the lake. Run where, exactly? Flesh met ice and steam rippled. The ice went opaque, thawing in a line that shot for us. We ran. The slick ice made for a treacherous sprint, my ankles roaring with the effort of keeping me upright. Ahead, the lake stretched on forever, and with the sun barely awake, the dangers would be even harder to spot. "Faster," Lucian ordered. "Don't look," he barked as I began to turn my head to see if they'd followed. He lashed out a hand to grip my elbow, steadying me before I could even register that I'd stumbled. Where would we go? Where would we go? Where would we go? Water splashed beneath my boots. Thawed ice. Eris had to either be expending all his power to get through millennia of ice, or was just doing it slowly to torture us. "Zag," Lucian panted. "We need to—" He shoved me aside and I staggered, arms wheeling, just as an arrow ricocheted off the ice where I'd been standing. "Faster," Lucian snapped, and I didn't hesitate. I hurtled into a flat-out sprint, Lucian and I weaving in and out of each other's paths as those arrows continued firing. Ice sprayed where they landed, and no matter how fast we ran, the ground beneath us melted and melted. Ice. I had ice in my veins, and now that we were over the border of the Winter Court, I didn't care if they saw it. My power. Kallias's power. Not when the alternatives were far worse. I threw out a hand before us as a melting splotch began to spread, ice groaning. A spray of ice shot from my palm, freezing the lake once more. With each pump of my arms as I ran, I fired that ice from my palms, solidifying what Eris sought to melt ahead of us. Maybe, just maybe, we could clear the lake. And if they were stupid enough to be atop it when we did, if I could form ice, I could certainly unform it. I crossed paths with Lucian again, meeting his wide eyes as we did, and opened my mouth to tell him my plan when Eris appeared. Not behind, ahead. But it was the other brother at his side, arrow aimed and already flying for me, who drew the shout from my throat. I lunged to the side, rolling. Not fast enough. The arrow's edge sliced the shell of my ear, my cheek, leaving a stinging wake. Lucian shouted, but another arrow was flying. It went clean through my right forearm this time. Ice sliced into my face, my hands as I went down, knees barking, arm shrieking in agony at the impact. Behind, steps thudded on ice as the third brother closed in. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood as I ripped away the cloth of my jacket and shirt from my forearm, snapped the arrow in two, and tore the pieces from my flesh. My roar shattered and bounced across the ice. Eris had taken one step toward me, smiling like a wolf, when I was up again. My last two Illyrian knives in my palms, my right arm screaming at the movement. Around me, the ice began to melt. "This can end with you going under, begging me to get you out once that ice instantly refreezes," Eris drawled. Behind him, cut off by his brothers, Lucian had drawn out his own knife and now sized up the other two. "Or this can end with you agreeing to take my hand. But either way, you will be coming with me." Already the flesh in my arm was knitting together, healing, from Dawn's powers reawakening in my veins. And if that was working... I didn't give Eris time to read my move. I sucked in a sharp breath. White, blinding light erupted from me. Eris swore, and I ran. Not toward him, not when I was still too injured to wield my knives, but away, toward that distant shore. Half-blinded myself, I stumbled and staggered until I was clear of the treacherous melting splotches, then sprinted. I made it all of 20 feet before Eris winnowed in front of me and struck. A backhanded blow to the face, so hard my teeth went through my lip. He struck again before I could even fall, a punch to my gut that ripped the air from my lungs. Beyond me, Lucian had unleashed himself upon his two brothers. Metal and fire blasted and collided, ice spraying. I'd no sooner hit the ice than Eris grabbed me by the hair, right at the roots. The grip so brutal, tears stung my eyes. But he dragged me back toward that shore, back across the ice. I fought against the blow to my gut, fought to get a wisp of air down my throat, into my lungs. My boots scraped against the ice as I feebly kicked. Yet Eris held firm. I think Lucian shouted my name. I opened my mouth, but a gag of fire shoved its way between my lips. It didn't burn, but was hot enough to tell me it would if Eris willed it. Equal bands of flame wrapped around my wrists, my ankles, my throat. I couldn't remember. Couldn't remember what to do, how to move, how to stop this. Closer and closer to the shore, to the awaiting party of sentries that winnowed in out of nowhere. No, no, no. A shadow slammed into the earth before us, cracking the ice toward every horizon. Not a shadow, an Illyrian warrior. 7 red siphons glinted over his scaled black armor as Cassian tucked in his wings and snarled at Eris with 5 centuries worth of rage. Not dead, not hurt, whole. His wings repaired and strong. I loosed a shuddering sob over the burning gag. Cassian's siphons flickered in response, as if the sight of me at Eris's hand. Another impact struck the ice behind us. Shadows skittered in its wake. Asriel. I began crying in earnest. Some leash I'd kept on myself snapping free as my friends landed, as I saw that Asriel too was alive, was healed. As Cassian drew twin Illyrian blades, the sight of them like home, and said to Eris with lethal calm, "I suggest you drop my lady." Eris's grip on my hair only tightened, wringing a whimper from me. The wrath that twisted Cassian's face was world-ending. But his hazel eyes slid to mine, a silent command. He had spent months training me, not just to attack, but to defend, had taught me over and over how to get free of a captor's grasp, how to manage not only my body, but my mind. As if he'd known that it was a very real possibility that this scenario would one day happen. Eris had bound my limbs, but I could still move them, still use parts of my magic. And getting him off balance long enough to let go, to let Cassian jump between us and take on the High Lord's son? Towering over me, Eris didn't so much as glance down as I twisted, spinning on the ice, and slammed my bound legs up between his. He lurched, bending over with a grunt. Right into the fisted, bound hands I drove into his nose. Bone crunched, and his hand sprang free of my hair. I rolled, scrambling away. Cassian was already there. Eris hardly had time to draw his sword as Cassian brought his own down upon him. Steel against steel rang out across the ice. Sentries on the shore unleashed arrows of wood and magic, only to bounce against a shield of blue. Asriel. Across the ice, he and Lucian were engaging the other 2 brothers. That any of Lucian's siblings held out against the Illyrians was a testament to their own training, but I focused the ice in my veins on the gag in my mouth, the binds around my wrists and ankles. Ice to smother fire, to sing it to sleep. Cassian and Eris clashed, danced back, clashed again. Ropes of fire snapped free, dissolving with a hiss of steam. I was on my feet again, reaching for a weapon I did not have. My daggers had been lost 40 feet away. Cassian got past Eris's guard with brutal efficiency, and Eris screamed as the Illyrian blade punched through his gut. Blood, red as rubies, stained the ice and snow. For a heartbeat, I saw how it would play out. 3 of Barons' sons dead at our hands. A temporary satisfaction for me. 5 centuries of satisfaction for Cassian, Azriel, and more. But if Baron still debated what side to support in this war, I had other weapons to use. "Stop," I said. The word was a soft, cold command, and Azriel and Cassian obeyed. Lucian's other 2 brothers were back to back, bloody and gaping. Lucian himself was panting, sword still raised, as Azriel flicked the blood off his own blade and stalked toward me. I met the hazel eyes of the Shadow Singer, the cool face that hid such pain and kindness. He had come. Cassian had come. The Illyrians fell into place beside me. Eris, a hand pressed to his gut, was breathing wetly, glaring at us. Glaring, then considering. Watching the 3 of us as I said to Eris, to his other 2 brothers, to the sentries on the shore, "You all deserve to die for this, and for much, much more. But I am going to spare your miserable lives." Even with a wound through his gut, Eris's lip curled. Cassian snarled his warning. I only removed the glamour I'd kept on myself these weeks. With the sleeve of my jacket and shirt gone, there was nothing but smooth skin where that wound had been. Smooth skin that now became adorned with swirls and whirls of ink. The markings of my new title and my mating bond. Lucian's face drained of color as he strode for us, stopping a healthy distance from Azriel's side. "I am High Lady of the Night Court," I said quietly to them all. Even Eris stopped sneering. His amber eyes widened, something like fear now creeping into them. "There is no such thing as a High Lady," one of Lucian's brothers spat. A faint smile played on my mouth. There is now. And it was time for the world to know it. I caught Cassian's gaze, finding pride glimmering there, and relief. "Take me home," I ordered him, my chin high and unwavering. Then to Azriel, "Take us both home." I said to the Autumn Court scions, "We'll see you on the battlefield." Let them decide whether it was better to be fighting beside us or against us. I turned to Cassian, who opened his arms and tucked me in tight before launching us skyward in a blast of wings and power. Beside us, Azriel and Lucian did the same. When Eris and the others were nothing but specks of black on white below, when we were sailing high and fast, Cassian observed, "I don't know who looks more uncomfortable, Az or Lucian Vansera." I chuckled, glancing over my shoulder to where the Shadow Singer carried my friend, both of them making a point not to speak, look, or talk. "Vansera? You never knew his family name?" I met those laughing, fierce hazel eyes. Cassian's smile softened. "Hello, Feyre." My throat tightened to the point of pain, and I threw my arms around his neck, embracing him tightly. "I missed you too," Cassian murmured, squeezing me. We flew until we reached the border of the sacred 8th territory. And when Cassian set us down in a snowy field before the ancient wood, I took one look at the blonde female in Illyrian leathers pacing between the gnarled trees and launched into a sprint. Mor held me as tightly as I gripped her. "Where is he?" I asked, refusing to let go, to lift my head from her shoulder. It's a long story. Far away, but racing home, right now." Mor pulled back enough to scan my face. Her mouth tightened at the lingering injuries, and she gently scraped away flecks of dry blood caked on my ear. "He picked up on you, the bond, minutes ago. The three of us were closest. I winnowed in Cassian, but with Eris and the others there." Guilt dimmed her eyes. "Relations with the Winter Court are strained. We thought if I was out here on the border, it might keep Kallias's forces from looking south, at least long enough to get you. And to avoid an interaction with Eris that Mor was perhaps not ready for." I shook my head at the shame still shadowing her usually bright features. "I understand." I embraced her again. "I understand." Mor's answering squeeze was rib-crushing. Asriel and Lucian landed, plumes of snow spraying in the former's wake. Mor and I released each other at last, my friend's face going grave as she sized up Lucian. Snow and blood and dirt coated him. Coated us both. Cassian explained to Mor, "He fought against Eris and the other two." Mor's throat bobbed, noting the blood staining Cassian's hands, realizing it wasn't his own, scenting it, no doubt, as she blurted, "Eris, did you—" "He remains alive," Asriel answered, shadows curling around the clawed tips of his wings, so stark against the snow beneath our boots. "So do the others." Lucian was glancing between all of them, wary and quiet. What he knew of Mor's history with his eldest brother, I'd never asked, never wanted to. Mor tossed her mass of golden waves over a shoulder. "Then let's go home." "Which one?" I asked carefully. Mor swept her attention over Lucian once more. I almost pitied Lucian for the weight in her gaze, the utter judgment, the stare of the Morrigan, whose gift was pure truth. Whatever she beheld in Lucian was enough for her to say, "The townhouse. You have someone waiting there for you." Chapter 14. I had not let myself imagine it. The moment I'd again stand in the wood-paneled foyer of the townhouse. When I'd hear the song of the gulls soaring high above Valaris, smell the brine of the Sidra River that winded through the heart of the city, feel the warmth of the sunshine streaming through the windows upon my back. Mor had winnowed us all, and now stood behind me, panting softly, as we watched Lucian survey our surroundings. His metal eye whirred, while the other warily scanned the rooms flanking the foyer, the dining room and sitting room overlooking the little front yard and street, then the stairs to the second level, then the hallway beside it that led to the kitchen and courtyard garden, then finally to the shut front door, to the city waiting beyond. Cassian took up a place beside the banister, crossing his arms with an arrogance I knew meant trouble. Asriel remained beside me, shadows wreathing his knuckles, as if battling High Lords' sons was how they usually spent their days. I wondered if Lucian knew that his first words here would either damn or save him. I wondered what my role in it would be. No, it was my call. High Lady. I outranked them, my friends. It was my call to make whether Lucian was allowed to keep his freedom. But their watchful silence was indication enough. Let him decide his own fate. At last, Lucian looked at me, at us. He said, "There are children laughing in the streets." I blinked. He said it with such quiet surprise, as if he hadn't heard the sound in a long, long time. I opened my mouth to reply, but someone else spoke for me. That they do so at all after Hybern's attack is testament to how hard the people of Velaris have worked to rebuild. I whirled, finding Amren emerging from wherever she'd been sitting in the other room, the plush furniture hiding her small body. She appeared exactly as she had the last time I'd seen her, standing in this very foyer, warning us to be careful in Hybern. Her chin-length, jet-black hair gleamed in the sunlight, her silver, unearthly eyes unusually bright as they met mine. The delicate female bowed her head, as much of a gesture of obedience as a 15,000-year-old creature would make to a newly minted high lady. And friend. "I see you brought home a new pet," she said, nose crinkling with distaste. Something like fear had entered Lucian's eye, as if he too beheld the monster that lurked beneath that beautiful face. Indeed, it seemed he had heard of her already. Before I could introduce him, Lucian bowed at the waist, deeply. Cassian let out an amused grunt, and I shot him a warning glare. Amren smiled slightly. "Already trained, I see." Lucian slowly straightened, as if he were standing before the open maw of some great plains cat he did not wish to startle with sudden movements. "Amren, this is Lucian. Vansera." Lucian stiffened. "I don't use my family's name," he clarified to Amren with another incline of his head. "Lucian will do." I suspected he'd ceased using that name the moment his lover's heart had stopped beating. Amren was studying that metal eye. "Clever work," she said, then surveyed me. "Looks like someone clawed you up, girl." The wound in my arm, at least, had healed, though a nasty red mark remained. I assumed my face wasn't much better. Before I could answer her, Lucian asked, "What is this place?" We all looked at him. "Home," I said. "This is my home." I could see the details now sinking in. The lack of darkness. The lack of screaming. The scent of the sea and citrus, not blood and decay. The laughter of children that indeed continued. The greatest secret in Prythian's history. "This is Velaris," I explained. "The city of starlight." His throat bobbed. "And you are High Lady of the Night Court." "Indeed she is." My blood stopped at the voice that drawled from behind me, at the scent that hit me, awoke me. My friends began smiling. I turned. Rhys Sand leaned against the archway into the sitting room, arms crossed, wings nowhere to be seen, dressed in his usual immaculate black jacket and pants. And as those violet eyes met mine, as that familiar half-smile faded, my face crumpled. A small, broken noise cracked from me. Rhys was instantly moving, but my legs had already given out. The foyer carpet cushioned the impact as I sank to my knees. I covered my face with my hands while the past month crashed into me. Rhys knelt before me, knee to knee. Gently, he pulled my hands away from my face. Gently, he took my cheeks in his hands and brushed away my tears. I didn't care that we had an audience as I lifted my head and beheld the joy and concern and love shining in those remarkable eyes. Neither did Rhys as he murmured, "My love," and kissed me. I'd no sooner slid my hands into his hair than he scooped me into his arms and stood in one smooth movement. I pulled my mouth from his, glancing toward a pallid Lucian, but Rhysand said to our companions, without so much as looking at them, "Go find somewhere else to be for a while." He didn't wait to see if they obeyed. Rhys winnowed us up the stairs and launched into a steady, swift walk down the hallway. I peered down at the foyer in time to spy Mor grabbing Lucian's arm and nodding to the others before they all vanished. "Do you want to go over what happened at the spring court?" I asked, voice raw as I studied my mate's face. No amusement, nothing but that predatory intensity focused on my every breath. "There are other things I'd rather do first." He carried me into our bedroom. Once his room, now full of our belongings. It was exactly as I'd last seen it. The enormous bed that he now strode for, the 2 armoires, the desk by the window that overlooked the courtyard garden now bursting with purple and pink and blue amid the lush greens. I braced myself to be sprawled on the bed, but Rhys paused halfway across the room, the door snicking shut on a star-kissed wind. Slowly, he set me on the plush carpet, blatantly sliding me down his body as he did so, as if he was as powerless to resist touching me, as reluctant to let go, as I was with him. And every place where our bodies met, all of him so warm and solid and real, I savored it, my throat tight as I placed a hand on his sculpted chest, the thunderous heartbeat beneath his black jacket echoing into my palm. The only sign of whatever torrent coursed through him as he skimmed his hands up my arms in a lingering caress and gripped my shoulders. His thumbs stroked a gentle rhythm over my filthy clothes as he scanned my face. Beautiful. He was even more beautiful than I had remembered, dreamed of during those weeks at the spring court. For a long moment,
We'll be back with
long moment, all I could do was take the scent of him deep into my lungs, letting it settle inside me. My fingers tightened on his jacket. Mate. My mate. As if he'd heard it down the bond, Rhys finally murmured, "When the bond went dark, I thought." Fear. Genuine terror shadowed his eyes, even as his thumbs continued stroking my shoulders, gentle and steady. By the time I got to the spring court, you'd vanished. Tamlin was raging through that forest hunting for you, but you hid your scent. And even I couldn't find you. The snag in his words was a knife to my gut. We went to the autumn court through one of the doors, I said, setting my other hand on his arm. The corded muscles beneath shifted at my touch. You couldn't find me because 2 Hybern commanders drugged my food and drink with Faebane, enough to extinguish my powers. I still don't have full use. Cold rage now flickered across that beautiful face as his thumbs halted at my shoulders. You killed them. Not entirely a question, but I nodded. Good. I swallowed. Has Hybern sacked the spring court? Not yet. Whatever you did, it worked. Tamlin's sentries abandoned him. Over half his people refused to appear for the tithe 2 days ago. Some are leaving for other courts. Some are murmuring of rebellion. It seems you made yourself quite beloved. Holy, even. Amusement at last warmed his features. They were rather upset when they believed he'd allowed Hybern to terrorize you into fleeing. I traced the faint silver whorl of embroidery on the breast of his jacket, and I could have sworn he shuddered beneath the touch. I suppose they'll learn soon enough I'm well cared for. Rhys's hands tightened on my shoulders in agreement, as if he were about to show me just how well cared for I was. But I angled my head. What about Ianthe? And Jurian? Rhysand's powerful chest heaved beneath my hand as he blew out a breath. Reports are murky on both. Jurian, it seems, has returned to the hand that feeds him. Ianthe. Rhys lifted his brows. I assume her hand is courtesy of you and not the commander's. She fell, I said sweetly. Must have been some fall, he mused, a dark smile dancing on those lips as he drifted even closer, the heat of his body seeping into me while his hands migrated from my shoulders to brush lazy lines down my back. I bit my lip, focusing on his words and not the urge to arch into the touch, to bury my face in his chest and to do some exploring of my own. She's currently convalescing after her ordeal, apparently. Won't leave her temple. It was my turn to murmur. Good. Perhaps one of those pretty acolytes of hers would get sick of her sanctimonious bullshit and smother Ianthe in her sleep. I braced my hands on his hips, fully ready to slide beneath his jacket, needing to touch bare skin, but Rhys straightened, pulling back, still close enough that one of his hands remained on my waist, but the other. He reached for my arm, gently examining the angry welt where my skin had been torn by an arrow. Darkness rumbled in the corner of the room. Cassian let me into his mind just now, to show me what happened on the ice. He stroked a thumb over the hurt, the touch, feather light. Eris was always a male of limited days. Now Lucian might find himself closer to inheriting his father's throne than he ever expected to be. My spine locked. Eris is precisely as horrible as you painted him to be. Rhys's thumb glided over my forearm again, leaving goose flesh in its wake. A promise. Not of the retribution he was contemplating, but of what awaited us in his room, the bed a few feet away, until he murmured, You declared yourself High Lady. Was I not supposed to? He released my arm to brush his knuckles across my cheek. I've wanted to roar it from the rooftops of Velaris from the moment the priestess anointed you. How typical of you to upend my grand plans. A smile tugged on my lips. It happened less than an hour ago. I'm sure you could go crow from the chimney right now and everyone would give you credit for breaking the news. His fingers threaded through my hair, tilting my face up. That wicked smile grew, and my toes curled in their boots. There's my darling Farah. His head dipped, his gaze fixated on my mouth, hunger lighting those violet eyes. Where are my sisters? The thought clanged through me, jarring as a pealing bell. Rhys paused, hand slipping from my hair as his smile faded. At the House of Wind. He straightened, swallowing, as if it somehow checked him. I can take you to them. Every word seemed to be an effort. But he would, I realized. He'd shove down his need for me and take me to them, if that was what I wanted. My choice. It had always been my choice with him. I shook my head. I wouldn't see them, not yet. Not until I was steady enough to face them. They're well, though? His hesitation told me enough. They're safe. Not really an answer, but I wasn't going to fool myself into thinking my sisters would be thriving. I leaned my brow against his chest. Cassian and Azriel are healed, I murmured against his jacket, breathing in the scent of him over and over as a tremor shuddered through me. You told me that, and yet I didn't. It didn't sink in. Until now. Rhys ran a hand down my back, the other sliding to grip my hip. Azriel healed within a few days. Cassian's wings. It was complex, but he's been training every day to regain his strength. The healer had to rebuild most of his wings, but he'll be fine. I swallowed down the tightness in my throat and wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my face wholly against his chest. His hand tightened on my hip in answer, the other resting at my nape, holding me to him as I breathed. Mor said you were far away. That was why you weren't there. I'm sorry I wasn't. No, I said, lifting my head to scan his eyes, the guilt dampening them. I didn't mean it like that, I savored the feel of him beneath my palms. Where were you? Rhys stilled, and I braced myself as he said casually, I couldn't very well let you do all the work to undermine our enemies, could I? I didn't smile. Where were you? With Az only recently back on his feet, I took it upon myself to do some of his work. I clenched my jaw. Such as? He leaned down, nuzzling my throat. Don't you want to comfort your mate, who has missed you terribly these weeks? I planted a hand on my face and pushed him back, scowling. I want my mate to tell me where the hell he was. Then he can get his comfort. Rhys nipped at my fingers, teeth snapping playfully. Cruel, beautiful female. I watched him beneath lowered brows. Rhys rolled his eyes, sighing. I was on the continent, at the Human Queen's palace. I choked. You were where? Technically, I was flying above it, but... You went alone? He gaped at me. Despite what our mistakes in Hybern might have suggested, I am capable of... You went to the human world? To our enemy's compound alone? I'd rather it be me than any of the others. That had been his problem from the start. Always him, always sacrificing. Why? I demanded. Why risk it? Is something happening? Rhys peered toward the window, as if he could see all the way to the mortal lands. His mouth tightened. It's the quiet on their side of the sea that bothers me. No whisper of armies gathered. No other human allies summoned. Since Hybern, we've heard nothing, so I thought to see for myself why that is. He flicked my nose, tugging me closer again. I'd just neared the edge of their territory when I felt the bond awaken again. I knew the others were closer, so I sent them. You don't need to explain. Rhys rested his chin atop my head. I wanted to be there, to get you, find you, bring you home. You do certainly enjoy a dramatic entrance. He chuckled, his breath warming my hair as I listened to the sound rumble through his body. Of course he would have been working against Hybern while I was away. Had I expected them all to be sitting on their asses for over a month? And Rhys, constantly plotting, always a step ahead, he would have used this time to his advantage. I debated asking about it, but right now, breathing him in, feeling his warmth, let it wait. Rhys pressed a kiss to my hair. You're home. A shuddering, small sound came out of me as I nodded, squeezing him tighter. Home. Not just Valaris, but wherever he was, our family was. Ebony claws stroked along the barrier in my mind, in affection and request. I lowered my shields for him, just as his own dropped. His mind curled around mine, as surely as his body now held me. I missed you every moment. Rhys said, leaning down to kiss the corner of my mouth. Your smile. His lips grazed over the shell of my ear and my back arched slightly. Your laugh. He pressed a kiss to my neck, right beneath my ear, and I tilted my head to give him access, fighting down the urge to beg him to take more, to take faster as he murmured, Your scent. My eyes fluttered closed, and his hands coasted around my hips to cup my rear, squeezing as he bent to kiss the center of my throat. The sounds you make when I'm inside you. His tongue flicked over the spot where he'd kissed, and one of those sounds indeed escaped me. Rhys kissed the hollow of my collarbone, and my core went utterly molten. My brave, bold, brilliant mate. He lifted his head, and it was an effort to open my eyes, to meet his stare as his hands roved in lazy lines down my back, over my rear, then up again. I love you, he said. And if I hadn't already believed him, felt it in my very bones, the light in his face as he said the words. Tears burned my eyes again, slipping free before I could control myself. Rhys leaned in to lick them away, one after another, as he'd once done under the mountain. You have a choice, he murmured against my cheekbone. Either I lick every inch of you clean. His hand grazed the tip of my breast, circling lazily, as if we had days and days to do this. Or you can get into the bath that should be ready by now. I pulled away, lifting a brow. Are you suggesting that I smell? Rhys smirked, and I could have sworn my core pounded in answer. Never. But his eyes darkened, the desire and amusement fading as he took in my clothes. There's blood on you, yours and others. I thought I'd be a good mate and offer you a bath before I ravish you wholly. I huffed a laugh and brushed back his hair, savoring the silken sable strands between my fingers. So considerate, though I can't believe you kicked everyone out of the house so you could take me to bed. One of the many benefits to being High Lord. What a terrible abuse of power. That half-smile danced on his mouth. Well, as much as I'd like to see you attempt to lick off a week's worth of dirt, sweat, and blood, his eyes gleamed with the challenge, and I laughed again. Normal bath, please. He had the nerve to look vaguely disappointed. I poked him in the chest as I pushed away, aiming for the large bathing room attached to the bedroom. The massive porcelain tub was already filled with steaming water and... Bubbles? Do you have a moral objection to them? I grinned, unbuttoning my jacket. My fingers were near black with dirt and caked blood. I cringed. I might need more than one bath to get clean. He snapped his fingers, and my skin was instantly pristine again. I blinked. If you can do that, then what's the point of a bath? He'd done it under the mountain for me a few times, that magical cleaning. I'd somehow never asked. He leaned against the doorway, watching me peel off my torn and stained jacket, as if it were the most important task he'd ever been given. The essence of the dirt remains. His voice roughened as he tracked each movement of my fingers while I unlaced my boots. Like a layer of oil. Indeed, my skin, while it looked clean, felt unwashed. I kicked off the boots, letting them land on my filthy jacket. So, it's more for aesthetic purposes. You're taking too long, he said, jerking his chin toward the bath. My breasts tightened at the slight growl lacing his words. He watched that, too. And I smiled to myself, arching my back a bit more than necessary as I removed my shirt and tossed it to the marble floor. Sunlight streamed in through the steam rising from the tub, casting the space between us in gold and white. Rhys made a low noise that sounded vaguely like a whimper as he took in my bare torso. As he took in my breasts, now heavy and aching, badly enough that I had to swallow my plea to forget this bath entirely. But I pretended not to notice, as I unbuttoned my pants and let them fall to the floor, along with my undergarments. Rhys's eyes simmered. I smirked, daring a look at his own pants, at the evidence of what exactly this was doing to him, pressing against the black material with impressive demand. I simply crooned, "Too bad there isn't room in the tub for two." "A design flaw, and one I shall remedy tomorrow." His voice was rough, quiet, and it slid invisible hands down my breasts, between my legs. Mother save me. I somehow managed to walk, to climb into the tub, somehow managed to remember how to bathe myself. Rhys remained leaning against the doorway the entire time, silently watching with that unrelenting focus. I might have taken longer washing certain areas, and might have made sure he saw it. He only gripped the threshold hard enough that the wood groaned beneath his hand. But Rhys made no move to pounce, even when I toweled off and brushed out my tangled hair, as if the restraint, it was part of the game too. My bare toes curled on the marble floor as I set down my brush on the sink vanity, every inch of my body aware of where he stood in the doorway, aware of his eyes upon me in the mirror's reflection. "All clean," I declared, my voice hoarse as I met his stare in the mirror. I could have sworn only darkness and stars swirled beyond his shoulders. A blink and they were gone, but the predatory hunger on his face. I turned, my fingers trembling slightly as I clutched my towel around me. Rhys only extended a hand, his own fingers shaking. Even the towel was abrasive against my too sensitive skin as I laid my hand on his calluses scraping as they closed over my fingers. I wanted them scraping all over me. But he simply led me into the bedroom, step after step, the muscles of his broad back shifting beneath his jacket, and lower, the sleek, powerful cut of thighs, his ass. I was going to devour him, from head to toe. I was going to devour him. But Rhys paused before the bed, releasing my hand and facing me from the safety of a step away. And it was the expression on his face, as he traced a still tender spot on my cheekbone, that checked the heat threatening to raise my senses. I swallowed, my hair dripping on the carpet. "Is the bruise bad?" "It's nearly gone." Darkness flickered in the room once more. I scanned that perfect face, every line and angle, the fear and rage and love, the wisdom and cunning and strength. I let my towel drop to the carpet, let him look me over as I put a hand on his chest, his heart raging beneath my palm. "Ready for ravishing?" My words didn't come out with the swagger I'd intended. Not when Rhys's answering smile was a dark, cruel thing. I hardly know where to begin. So many possibilities. He lifted a finger, and my breath came hard and fast as he idly circled one of my breasts, then the other, in ever-tightening rings. "I could start here," he murmured. I clenched my thighs together. He noted the movement, that dark smile growing, and just before his finger reached the tip of my breast, just before he gave me what I was about to beg for, his finger slid upward to my chest, my neck, my chin, right to my mouth. He traced the shape of my lips, a whisper of touch. Or I could start here, he breathed, slipping the tip of his finger into my mouth. I couldn't help myself from closing my lips around him, from flicking my tongue against the pad of his finger. But Rhys withdrew his finger with a soft groan, making a downward path, along my neck, chest, straight over a nipple. He paused there, flicking it once, then smoothed his thumb over the small hurt. I was shaking now, barely able to keep standing as his finger continued past my breast. He drew patterns on my stomach, scanning my face as he purred. Or I couldn't think beyond that single finger, that one point of contact as it drifted lower and lower to where I wanted him. Or I managed to breathe. His head dipped, hair sliding over his brow as he watched. We both watched. His broad finger venture down. Or I could start here, he said, the words guttural and raw. I didn't care, not as he dragged that finger down the center of me, not as he circled that spot, light and taunting. Here would be nice, he observed, his breathing uneven. Or maybe even here, he finished, and plunged that finger inside me. I groaned, gripping his arm, nails digging into the muscles beneath, muscles that shifted as he pumped his finger once, twice, then slid it out and drawled, brows rising. Well, where shall I begin, Feyre darling? I could barely form words, thoughts, but I'd had enough of playing, so I took that infernal hand of his, guiding it to my heart, and placed it there, half over the curve of my breast. I met his hooded gaze as I spoke the words that I knew would be his undoing in this little game, the words that were rising up in me with every breath. You're mine. It snapped the tether he'd kept on himself. His clothes vanished, all of them, and his mouth angled over my own. It wasn't a gentle kiss, wasn't soft or searching. It was claiming, wild and unchecked. It was unleashing. And the taste of him, the heat of him, the demanding stroke of his tongue against my own. Home. I was home. My hands shot into his hair, pulling him closer as I answered each of his searing kisses with my own, unable to get enough, unable to touch and feel enough of him. Skin to skin, Rhys nudged me toward the bed, his hands kneading my rear as I ran my own over the velvet softness of him, over every hard plane and ripple. His beautiful, mighty wings tore from his back, splaying wide before neatly tucking in. My thighs hit the bed behind us, and Rhys paused, trembling, giving me time to reconsider, even now. My heart strained, but I pulled my mouth from his, held his gaze, as I lowered myself onto the white sheets and inched back. Further and further onto the bed, until I was bare before him, until I took in the considerable, proud length of him, and my core tightened in answer. Rhys, I breathed, his name a plea on my tongue. His wings flared, chest heaving as stars sparked in his eyes, and it was the longing there, beneath the desire, beneath the need. It was the longing in those beautiful eyes that made me glance to the mountains tattooed on his knees, the insignia of this court, our court, the promise that he would kneel for no one and nothing but his crown. And me. Mine. He was mine. I sent the thought down the bond. No playing, no delaying. I wanted him on me, in me. I needed to feel him, hold him, share breath with him. He heard the edge of desperation, felt it through the mating bond flowing between us. His eyes did not leave mine as he prowled over me, every movement graceful as a stalking plains cat. Interlacing our fingers, his breathing uneven, Rhys used a knee to nudge my legs apart and settle between them. Carefully, lovingly, he laid our joined hands beside my head as he guided himself into me and whispered in my ear, "You're mine, too." At the first nudge of him, I surged forward to claim his mouth. I dragged my tongue over his teeth, swallowing his groan of pleasure as his hips rolled in gentle thrusts and he pushed in and in and in. Home. This was home. And when Rhys was seated to the hilt, when he paused to let me adjust to the fullness of him, I thought I might explode into moonlight and flame, thought I might die from the sheer force of what swept through me. My pants were edged with sobs as I dug my fingers into his back, and Rhys withdrew slightly to study my face, to read what was there. "Never again," he promised as he pulled out, then thrust back in with excruciating slowness. He kissed my brow, my temple. "My darling Feyre." Beyond words, I moved my hips, urging him deeper, harder. Rhys obliged me. With every movement, every shared breath, every whispered endearment and moan, that mating bond I'd hidden so far inside myself grew brighter, clearer. And when it again shone as brilliantly as adamant, my release cascaded through me, leaving my skin glowing like a newborn star in its wake. At the sight of it, right as I dragged a finger down the sensitive inside of his wing, Rhys shouted my name and found his pleasure. I held him through every heaving breath, held him as he at last stilled, lingering inside me, and relished the feel of his skin on mine. For long minutes we remained there, tangled together, listening to our breathing even out, the sound of it finer than any music. After a while, Rhys lifted his chest enough to take my right hand, to examine the tattoos inked there. He kissed one of the whorls of near black blue ink. His throat bobbed. "I missed you. Every second, every breath. Not just this," he said, shifting his hips for emphasis and dragging a groan from deep in my throat. "But talking to you, laughing with you. I missed having you in my bed, but missed having you as my friend even more." My eyes burned. "I know," I managed to say, stroking a hand down his wings, his back. "I know." I kissed his bare shoulder right over a whorl of Illyrian tattoo. "Never again," I promised him, and whispered it over and over as the sunlight drifted across the floor. Chapter 15. My sisters had been living in the House of Wind since they'd arrived in Velaris. They didn't leave the palace, built into the upper parts of a flat-topped mountain overlooking the city. They didn't ask for anything or anyone, so I would go to them. Lucien was waiting in the sitting room when Rhys and I came downstairs at last, my mate having given the silent order for them to return. Unsurprisingly, Cassian and Asriel were casually seated in the dining room across the hall, eating lunch and marking every single breath Lucien emitted. Cassian smirked at me, brows flicking up. I shot him a warning glare that dared him to comment. Asriel, thankfully, just kicked Cassian under the table. Cassian gawked at Asriel, as if to declare, I wasn't going to say anything, while I approached the open archway into the sitting room, Lucien rising to his feet. I fought my cringe as I halted in the threshold. Lucien was still in his travel-worn, filthy clothes. His face and hands, at least, were clean, but I should have gotten him something else, remembered to offer him. The thought rippled away into nothing as Rhys appeared at my side. Lucien did not bother to hide the slight curling of his lip, as if he could see the mating bond glowing between Rhys and me. His eyes, both russet and golden, slid down my body, to my hand, to the ring now on my finger, at the star sapphire sky bright against the silver. A simple silver band sat on Rhysand's matching finger. We'd slid them onto each other's hands before coming downstairs, more intimate and searing than any publicly made vows. I'd told Rhys before we did so that I had half a mind to deposit his ring at the weaver's cottage and make him retrieve it. He'd laughed and said that if I truly felt it was necessary to settle the score between us, perhaps I could find some other creature for him to battle, one that wouldn't delight in removing my favorite part from his body. I'd only kissed him, murmuring something about someone thinking rather highly of themselves, and had placed the ring he'd selected for himself, bought here in Valaris while I'd been away, onto his finger. Any joy, any lingering laughter from that moment, those silent vows. It curled up like leaves in a fire as Lucien sneered at our rings. How close we stood. I swallowed. Rhys noted it too. It was impossible to miss. My mate leaned against the carved archway and drawled to Lucien, I assume Cassian or Asriel has explained that if you threaten anyone in this house, this territory, we'll show you ways to die you've never even imagined. Indeed, the Illyrians smirked from where they lingered in the dining room threshold. Asriel was by far the more terrifying of the pair. Something twisted in my gut at the threat, the smooth, sleek aggression. Lucien had been my friend. He wasn't my enemy, not entirely. But, Rhys continued, sliding his hands into his pockets,
I can understand how difficult this past month has been for you. I know Feyre explained we aren't exactly as rumor suggests.
I'd led him into my mind before we'd come down, shown him all that had occurred at the spring court. But hearing it and seeing it are two different things. He shrugged with one shoulder. Elaine has been cared for. Her participation in life here has been entirely her choice. No one but us and a few trusted servants have entered the House of Wind. Lucien remained silent.
I was in love with Feyre, Rhys said quietly, long before she ever returned the feeling.
Lucien crossed his arms. How fortunate you got what you wanted in the end. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat. Cassian and Asriel stilled, waiting for the order. I will only say this once, warned the High Lord of the Night Court. Even Lucien flinched.
I suspected Feyre was my mate before I ever knew she was involved with Tamlin.
And when I learned of it, if it made her happy, I was willing to step back. You came to our house and stole her away on her wedding day. I was going to call the wedding off, I cut in, taking a step toward Lucien. You knew it. Rhysand went on before Lucien could snap a reply.
I was willing to lose my mate to another male. I was willing to let them marry, if it brought her joy. But what I was not willing to do was let her suffer, to let her fade away into a shadow, and the moment that piece of shit blew apart his study, the moment he locked her in that house. His wings ripped from him and Lucian started. Rhys bared his teeth. My limbs turned light, trembling at the dark power curling in the corners of the room. Not fear, never fear of him, but at the shattered control as Rhys snarled at Lucian. My mate may one day find it in herself to forgive him, forgive you, but I will never forget how it felt to sense her terror in those moments. My cheeks heated, especially as Cassian and Asriel stalked closer, those hazel eyes now filled with a mix of sympathy and wrath. I never talked about it to them, what had gone on that day Tamlin had destroyed his study, or the day he'd sealed me inside the manor. I'd never asked Rhys if he'd informed them. From the fury rippling from Cassian, the cold rage seeping from Asriel, I didn't think so. Lucian, to his credit, didn't back away a step, from Rhys, or me, or the Illyrians. The clever fox stares down winged death. The painting flashed into my mind. So again, I will say this only once, Rhys went on, his expression smoothing into lethal calm, dragging me from the colors and light and shadows gathering in my mind. Feyre did not dishonor or betray Tamlin. I revealed the mating bond months later, and she gave me hell for it, don't worry. But now that you've found your mate in a similar situation, perhaps you will try to understand how it felt. And if you can't be bothered, then I hope you're wise enough to keep your mouth shut. Because the next time you look at my mate with that disdain and disgust, I won't bother to explain it again, and I will rip out your fucking throat. Rhys said it so mildly that the threat took a second to register, to settle in me like a stone plunked into a pool. Lucian only shifted on his feet, wary, considering. I counted the heartbeats, debating how much I'd interfere if he said something truly stupid, when he at last murmured, "There is a longer story to be told, it seems." Smart answer. The rage ebbed from Rhys's face, and Cassian's and Asriel's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. Just once, Lucian had said to me during those days on the run. That was all he wanted, to see Elain only once. And then I'd have to figure out what to do with him, unless my mate already had some plan in motion. One look at Rhys, who lifted his brows as if to say, "He's all yours," told me it was my call. But until then, I cleared my throat. "I'm going to see my sisters up at the house," I said to Lucian, whose eyes snapped to mine, the metal one tightening and whirring. I forced a grim smile to my face. "Would you like to come?" Lucian weighed my offer, and the three males monitoring his every blink and breath. He only nodded. Another wise decision. We were gone within minutes, the quick walk up to the roof of the townhouse serving as Lucian's tour of my home. I didn't bother point out the bedrooms. Lucian certainly didn't ask. Asriel left us as we took to the skies, murmuring that he had some pressing business to attend to. From the glare Cassian gave him, I wondered if the Shadow Singer had invented it to avoid carrying Lucian to the House of Wind. But Rhys's subtle nod to Asriel told me enough. There were indeed matters afoot, plans in motion, as they always were. And once I finished visiting my sisters, I'd get answers of my own. So Cassian bore a stone-faced Lucian into the skies, and Rhys swept me into his arms, shooting us gracefully into the cloudless blue. With every wing beat, with every deep inhale of the citrus and salt breeze, some tightness in my body uncoiled. Even if every wing beat brought us closer to the house looming above Velaris, to my sisters. The House of Wind had been carved into the red, sun-warmed stone of the flat-topped mountains that lurked over one edge of the city, with countless balconies and patios jutting to overhang the 1,000-foot drop to the valley floor. Valaris's winding streets flowed right to the sheer wall of the mountain itself, and snaking through it wove the Sidra, a glittering, bright band in the midday sun. As we landed on the veranda that edged our usual dining room, Cassian and Lucian alighting behind us, I let it sink in. The city, and the river, and the distant sea, the jagged mountains on the other side of Valaris, and the blazing blue of the sky above. And the House of Wind, my other home. The grand formal sister to the townhouse, our public home, I supposed, where we would hold meetings and receive guests who weren't family. A far more pleasant alternative to my other residence, the Court of Nightmares. At least there I could stay in the Moonstone Palace high atop the mountain under which the hewn city had been built, though the people I'd rule over. I shut them from my thoughts as I adjusted my braid, tucking in strands that had been whipped free by the gentle wind Rhys had allowed through his shield while flying. Lucian just walked to the balcony rail and stared out. I didn't quite blame him. I glanced over a shoulder to where Rhys and Cassian now stood. Rhys lifted a brow. "Wait inside." Rhys's smile was sharp. "So you won't have any witnesses when you push him over the railing?" I gave him an incredulous look and strode for Lucian. Rhys's murmur to Cassian about getting a drink in the dining room, the only indication of their departure. That, and the near-silent opening and closing of the glass doors that led into the dining room beyond. The same room where I'd first met most of them. My new family. I came up beside Lucian, the wind ripping strands of his red hair free from where he'd tied it at his nape. "This isn't what I expected," he said, taking in the sprawl of Valaris. The city is still rebuilding after the Highburn attack. His eyes dropped to the carved balcony rail. "Even though we had no part in that. I'm sorry, but that's not what I meant." He glanced behind us to where Rhys and Cassian waited inside the dining room, drinks now in hand, leaning all too casually against the giant oak table in its center. They became immensely interested in some spot or stain on the surface between them. I scowled at them, but swallowed. And even though my sisters waited inside, even though the urge to see them was so tangible I wouldn't have been surprised to find a rope tugging me into the house, I said to Lucian, "Rhys saved my life on Kalon Mai." So I told him. All of it. The story that perhaps would help him understand, and realize how truly safe Elaine was. He now was. I eventually summoned Rhys to explain his own history, and he gave Lucian the barest details. None of the vulnerable, sorrowful bits that had reduced me to tears in that mountain cabin, but it painted a clear enough picture. Lucian said nothing while Rhys spoke, or when I continued with my tale, Cassian often chiming in with his own account of how it had been to live with two mated yet unmated people, to pretend Rhys wasn't courting me, to welcome me into their little circle. I didn't know how long had passed when we finished, though Rhys and Cassian used the time to unabashedly sun their wings by an open balcony ledge. I left off our story at Highburn, at the day I'd gone back to the spring court. Silence fell, and Rhys and Cassian again walked away, understanding the emotion swimming in Lucian's eye, the meaning of the long breath he blew out. When we were alone, Lucian rubbed his eyes. "I've seen Rhysand do such horrible things. Seen him play the Dark Prince over and over, and yet you tell me it was all a lie. A mask. All to protect this place, these people. And I would have laughed at you for believing it, and yet this city exists. Untouched. Or until recently, I suppose. Even the Dawn Court cities are nothing so lovely as this. Lucian. And you love him. And he truly does love you. Lucian dragged a hand through his red hair. And all these people I've spent my centuries hating, even fearing, they're your family. I think Amren would probably deny that she feels any affection for us. Amren is a bedtime story they told us as younglings to make us behave. Amren was who would drink my blood and carry me to hell if I acted out of line. And yet, there she was, acting more like a cranky old aunt than anything. We don't enforce protocol and rank here. Obviously. Rhys lives in a townhouse by the cauldron. He waved an arm to encompass the city. I didn't know what to say, so I kept silent. I hadn't realized I was a villain in your narrative. Lucian breathed. You weren't. Not entirely. The sun danced on the distant sea, turning the horizon into a glittering sprawl of light. She doesn't know anything about you. Only the basics that Rhys gave her. You are a High Lord's son serving in the Spring Court, and you helped me under the mountain. Nothing else. I didn't add that Rhys had told me my sister hadn't asked about him at all. I straightened. I would like to see them first. I know you're anxious. Just do it, Lucian said, bracing his forearms on the stone rail of the veranda. Come get me when she's ready. I almost patted his shoulder. Almost said something reassuring. But words failed me again as I headed for the dim interior of the house. Rhys had given Nesta and Elaine a suite of connecting rooms, all with views overlooking the city and river and distant mountains beyond. But it was in the family library that Rhys tracked down Nesta. There was a coiled, razor-sharp tension in Cassian as the three of us strode down the stairways of the house, the red stone halls dim and echoing with the rustle of Cassian's wings and the faint howl of wind rattling at every window. A tension that grew more taut with every step toward the double doors of the library. I hadn't asked if they had seen each other or spoken since that day in Highburn. Cassian volunteered no information. And I might have asked Rhys down the bond had he not opened one of the doors. Had I not immediately spied Nesta curled in an armchair, a book on her knees, looking, for once, very un-Nesta-like. Casual. Perhaps relaxed. Perfectly content to be alone. The moment my shoes scuffed against the stone floor, she shot straight up, back going stiff, closing her book with a muffled thud. Yet her gray-blue eyes didn't so much as widen as they beheld me. As I took her in. Nesta had been beautiful as a human woman. As High Fae, she was devastating. From the utter stillness with which Cassian stood beside me, I wondered if he thought the same thing. She was in a pewter-colored gown, its make simple, yet the material fine. Her hair was braided over the crown of her head, accentuating her long, pale neck, a neck Cassian's eyes darted to, then quickly away from, as she sized us up and said to me, "You're back." With her hair styled like that, it hid the pointed ears. But there was nothing to hide the ethereal grace as she took one step. As her focus again returned to Cassian, and she added, "What do you want?" I felt the blow like a punch to my gut. At least immortality hasn't changed some things about you. Nesta's look was nothing short of icy. Is there a purpose to this visit, or may I return to my book? Rhys's hand brushed mine in silent comfort, but his face, hard as stone, and even less amused. But Cassian sauntered over to Nesta, a half-smile spreading across his face. She stood stiffly while he picked up the book, read the title, and chuckled. "I wouldn't have pegged you for a romance reader." She gave him a withering glare. Cassian leafed through the pages and drawled to me,
"You haven't missed much while you were off destroying our enemies, Farah. It's mostly been this."
Nesta whirled to me. "You accomplished it?" I clenched my jaw. "We'll see how it plays out. I made sure Ianthe suffered." At the hint of rage and fear that crept into Nesta's eyes, I amended, "Not enough, though." I glanced at her hand, the one she'd pointed with at the King of Hybern. Rhys had mentioned no signs of special powers from either of my sisters. Yet that day in Hybern, when Nesta had opened her eyes, I had seen it. Seen something great and terrible within them. "And again, why are you here?" She snatched her book from Cassian, who allowed her to do so, but remained standing beside her, watching every breath, every blink. "I wanted to see you," I said quietly. "See how you were doing. See if I've accepted my lot and found myself grateful for becoming one of them." I steeled my spine. "You're my sister. I watched them hurt you. I wanted to see if you were all right." A low, bitter laugh. But she turned to Cassian, looked him over as if she were a queen on a throne, and then declared to all of us, "What do I care? I get to be young and beautiful forever, and I never have to go back to those sycophantic fools over the wall. I get to do as I wish, since apparently no one here has any regard for rules or manners or our traditions. Perhaps I should thank you for dragging me into this." Rhys put a hand on the small of my back before the words even struck their target. Nesta snorted. "But it's not me you should be checking on. I had as little at stake on the other side of the wall as I do here." Hate rippled over her features, enough hate that I felt sick. Nesta hissed, "She will not leave her room. She will not stop crying. She will not eat or sleep or drink." Rhys's jaw clenched. "I have asked you over and over if you needed. Why should I allow any of you?" The last word was shot at Cassian with as much venom as a pit viper. "To get near her. It is no one's business but our own." "Elaine's mate is here," I said. And it was the wrong thing to utter in Nesta's presence. She went white with rage. "He is no such thing to her," she snarled, advancing on me enough that Rhys slid a shield into place between us. As if he, too, had glimpsed that mighty power in her eyes that day in Hybern and did not know how it would manifest. "If you bring that male anywhere near her, You'll what?" Cassian crooned, trailing her at a casual pace as she stopped perhaps 5 feet from me. He lifted a brow as she whirled on him. "You won't join me for practice, so you sure as hell aren't going to hold your own in a fight. You won't talk about your powers, so you certainly aren't going to be able to wield them. And you—" "Shut your mouth," she snapped, every inch the conquering empress. "I told you to stay the hell away from me, and if you—" "You come between a male and his mate, Nesta Archeron, and you're going to learn about the consequences the hard way." Nesta's nostrils flared. Cassian only gave her a crooked grin. I cut in. "If Elaine is not up for it, then she won't see him. I won't force the meeting on her. But he does wish to see her, Nesta. I'll ask on his behalf, but the decision will be hers." "The male who sold us out to Hybern." "It's more complicated than that." "Well, it will certainly be more complicated when Father returns and finds us gone. What do you plan to tell him about all this?" "Seeing as he hasn't sent word from the continent in months, I'll worry about that later," I sniped back, and thank the cauldron for it, that he was off trading in some lucrative territory. Nesta only shook her head, turning toward the chair and her book. "I don't care. Do what you want." A stinging dismissal. if not admission that she still trusted me enough to consider Elaine's needs first. Rhys jerked his chin at Cassian in a silent order to leave, and I followed them. I said softly, "I'm sorry, Nesta." She didn't answer as she sat stiffly in her chair, picked up her book, and dutifully ignored us. A blow to the face would have been better. When I looked ahead, I found Cassian staring back at Nesta as well. I wondered why no one had yet mentioned what now shone in Cassian's eyes as he gazed at my sister. The sorrow and the longing. The suite was filled with sunlight. Every curtain shoved back as far as it could go, to let in as much sun as possible. As if any bit of darkness was abhorrent, as if to chase it away. And seated in a small chair before the sunniest of windows, her back to us, was Elaine. Where Nesta had been in contented silence before we found her, Elaine's silence was hollow, empty. Her hair was down, not even braided. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen it unbound. She wore a moon-white silk dressing robe. She did not look, or speak, or even flinch as we entered. Her two thin arms rested on her chair. That iron engagement ring still encircled her finger. Her skin was so pale, it looked like fresh snow in the harsh light. I realized then that the color of death, of sorrow, was white. The lack of color, of vibrancy. I left Cassian and Rhys by the door. Nesta's rage was better than this shell, this void. My breath caught as I edged around her chair, beheld the city view she stared so blankly at, then beheld the hollowed-out cheeks, the bloodless lips, the brown eyes that had once been rich and warm and now seemed utterly dull, like grave dirt. She didn't so much as look at me as I said softly, "Elaine?" I didn't dare reach for her hand. I didn't dare get too close. I had done this. I had brought this upon them. "I'm back," I added, a bit limply, uselessly. All she said was, "I want to go home." I closed my eyes, my chest unbearably tight. "I know." "You'll be looking for me," she whispered. "I know," I said again. Not Lucian. She wasn't talking about him at all. "We were supposed to be married next week." I put a hand on my chest, as if it'd stop the cracking in there. "I'm sorry." Nothing. Not even a flicker of emotion. "Everyone keeps saying that." Her thumb brushed the ring on her finger. "But it doesn't fix anything, does it?" I couldn't get enough air in. I couldn't breathe, looking at this broken, carved-out thing my sister had become. What I'd robbed her of, what I'd taken from her. Rhys was there, an arm sliding around my waist. "Can we get you anything, Elaine?" He spoke with such gentleness I could barely stand it. "I want to go home," she repeated. I couldn't ask her. About Lucian, not now, not yet. I turned away, fully prepared to bolt and completely fall apart in another room, another section of the house. But Lucian was standing in the doorway. And from the devastation on his face, I knew he'd heard every word. Seen and heard and felt the hollowness and despair radiating from her. Elaine had always been gentle and sweet, and I'd considered it a different sort of strength, a better strength, to look at the hardness of the world and choose, over and over, to love, to be kind. She had been always so full of light. Perhaps that was why now she kept all the curtains open, to fill the void that existed where all of that light had once been. And now, nothing remained. Chapter 16. Rhysand silently led Lucien to the suite he'd been occupying at the opposite end of the House of Wind. Cassian and I trailed behind, none of us speaking until my mate opened a set of onyx doors to reveal a sunny sitting room carved from more red stone. Beyond the wall of windows, the city flowed far below, the view stretching to the distant jagged mountains and glittering sea. Rhys paused in the center of a midnight blue hand-woven rug and gestured to the sealed doors on his left. "Bedroom?" He waved a lazy hand toward the single door on the opposite wall. "Bathing room." Lucien surveyed it all with cool indifference. What he felt about Elaine, what he planned to do, I didn't want to ask. "I assume you'll need clothes," Rhys went on, nodding toward Lucien's filthy jacket and pants, which he'd worn for the past week while we scrambled through territories. Indeed, that was blood-splattered in several spots. "Any preferences for attire?" That drew Lucien's attention, the male shifting enough to take in Rhys, to note Cassian and me lurking in the doorway. "Is there a cost?" "If you're trying to say that you have no money, don't worry. The clothes are complimentary." Rhys gave him a half-smile. "If you're trying to ask if this is some sort of bribe..." A shrug. "You are a High Lord's son. It would be bad manners not to house and clothe you in your time of need." Lucien bristled. "Stop baiting him," I shot down the bond. "But it's so fun," came the purred reply. Something had rattled him. Rattled Rhys enough that taunting Lucien was an easy way to take the edge off. I stepped closer, Cassian remaining behind me as I told Lucien, "We'll be back for dinner in a few hours. Rest a while, bathe. If you need anything, pull that rope by the door." Lucien stiffened. Not at what I'd said, I realized, but at the tone. A hostess. But he asked, "What of Elaine?" "Your call," Rhys offered. "I need to think about it," I answered plainly. "Until I figure out what to do with her, with Nesta, stay out of their way," I added, perhaps too tightly. "This house is warded against winnowing, both from outside and within. There's one way out, the stairs to the city. It too is warded and guarded. Please don't do anything stupid." "So am I a prisoner?" I could feel the response simmering in Rhys, but I shook my head. "No, but understand while you may be her mate, Elaine is my sister. I'll do what I must to protect her from further harm." "I would never hurt her." A bleak sort of honesty in his words. I simply nodded, loosening a breath, and met Rhysand's stare in silent urging. My mate gave no indication of my wordless plea as he said, "You are free to wander where you wish, into the city itself if you feel like braving the stairs. But there are 2 conditions. You are not to take either sister, and you are not to enter their floor. If you require a book from the library, you will ask the servants. If you wish to speak to Elaine or Nesta, you will also ask the servants, who will ask us. If you disregard those rules, I'll lock you in a room with Amren." Then Rhys turned away, hands sliding into his pockets as he offered his hooked elbow to me. I looped my arm through his, but said to Lucien, "We'll see you in a few hours." We were almost to the door, Cassian already in the hall, when Lucien said to me, "Thank you." I didn't dare ask him for what. We flew right to Amren's loft, more than a few people waving as we soared over the rooftops of Valaris. My smile wasn't faked when I waved back to them, my people, Rhys only held me a bit tighter while I did so, his own smile as bright as the sun on the Sidra. Mor and Asriel were already waiting inside Amren's apartment, seated like scolded children on the threadbare divan against the wall, while the dark-haired female flipped through the pages of books sprawled around her on the floor. Mor gave me a grateful, relieved look as we entered, Asriel's own face revealing nothing while he stood, keeping a careful, too casual distance from her side. But it was Amren who said from the floor, "You should kill Baron and his sons, and set up the handsome one as High Lord of Autumn, self-imposed exile or no. It will make life easier."
"I'll take that into consideration,"
Rhys said, striding toward her while I remained with the others. If they were hanging back, Amren had to be in some mood. I blew out a breath. "Who else thinks it's a terrible idea to leave the three of them up at the House of Wind?" Cassian raised his hand as Rhys and Mor chuckled. The High Lord's general said,
"I give him an hour before he tries to see her."
30 minutes, Mor countered, sitting back down on the divan and crossing her legs. I cringed. I guarantee Nesta is now guarding Elaine. I think she might honestly kill him if he so much as tries to touch her.
"Not without training, she won't,"
Cassian grumbled, tucking in his wings as he claimed the seat beside Mor that Asriel had vacated. The Shadow Singer didn't so much as look at it. No, Asriel just walked to the wall beside Cassian and leaned against the wood paneling. But Rhys and the others remained quiet enough that I knew to proceed carefully as I asked Cassian, "Nesta spoke as if you've been up at the house often. You've offered to train her?" Cassian's hazel eyes shuddered as he crossed a booted ankle over another, stretching his muscled legs before him.
"I go up there every other day. It's good exercise for my wings."
Those wings shifted in emphasis. Not a scratch marred them.
And what you saw in the library is a pleasanter version of the conversation we always have."
Mor's lips pressed into a thin line, as if she was trying her best not to say anything. Asriel was trying his best to shoot a warning stare at Mor to remind her to indeed keep her mouth shut, as if they'd already discussed this many times.
"I don't blame her,"
Cassian said, shrugging despite his words.
"She was violated. Her body stopped belonging wholly to her."
His jaw clenched. Even Amren didn't dare say anything.
"And I am going to peel the King of Hybern's skin off his bones the next time I see him."
His siphons flickered in answer. Rhys said casually,
"I'm sure the king will thoroughly enjoy the experience."
Cassian glowered.
"I mean it." "Oh, I have no doubt that you do."
Rhys's violet eyes were dazzling in the dimness of the loft.
"But before you lose yourself in plans for revenge, do remember that we have a war to plan first." "Asshole."
A corner of my mate's mouth tugged upward, and Rhys was goading him, working Cassian into a temper to keep that brittle edge of guilt from consuming him. The others letting him take on the task, likely having done it several times themselves these weeks.
"I am most definitely that,"
Rhys said.
"But the fact still remains that revenge is secondary to winning this war."
Cassian opened his mouth, as if he'd keep arguing, but Rhys peered at the books scattered on the lush carpet.
"Nothing?"
he asked Amren. "I don't know why you sent those two buffoons," a narrowed glance toward Mor and Asriel, "to monitor me." So this was where Asriel had gone, right to the loft, to no doubt spare Mor from enduring Amren duty alone. But Amren's tone, cranky, yes, but perhaps a bit of affront, too, to banish that too fragile gleam in Cassian's eyes. "We're not monitoring you," Mor said, tapping her foot on the carpet. "We're monitoring the book." And as she said it, I felt it, heard it. Amren had placed the Book of Breathings on her nightstand, a glass of old blood atop it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cringe. The latter won out as the book murmured, "Hello, sweet-faced liar. Hello, princess with—" "Oh, be quiet," Amren hissed toward the book, who shut up. "Odious thing," she muttered, and went back to the tome before her. Rhys gave me a wry smile. Since the two halves of the book were joined back together, it has been known to speak every now and then. "What does it say?" "Utter nonsense," Amren spat, scowling at the book. "It just likes to hear itself talk, like most of the people cramping up my apartment." Cassian smirked. "Did someone forget to feed Amren again?" She pointed a warning finger at him without so much as looking up. "Is there a reason, Rhysand, why you dragged your yapping pack into my home?" Her home was little more than a giant converted attic, but none of us dared argue, as Mor, Cassian, and Asriel finally came closer, forming a small circle around Amren's sprawl in the center of the room. Rhys said to me, "The information you got from Dagden and Branna confirms what we've been gathering ourselves while you were gone, especially Hybern's potential allies in other territories, on the continent." "Vultures," Mor muttered, and Cassian looked inclined to agree. But Rhys had indeed been spying, while Asriel had been. Rhys snorted. "I can stay hidden, mate." I glared at him, but Asriel cut in.
"Having Hybern's movements confirmed by you, Feyre, is what we needed."
"Why?" Cassian crossed his arms.
"We barely stand a chance of surviving Hybern's armies on our own."
"If armies from Valahan, Montessere, and Rask join them?"
He drew a line across his tan throat. Mor elbowed him in the ribs. Cassian nudged her right back, as Asriel shook his head at both of them, shadows coiling around the tips of his wings. "Are those 3 territories that powerful?" Perhaps it was a foolish question, showing how little I knew of the fairy lands on the continent. "Yes," Asriel said, no judgment in his hazel eyes.
Valahan has the numbers, Montessere has the money, and Rask, it is large enough to have both."
"And we have no potential allies amongst the other overseas territories?" Rhys pulled at a stray thread on the cuff of his black jacket.
"Not ones that would sail here to help."
My stomach turned. What of Miriam and Draken? He'd once refused to consider, but... "You fought for Miriam and Draken centuries ago," I said to Rhys. "He'd done a great deal more than that, if Jurian was to be believed. Perhaps it's time to call in that debt." But Rhys shook his head.
"We tried. Asriel went to Cretea."
The island where Miriam, Draken, and their unified human and fae peoples had secretly lived for the past 5 centuries.
"It was abandoned,"
Asriel said.
"In ruin, with no trace of what happened or where they went."
"You think Hybern?" "There was no sign of Hybern, or of any harm," Mor cut in, her face taut. They had been her friends, too, during the war. Miriam and Draken, and the human queens who had gotten the treaty signed. And it was worry, true, deep worry, that guttered in her brown eyes. In all their eyes. "Then, do you think they heard about Hybern and ran?" I asked. "Draken had a winged legion," Rhys had once told me, "if there was any chance of finding them."
"The Draken and Miriam I knew wouldn't have run. Not from this,"
Rhys said. Mor leaned forward, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders.
But with Jurian now a player in this conflict, Miriam and Draken, whether they like it or not, have always been tied to him. I don't blame them for running, if he truly hunts them.
Rhys's face slackened for a heartbeat.
That is what the King of Hybern has on Jurian,
he murmured.
Why Jurian works for him.
My brow furrowed.
Miriam died, a spear through her chest during the last battle at the sea,
Rhys explained.
She bled out while she was carried to safety. But Draken knew of a sacred hidden island where an object of great and terrible power had been concealed. An object made by the cauldron itself, legend claimed. He brought her there, to Kretea, used the item to resurrect her, make her immortal. As you were made, Feyre.
Amren had said it months ago, that Miriam had been made as I was. Amren seemed to remember it too, as she said,
The King of Hybern must have promised Jurian to use the cauldron to track the item, to where Miriam and Draken now live. Perhaps they figured that out, and left as fast as they could.
And for revenge, for that insane rage that hounded Jurian, he'd do whatever the King of Hybern asked, so he could kill Miriam himself. But where did they go? I looked to Azriel, the shadow singer still standing with preternatural stillness against the wall. You found no trace at all of where they might have vanished to?
None, Rhys answered for him. We've sent messengers back since, to no avail.
I rubbed at my face, sealing off that path of hope. Then, if they're not a possible ally, how do we keep those other territories on the continent from joining with Hybern? From sending their armies here? I winced. That's our plan, isn't it? Rhys smiled grimly.
It is. One we've been working on while you were away.
I waited, trying not to pace as Amren's silver eyes seemed to glow with amusement.
I looked at Hybern first, at its people, as best I could.
He'd gone to Hybern? Rhys smirked at the concern flaring across my face.
I'd hoped that Hybern might have some internal conflict to exploit, to get them to collapse from within, that its people might not want this war, might see it as costly and dangerous and unnecessary. But 500 years on that island, with little trade, little opportunity. Hybern's people are hungry for change. Or rather, a change back to the old days, when they had human slaves to do their work, when there were no barriers keeping them from what they now perceive as their right.
Amren slammed shut the book she'd been perusing. Fools! She shook her head, inky hair swaying, as she scowled up at me. Hybern's wealth has been dwindling for centuries. Most of their trade routes before the war dealt with the South, with the Blackland. But once it went to the humans... We don't know if Hybern's king deliberately failed to establish new trade routes and opportunities for his people in order to one day fuel this war, or if he was just that short-sighted and let everything fall apart. But for centuries now, Hybern's people have been festering. Hybern let their resentment of their growing stagnation and poverty fester.
There are many High Fae, Mor said carefully, who believed before the war, and still believe now, that humans... that they are property. There were many High Fae who knew nothing but privilege thanks to those slaves. And when that privilege was ripped away from them, when they were forced to leave their homelands, or forced to make room for other High Fae and reform territories, create new ones, above that wall, they have not forgotten that anger, even centuries later. Especially not in places like Hybern, where their territory and population remained mostly untouched by change. They were one of the few who didn't have to yield any land to the Wall, and didn't yield any land to the Fae territories now looking for a new home. Isolated, growing poorer, with no slaves to do their labor. Hybern has long viewed the days before the war as a golden era, and these centuries since as a dark age. I rubbed at my chest. They're all insane to think that. Rhys nodded.
Yes, they certainly are. But don't forget that their king has encouraged these limited worldviews. He didn't expand their trade routes, didn't allow other territories to take any of his land and bring their cultures. He considered where things went wrong for the Loyalists in the war, how they ultimately yielded not from being overwhelmed, but because they began arguing amongst themselves. Hybern has had a long, long while to think on those mistakes, and how to avoid them at any cost. So he made sure his people are completely for this war, completely for the idea of the Wall coming down, because they think it will somehow restore this gilded vision of the past. Hybern's people see their king and their armies not as conquerors, but as liberators of High Fae, and those who stand with them. Nausea churned in my gut. How can anyone believe that? Asriel ran a scarred hand through his hair. That's what we've been learning, listening in Hybern, and in territories like Rask and Monacer and Valahan.
We're to be made an example of, girl, Amren explained. Prythian. We were among the fiercest defenders and negotiators of the treaty. Hybern wants to claim Prythian not only to clear the path to the continent, but to make an example of what happens to High Fae territories that defend the treaty. But surely other territories would protect it, I said, scanning their faces.
Not as many as we'd hoped, Rhys admitted, wincing. There are many, too many, who have also felt squashed and suffocated during these centuries. They want their old lands back beneath the Wall, and the power and prosperity that came with it. Their vision of the past has been colored by 500 years of struggling to adjust and thrive.
Perhaps we did them a disservice, Moore mused, in not sharing enough of our wealth, our territory. Perhaps we are to blame for allowing some of this to rot and fester. That remains to be discussed, Amren said, waving a delicate hand. The point is that we are not facing an army hell-bent on destruction. They're hell-bent on what they believe is liberation, of High Fae stifled by the Wall and what they believe still belongs to them. I swallowed. So how do the other territories play into it? The 3 Hybern claims will ally with him. I looked between Rhys and Asriel. You said you were over there? Rhys shrugged. Over there, in Hybern, in the other territories. He winked at my gaping mouth. I had to keep myself busy to avoid missing you. Moore rolled her eyes, but it was Cassian who said, We can't afford to let those 3 territories join with Hybern. If they send armies to Prythian, we're done. So what do we do? Rhys leaned against the carved post of Amren's bed. We've been keeping them busy. He jerked his chin to Asriel. We planted information, truth and lies, and a blend of both, for them to find, and also scattered some of it among our old allies, who are now balking at supporting us. Asriel's smile was a slash of white. Lies and truth. The Shadow Singer and his spies had sowed them in foreign courts. My brow narrowed. You've been playing the territories on the continent off each other? We've been making sure that they're kept busy with each other, Cassian said,
a hint of wicked humor glinting in his hazel eyes.
Making sure that longtime enemies and rival nations of Rask, Valahan, and Montessor have suddenly received information that has them worried about being attacked and raising their own defenses, which in turn has made Rask, Valahan, and Montessor start looking toward their own borders and not our own.
If our allies from the war are too scared to come here to fight, Moore said, folding her arms up over her chest, then as long as they're keeping the others occupied, keeping them from sailing here, we don't care. I blinked at them. At Rhys. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. To keep them so focused and fearful of each other that they stayed away. So, they won't be coming? We can only pray, Amren said. And pray we deal with this fast enough that they don't figure out we've played them all. What of the human queens, though? I chewed on the tip of my thumb. They have to be aware that no bargain with Hybern would ultimately work to their advantage. Moore braced her forearms on her thighs. Who knows what Hybern promised them, lied about? He already granted them immortality through the cauldron in exchange for their cooperation. If they were foolish enough to agree to it, then I don't doubt they've already thrown open the gates to him. But we don't know that for certain, Amren countered. And none of it explains why they've been so quiet, locked up in that palace. Rhys and Asriel shook their heads in silent confirmation. I surveyed them, their fading amusement. It drives you mad, doesn't it, that no one has been able to get inside that palace? A low growl from both of them before Asriel muttered, You have no idea. Amren just clicked her tongue, her upswept eyes settling on me. Those Hybern commanders were fools to reveal their plans in regard to breaking the wall. Or perhaps they knew the information would return to us, and their master wants us to stew. I angled my head. You mean shattering the wall through the holes already in it? A bob of her sharp chin as she gestured to the books around her. It's complex spell work, a loophole through the magic that binds the wall. And it implies, Moore said, frowning deeply, that something might be amiss with the cauldron. I raised my brows, considering. Because the cauldron should be able to bring that wall down on its own, right? Right, Rhysand said, striding to the book on the nightstand. He didn't dare touch it. Why bother seeking out those holes to help the cauldron, when he could unleash its power and be done with it? Maybe he used too much of his power transforming my sisters and those queens. It's likely, Rhys said, stalking back to my side. But if he's going to exploit those tears in the wall, we need to find a way to fix them before he can act. I asked Amren, are there spells to patch it up? I'm looking, she said through her teeth. It'd help if someone dragged their ass to a library to do more research. We are at your disposal, Cassian offered with a mock bow. I wasn't aware you could read, Amren said sweetly. It could be a fool's errand. Asriel cut in before Cassian could voice the retort dancing in his eyes. To get us focused on the wall as a decoy, while he strikes from another direction. I grimaced at the book. Why not just try to nullify the cauldron again? Because it nearly killed you the last time, Rhys said in a sort of calm, steady voice that told me enough. There was no way in hell he'd risk attempting it again. I straightened. I wasn't prepared in Hybern. None of us were. If I tried again... Moore cut in. If you tried again, it might very well kill you. Not to mention, we'd have to actually get to the cauldron, which isn't an option. The king,
Asriel clarified at my furrowed brow. Won't allow the cauldron out of his sight, and he's rigged it with more spells and traps than the last time. I opened my mouth to object, but the Shadow Singer added, "We looked into it. It's not a viable path." I believed him. The stark honesty in those hazel eyes was confirmation enough that they'd weighed it thoroughly. "Well, if it's too risky to nullify the cauldron," I mused, "then can I somehow fix the wall? If the wall was made by fairies coming together, and my very magic is a blend of so many—" Amren considered in the silence that fell. "Perhaps. The relationship would be tenuous, but yes, perhaps you could patch it up. Though your sisters, directly forged by the cauldron itself, might bear the sort of magic we—" "My sisters play no part in this." Another beat of silence, interrupted only by the rustle of Asriel's wings. "I asked them to help once, and look what happened. I won't risk them again." Amren snorted. "You sound exactly like Tamlin." I felt the words like a blow. Rhys slid a hand against my back. Having appeared so fast, I didn't see him move. But before he could reply, Moore said quietly, "Don't you ever say that sort of bullshit again, Amren." There was nothing on Moore's face beyond cold calm. Fury. I'd never seen her look so terrifying. She'd been furious with the mortal queens, but this was the face of the High Lord's third in command. "If you're cranky because you're hungry, then tell us," Moore went on with that frozen quiet. "But if you say anything like that again, I will throw you in the God's damned Sidra." "I'd like to see you try." A little smile was Moore's only answer. Amren slid her attention to me. "We need your sisters. If not for this, then to convince others to join us, of the risk, since any would-be ally might have some difficulty believing us after so many years of lies." "Apologize," said Moore. "Moore," I murmured. "Apologize," she hissed at Amren. Amren said nothing. Moore took a step toward her, and I said, "She's right." They both looked to me, brows raised. I swallowed. Amren is right. I walked out of Rhys's touch, realizing he'd kept silent to let me sort it out. Let me figure out how to deal with both of them as family, but mostly as their High Lady. Moore's face tightened, but I shook my head. "I can ask my sisters. See if they have any sort of power, see if they'd be willing to talk to others about what they endured. But I won't force them to help if they do not wish to participate. The choice will be theirs." I glanced at my mate, the male who had always presented me with a choice, not as a gift, but as my own God's-given right. Rhys's violet eyes flickered in acknowledgement. "But I'll make our desperation clear." Amren huffed, hardly more than a bird of prey puffing its feathers. "Compromise, Amren," Rhys purred. "It's called compromise." She ignored him. "If you want to start convincing your sisters, get them out of the house. Being cooped up never helped anyone." Rhys said smoothly, "I'm not entirely sure Valaris is prepared for Nesta Archeron." "My sister's not some feral animal," I snapped. Rhys recoiled a bit, the others suddenly finding the carpet, the divan, the books incredibly fascinating. "I didn't mean that." I didn't answer. Moore frowned in disapproval at Rhys, who I felt watching me carefully, but asked me, "What of Elaine? I shifted slightly, pushing past the words still hanging between me and Rhys. I can ask, but she might not be ready to be around so many people. I clarified, she was supposed to be married next week. So she keeps saying, over and over, Amren grumbled. I shot her a glare. Careful. Amren blinked up at me in surprise, but I went on. So, we need to find a way to patch up the wall before Hybern uses the cauldron to break it, and fight this war before any other territories join Hybern's assault, and eventually get the cauldron itself. Anything else? Rhys said behind me, his own voice carefully casual. That covers it. As soon as a force can be assembled, we take on Hybern. The Illyrian legions are nearly ready, Cassian said. No, Rhys said. I mean a bigger force. A force not just from the Night Court, but from all of Prythian. Our only decent shot at finding allies in this war. None of us spoke. None of us moved as Rhys said simply, Tomorrow invitations go out to every High Lord in Prythian for a meeting in 2 weeks. It's time to see who stands with us, and make sure they understand the consequences if they don't. Chapter 17. I let Cassian carry me to the house 2 hours later, just because he admitted he was still working to strengthen his wings and needed to push himself. Heat rippled off the tiled roofs and red stone as we soared high over them, the sea breeze a cool kiss against my face. We'd barely finished debating 30 minutes ago, only stopping when Moore's stomach had grumbled as loudly as a breaking thunderhead. We'd spent our time weighing the merits of where to meet, who to bring along to the meeting with the High Lords. Invitations would go out tomorrow, but not specify the meeting place. There was no point in selecting one, Rhys said, when the High Lords would no doubt refuse our initial selection and counter with their own choice of where to gather. All we had chosen was the day and the time. The 2 weeks a cushion against the bickering that was sure to ensue. The rest? We'd just have to prepare for every possibility. We'd quickly returned to the townhouse to change before heading back up to the house, and I'd found Nuala and Caradwyn waiting in my room, smiles on their shadowy faces. I'd embraced them both, even if Rhys's hello had been less enthusiastic. Not for dislike of the half-wraiths, but I'd snapped at him in Amren's apartment. He hadn't seemed angry, and yet I'd felt him carefully watching me these past few hours. It made it strange to look at him. Strange enough that the appetite I'd been steadily building had gone a bit queasy. I'd challenged him before, but not as High Lady. Not with the tone. So I didn't get to ask him about it, as Nuala and Caradwyn helped me dress, and he headed into the bathing room to wash up. Not that there was much finery to bother with. I'd opted for my Illyrian leather pants and a loose white shirt, and a pair of embroidered slippers that Cassian kept snorting at as we flew. When he did so for the 3rd time in 2 minutes, I pinched his arm and said, "It's hot. Those boots are stuffy." His brows rose, the portrait of innocence. "I didn't say anything." "You grunted. Again." "I've been living with Moore for 500 years. I've learned the hard way not to question shoe choices." He smirked. "However stupid they may be." "It's dinner, unless there's some battle planned afterward." "Your sister will be there. I'd say that's battle aplenty." I casually studied his face, noting how hard he worked to keep his features neutral, to keep his gaze fixed anywhere but on my own. Rhys flew nearby, far enough to remain out of earshot as I said, "Would you use her to see if she can somehow fix the wall?" Hazel eyes shot to me, fierce and clear. Yes, not only for our sakes, but she needs to get out of the house. She needs to... Cassian's wings kept up a steady booming beat, the new sections only detectable by their lack of scarring. She'll destroy herself if she stays cooped up in there. My chest tightened. I thought through my words. The day she was changed, I felt something different with her. I fought against the tensing in my muscles as I recalled those moments, the screaming and the blood and the nausea, as I watched my sisters taken against their will, as I could do nothing, I swallowed down the fear, the guilt. It was like everything she was, that steel and fire, it became magnified, cataclysmic, like looking at a house cat and suddenly finding a panther standing there instead. I shook my head, as if it would clear away the memory of the predator, the rage simmering in those blue-gray eyes. I will never forget those moments, Cassian said quietly, scenting or sensing the memories wreaking havoc on me. As long as I live. Have you seen any glimpse of it since? Nothing. The house loomed, golden lights at the walls of windows and doorways beckoning us closer. But I can feel it. Sometimes, he added a bit ruefully. Usually when she's pissed at me, which is most of the time. Why? They'd always been at each other's throats, but this... Yes, the dynamic between them had been different earlier, sharper. Cassian shook his dark hair out of his eyes, slightly longer than the last time I'd seen it. I don't think Nesta will ever forgive me for what happened in Highburn. To her, but mostly to Elaine. Your wings were shredded. You were barely alive. For that was guilt, ravaging and poisonous in each of Cassian's words, what the others had been fighting against in the loft. You were in no position to save anyone. I made her a promise. The wind ruffled Cassian's hair as he squinted at the sky. And when it mattered, I didn't keep it. I still dreamed of him trying to crawl toward her, reaching for her, even in the semi-unconscious state the pain and blood loss had thrown him into, as Rhysand had once done for me during those last moments with Amarantha. Perhaps only a few wing beats separated us from the broad landing veranda, but I asked, "Why do you bother, Cassian?" His hazel eyes shuddered as we smoothly landed, and I thought he wouldn't answer, especially not as we heard the others already in the dining room beyond the veranda, especially not when Rhys gracefully landed beside us and strode in ahead with a wink. But Cassian said quietly, as we headed for the dining room, "Because I can't stay away." Elaine, not surprisingly, didn't leave her room. Nesta, surprisingly, did. It wasn't a formal dinner by any means. Though Lucian, standing near the windows and watching the sun set over Valaris, was wearing a fine green jacket embroidered with gold, his cream-colored pants showing off muscled thighs, and his knee-high black boots, polished enough that the chandeliers of Phalite reflected off them. He'd always had a casual grace about him, but here tonight, with his hair tied back and jacket buttoned to his neck, he truly looked the part of a High Lord's son. Handsome, powerful, a bit rakish, but well-mannered and elegant. I aimed for him as the others helped themselves to the wine breathing in decanters on the ancient wood table, keenly aware that while my friends chatted, they kept one eye on us. Lucian ran his one eye over me, my casual attire, then the Illyrians in their leathers, and Amren in her usual gray, and Moore in her flowing red gown and said, "What is the dress code?" I shrugged, passing him the glass of wine I'd brought over. "It's whatever we feel like." That gold eye clicked and narrowed, then returned to the city ahead. "What did you do with yourself this afternoon?" "Slept," he said. "Washed. Sat on my ass." "I could give you a tour of the city tomorrow morning," I offered. "If you like." Never mind that we had a meeting to plan for, a wall to heal, a war to fight. I could set aside half a day, show him why this place had become my home, why I had fallen in love with its ruler. As if sensing my thoughts, Lucian said, "You don't need to waste your time convincing me. I get it. I get that we were not what you wanted, or needed. How small and isolated our home must have been for you once you saw this." He jerked his chin toward the city, where lights were now sparkling into view amid the falling twilight. "Who could compare?" I almost said, "Don't you mean what could compare?" but held my tongue. His focus shifted behind me before he replied, and Lucian shut his mouth. His metal eye whirred softly. I followed his glance and tried not to tense as Nesta stepped into the room. Yes, devastating was a good word for how lovely she'd become as High Fae, and in a long-sleeved dark blue gown that clung to her curves before falling gracefully to the ground in a spill of fabric. Cassian looked like someone had punched him in the gut. But Nesta stared right at me, the Fae light shimmering along the silver combs in her upswept hair. The others she dutifully ignored, chin lifting as she strode for us. I prayed that Moore and Amren, their brows high, wouldn't say any. "Where did that dress come from?" Moore said, red gown flowing behind her as she breezed toward Nesta. My sister drew up short, shoulders tensing, readying to... But Moore was already there, fingering the heavy blue fabric, surveying every stitch. "I want one," she pouted, her attempt, no doubt, to segue into an invitation to shop for a larger wardrobe with me. As High Lady, I'd need clothes, fancier ones, especially for this meeting. My sister's too. Moore's brown eyes flicked to mine, and I had to fight the crushing gratitude that threatened to make my own burn as I approached them. "I assume my mate dug it up somewhere," I said, throwing a glance over my shoulder at Rhys, who was perched on the edge of the dining table, flanked by Az and Cassian, all three Illyrians pretending that they weren't listening to every word as they poured the wine amongst themselves. Busybodies. I sent the thought down the bond, and Rhys's dark laughter echoed in return. "He gets all the credit for clothes," Moore said, examining the fabric of Nesta's skirt while my sister monitored like a hawk. "And he never tells me where he finds them. He still won't tell me where he found Feyre's dress for Starfall." She threw a glare over her shoulder. "Bastard." Rhys chuckled. Cassian, however, didn't smile, every pore of him seemingly fixed on Nesta and Moore, on what my sister would do. Moore only examined the silver combs in Nesta's hair. "It's a good thing we're not the same size, or else I might be tempted to steal that dress." "Likely right off her," Cassian muttered. Moore's answering smirk wasn't reassuring. But Nesta's face remained blank, cold. She looked Moore up and down, noting the dress that exposed much of her midriff, back, and chest, then the flowing skirts with sheer panels that revealed glimpses of her legs. Scandalous by human fashions. "Fortunately for you," Nesta said flatly, "I don't return the sentiment." Asriel coughed into his wine, but Nesta only walked to the table and claimed a seat. Moore blinked but confided to me with a wince, "I think we're going to need a lot more wine." Nesta's spine stiffened, but she said nothing. "I'll raid the collection," Cassian offered, disappearing through the inner hall doors too quickly to be casual. Nesta stiffened a bit more. Teasing my sister, poking fun at her, I snatched a seat at Nesta's side and murmured, "They mean well." Nesta just ran a finger over her ivory and obsidian place setting, examining the silverware with vines of night-blooming jasmine engraved around the hilts. "I don't care." Amren slid into the seat across from me, right as Cassian returned, a bottle in each hand, and cringed. Amren said to my sister, "You're a real piece of work." Nesta's eyes flicked up. Amren idly swirled a goblet of blood, watching her like a cat with a new interesting toy. Nesta only said, "Why do your eyes glow?" Little curiosity, just a blunt need for explanation, and no fear, none. Amren angled her head. "You know, none of these busybodies have ever asked me that." Those busybodies were trying not to look too concerned, as was I. Nesta only waited. Amren sighed, her dark bob swaying. "They glow because it was the one part of me the containment spell could not quite get right. The one glimpse into what lurks beneath." "And what is beneath?" None of the others spoke, or even moved. Lucian, still by the window, had turned the color of fresh paper. Amren traced a finger along the rim of her goblet, her red-tinted nail gleaming as bright as the blood inside. "They never dared ask me that either." "Why?" "Because it is not polite to ask. And they are afraid." Amren held
This quiet moment in the story,
and my sister did not balk, did not flinch. "We are the same, you and I," Amren said. I wasn't sure I was breathing. Through the bond, I wasn't sure Rhys was either. "Not in flesh, not in the thing that prowls beneath our skin and bones." Amren's remarkable eyes narrowed. "But I see the kernel, girl." Amren nodded, more to herself than anyone. "You did not fit. The mold that they shoved you into. The path you were born upon and forced to walk. You tried, and yet you did not, could not, fit. And then the path changed." A little nod. "I know what it is to be that way. I remember it, long ago as it was." Nesta had mastered the Fae's preternatural stillness far more quickly than I had, and she sat there for a few heartbeats, simply staring at the strange, delicate female across from her, weighing the words, the power that radiated from Amren. And then Nesta merely said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Amren's red lips parted in a wide serpentine smile. "When you erupt, girl, make sure it is felt across worlds." A shiver slithered down my skin, but Rhys drawled, "Amren, it seems, has been taking drama lessons at the theater down the street from her house." She shot him a glare. "I mean it, Rhysand." "I'm sure you do," he said, claiming the seat to my right. "But I'd prefer to eat something before you make us lose our appetites." His broad hand warmed my knee as he clasped it beneath the table, giving me a reassuring squeeze. Cassian took the seat on Amren's left, Asriel beside him, Moore grabbing the seat opposite him, leaving Lucian. Lucian frowned at the remaining place setting at the head of the table, then at the blank, barren spot across from Nesta. Shouldn't you sit at the head? Rhys raised an eyebrow. I don't care where you sit. I only care about eating something, right? He snapped his fingers. Now. The food, prepared by cooks I made a point to go meet in the belly of the house, appeared across the table in platters and spreads and bowls. Roast meats, various sauces and gravies, rice and bread, steamed vegetables fresh from the surrounding farms. I nearly sighed at the smells curling around me. Lucien slid into his seat, looking for all the world like he was perching atop a pincushion. I leaned past Nesta to explain to Lucien, "You get used to it. The informality."
You say that, Feyre, darling, like it's a bad thing, Rhys said, helping himself to a platter of pan-fried trout before passing it to me.
I rolled my eyes, sliding a few crispy pieces onto my plate. It took me by surprise that first dinner we all had, just so you know.
Oh, I know.
Rhys grinned. Cassian sniggered. Honestly, I said to Lucien, who wordlessly stacked a pile of buttery green beans onto his plate but didn't touch it, perhaps marveling at the simple fare so at odds with the overwrought dishes of spring. Asriel is the only polite one. A few cries of outrage from Mor and Cassian, but a ghost of a smile danced on the Shadow Singer's mouth as he dipped his head and hauled a platter of roast beets sprinkled with goat cheese toward himself.
Don't even try to pretend that it's not true.
Of course it's true, Mor said with a loud sigh. But you needn't make us sound like heathens.
I would have thought you'd find that term to be a compliment, Mor, Rhys said mildly.
Nesta was watching the volley of words as if it were a sporting match, eyes darting between us. She didn't reach for any food, so I took the liberty of dumping spoonfuls of various things onto her plate. She watched that, too. And when I paused, moving on to further fill my own plate, Nesta said, I understand what you meant about the food. It took me a moment to recall, to remember that particular conversation back at our father's estate, when she and I had been at each other's throats over the differences between human and fae food. It was the same in terms of what was served, but it just tasted better above the wall. Is that a compliment? Nesta didn't return my smile as she speared some asparagus with her fork and dug in. And I figured it was as good a time as any as I said to Cassian, "What time are we back in the training ring tomorrow?" To his credit, Cassian didn't so much as glance at Nesta as he replied with a lazy smile, "I'd say dawn, but since I'm feeling rather grateful that you're back in one piece, I'll let you sleep in. Let's meet at 7.
I'd hardly call that sleeping in, I said.
For an Illyrian it is, Mor muttered. Cassian's wings rustled. Daylight is a precious resource.
We live in the Night Court,
Mor countered. Cassian only grimaced at Rhys and Asriel. I told you that the moment we started letting females into our group, they'd be nothing but trouble. As far as I can recall, Cassian, Rhys countered dryly, you actually said you needed a reprieve from staring at our ugly faces, and that some ladies would add some much-needed prettiness for you to look at all day.
Pig,
Amren said. Cassian gave her a vulgar gesture that made Lucien choke on his green beans. I was a young Illyrian, and I didn't know better, he said, then pointed his fork at Asriel. Don't try to blend into the shadows. You said the same thing.
He did not,
Mor said, and the shadows that Asriel had indeed been subtly weaving around himself vanished.
Asriel has never once said anything that awful. Only you, Cassian, only you.
The general of the High Lord's armies stuck out his tongue, Moore returned the gesture. Amren scowled at Rhys. You'd be wise to leave both of them at home for the meeting with the others, Rhysand. They'll cause nothing but trouble. I dared to peek at Lucien, just to gauge his reaction. His face was indeed controlled, but a hint of surprise twinkled there. Wariness, too, but surprise. I risked another glance at Nesta, but she was watching her plate, dutifully ignoring the others. Rhys said, "It remains to be seen if they'll be joining us." Lucien looked at him then, the curiosity in that one eye unmistakable. Rhys noted it and shrugged. "You'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Invitations are going out tomorrow, calling all the High Lords together to discuss this war." Lucien's hand tightened on his fork. All? I wasn't sure if he meant Tamlin or his father, but Rhys nodded nonetheless. Lucien considered. "Can I offer my unsolicited advice?" Rhys smirked. "I think that's the first time anyone at this table has ever asked such a thing." Moore and Cassian now stuck out their tongues at him, but Rhys waved a lazy hand at Lucien. "By all means, advise away." Lucien studied my mate, then me. "I assume Feyre is going?" "I am." Amren sipped from her glass of blood, the only sound in the room as Lucien considered again. "Are you planning to hide her powers?" Silence. Rhys at last said, "That was something I'd planned to discuss with my mate. Are you leaning one way or another, Lucien?" There was still something sharp in his tone, something just a little vicious. Lucien studied me again, and it was an effort not to squirm. "My father would likely join with Hybern if he thought he stood a chance of getting his power back that way. By killing you." A snarl from Rhys. "Your brothers saw me, though," I said, setting down my fork. "Perhaps they could mistake the flame as yours, but the ice—" Lucien jerked his chin to Asriel. "That's the information you need to gather. What my father knows. If my brothers realized what she was doing, you need to start from there and build your plan for this meeting accordingly." Moore said, "Eris might keep that information to himself and convince the others to as well, if he thinks it'll be more useful that way." I wondered if Moore looked at that red hair, the golden-brown skin that was a few shades darker than his brother's, and still saw Eris. Lucien said evenly, "Perhaps, but we need to find that out. If Baron or Eris has that information, they'll use it to their advantage in that meeting, to control it, or to control you. Or they might not show up at all, and instead go right to Hybern." Cassian swore softly, and I was inclined to echo the sentiment. Rhys swirled his wine once, set it down, and said to Lucien, "You and Asriel should talk. Tomorrow." Lucien glanced toward the Shadow Singer, who only nodded at him. "I'm at your disposal." None of us were dumb enough to ask if he'd be willing to reveal details on the spring court. If he thought that Tamlin would arrive, that was perhaps a conversation best left for another time, with just him and me. Rhys leaned back in his seat, contemplating something. His jaw tightened. Then he let out a near-silent huff of air, steeling himself. For whatever he was about to reveal, whatever plans he had decided not to reveal until now. And even as my stomach tightened, some sort of thrill went through me at it, at the clever mind at work. Until Rhys said, "There is another meeting that needs to be had. And soon." Chapter 18. Please don't say we need to go to the Court of Nightmares, Cassian grumbled around a mouthful of food. Rhys lifted a brow. Not in the mood to terrorize our friends there. Mor's golden face paled. You mean to ask my father to fight in this war, she said to Rhys. I reined in my sharp intake of breath. What is the Court of Nightmares? Nesta demanded. Lucian answered for us. The place where the rest of the world believes the majority of the Night Court to be. He jerked his chin at Rhys. The seat of his power. Or it was. Oh, it still is, Rhys said. To everyone outside Velaris. He leveled a steady look at Mor. And yes, Kyr's Darkbringer Legion is considerable enough that a meeting is warranted. The last meeting had resulted in Kyr's arm being shattered in so many places it had gone saggy. I doubted the male would be inclined to help us any time soon, perhaps why Rhys wanted this meeting. Nesta's brows narrowed. Why not just order them? Don't they answer to you? Cassian set down his fork, food forgotten. Unfortunately, there are protocols in place between our two subcourts regarding this sort of thing. They mostly govern themselves, with Mor's father their steward. Mor's throat bobbed. Asriel watched her carefully, his mouth a tight line. The steward of the hewn city is legally entitled to refuse to aid my armies, Rhys explained to Nesta, to me. It was part of the agreement my ancestor made with the Court of Nightmares, all those thousands of years ago. They would remain within that mountain, would not challenge or disturb us beyond its borders, and would retain the right to decide not to assist in war. And have they refused? I asked. Mor nodded gravely. Twice. Not my father. She nearly choked on the word. But there were 2 wars, long, long ago. They chose not to fight. We won, but barely, at great cost. And with this war upon us, we would need every ally we could muster, every army. We leave in 2 days, Rhys said. He'll say no, Mor countered. Don't waste your time. Then I shall have to find a way to convince him otherwise. Mor's eyes flashed. What? Asriel and Cassian shifted in their seats, and Amren clicked her tongue at Rhys. Disapproval. He fought in the war, Rhys said calmly. Perhaps we'll be lucky this time, too. I'll remind you that the Darkbringer Legion was nearly as bad as the enemy when it came to their behavior, Mor said, pushing her plate away. There will be new rules. You will not be in a position to make rules, and you know it, Mor snapped. Rhys only swirled his wine again. We'll see. I glanced to Cassian. The general shook his head subtly. Stay out of this one, for now. I swallowed, nodding back with equal faintness. Mor whipped her head toward Asriel. What do you think? The Shadow Singer held her stare, his face unreadable, considering. I tried not to hold my breath. Defending the female he loved, or siding with his High Lord. It's not my call to make. That's a bullshit answer, Mor challenged. I could have sworn hurt flickered in Asriel's eyes, but he only shrugged, his face again a mask of cold indifference. Mor's lips pursed. You don't need to come, Mor, Rhys said with that calm, even voice. Of course I'm coming. It'll make it worse if I'm not there. She drained her wine in one swift tilt of her head. I suppose I have 2 days now to find a dress suitable to horrify my father. Amren at least chuckled at that, Cassian rumbling a laugh as well. But Rhys watched Mor for a long minute, some of the stars in his eyes winking out. I debated asking if there was some other way, some path to avoid this awfulness between us, but earlier I had snapped at him, and with Lucian and my sisters here, I kept my mouth shut. Well, about that matter. In the silence that fell, I scrambled for any scrap of normalcy and turned again to Cassian. Let's train at 8 tomorrow. I'll meet you in the ring. 7:30, he said with a disarming grin, one that most of his enemies would likely run from. Lucian went back to picking at his food. Moore refilled her wine glass, Asriel monitoring every move she made, his fork clenched in his scarred hand. 8, I countered with a flat look. I turned to Nesta, silent and watchful through all of this. Care to join? No. The beat of silence was too pointed to be dismissed, but I gave my sister a casual shrug, reaching for the wine jug. Then I said to none of them in particular, I want to learn how to fly. Moore spewed her wine across the table, splattering it right across Asriel's chest and neck. The shadow singer was too busy gawking at me to even notice. Cassian looked torn between howling at Asriel and gaping. My magic was still too weak to grow those Illyrian wings, but I gestured to the Illyrians and said, I want you to teach me. Moore blurted, Really? While Lucian said, Well, that explains the wings. Nesta leaned forward to appraise me. What wings? I can shapeshift, I admitted. And with the oncoming conflict, I declared to all of them, knowing how to fly might be useful. I jerked my chin toward Cassian, who now studied me with unnerving intensity, sizing me up. I assume the battles against Hybern will include Illyrians? A shallow nod from the general. Then I plan to fight with you, in the skies. I waited for the objections, for Rhys to shut it down. There was only the howling wind outside the dining room windows. Cassian whooshed out a breath. I don't know if it's technically even possible, time-wise. You'd have to learn not only how to fly, but how to bear the weight of your shield and weapons, and how to work within an Illyrian unit. It takes us decades to master that last part alone. We have months at best, weeks at worst. My chest sank a bit. Then we'll teach her what we know until then, Rhys said. But the stars in his eyes turned stone cold as he added, I'll give her any shot at an advantage, at getting away if things go to shit. Even a day of training might make a difference. Asriel tucked in his wings, his beautiful features uncharacteristically soft, contemplative. I'll teach you. Are you certain? I asked. The unreadable mask slipped back over Asriel's face. Rhys and Cass were taught how to fly so young that they can barely remember it. But Asriel, locked in his hateful father's dungeons like some criminal until he was 11, denied the ability to fly, to fight, to do anything his Illyrian instincts screamed at him to do. Darkness rumbled down the bond. Not anger at me, but as Rhys too remembered what had been done to his friend. He'd never forgotten. None of them had. It was an effort not to look at the brutal scars coating Asriel's hands. I prayed Nesta wouldn't inquire about it. We've taught plenty of younglings the basics, Cassian countered. Asriel shook his head, shadows twining around his wrists. It's not the same. When you're older, the fears, the mental blocks. It's different. None of them, not even Amren, said anything. Asriel only said to me, I'll teach you. Train with Cass for a few hours, and I'll meet you when you're through. he added to Lucian, who did not balk from those writhing shadows. After lunch, we'll meet. I swallowed, but nodded. Thank you. And perhaps Asriel's kindness snapped some sort of tether in me, but I turned to Nesta. The King of Highburn is trying to bring down the wall by using the cauldron to expand the holes already in it. Her blue-gray eyes revealed nothing, only simmering rage at the king's name. I might be able to patch up those holes, but you, being made of the cauldron itself? If the cauldron can widen those holes, perhaps you can close them too. With training. In whatever time we have. I can show you, Amren clarified to my sister. Or in theory I can. If we start soon. Tomorrow morning. She considered, then declared to Rhys, when you go to the Court of Nightmares, we will go with you. I whipped my head to Amren. What? The thought of Nesta in that place. The hewn city is a trove of objects of power, Amren explained. There may be opportunities to practice. Let the girl get a feel for what something like the wall or the cauldron might be like. She added when Asriel seemed poised to object. Covertly. Nesta said nothing. I waited for her outright refusal, the cold shutdown of all hope. But Nesta only asked, why not just kill the King of Highburn before he can act? Utter silence. Amren said a bit softly, if you want his killing blow, girl, it's yours. Nesta's gaze drifted toward the open interior doors of the dining room, as if she could see all the way to Elaine. What happened to the human queens? I blinked. What do you mean? Were they made immortal? This question went to Asriel. Asriel's siphons smoldered. Reports have been murky and inconsistent. Some say yes, others say no. Nesta examined her wine glass. Cassian braced his forearms on the table. Why? Nesta's eyes shot right to his face. She spoke quietly to me, to all of us, even as she held Cassian's gaze as if he were the only one in the room. By the end of this war, I want them dead. The king, the queens, all of them. Promise me you'll kill them all, and I'll help you patch up the wall. I'll train with her. A jerk of her chin to Amren. I'll go to the hewn city, or whatever it is. I'll do it. But only if you promise me that. Fine, I said. And we might need your assistance during the meeting with the High Lords, to provide testimony to the other courts and allies of what Highburn is capable of. What was done to you. No. You don't mind fixing the wall or going to the Court of Nightmares, but speaking to people is where you draw your line? Nesta's mouth tightened. No. High Lady or sister, sister or High Lady. People's lives might depend on your account of it. The success of this meeting with the High Lords might depend upon it. She gripped the arms of her chair, as if restraining herself. Don't talk down to me. My answer is no. I angled my head. I understand that what happened to you was horrible. You have no idea what it was or was not. None. And I am not going to grovel like one of those children of the blessed, begging high fae who would gladly kill me as a mortal to help us. I am not going to tell them that story. My story. The High Lords might not believe our account, which makes you a valuable witness. Nesta shoved her chair back, chucking her napkin on her plate, gravy soaking through the fine linen. Then it's not my problem if you're unreliable. I'll help you with the wall, but I am not going to whore my story around to everyone on your behalf. She shot to her feet, color rising to her ordinarily pale face, and hissed, And if you even dare suggest to Elaine that she'd do such a thing, I will rip out your throat." Her eyes lifted from mine to sweep over everyone, extending the threat. None of us spoke as she left the dining room and slammed the door shut behind her. I slumped in my chair, resting my head against the back. Something thumped in front of me. A bottle of wine. "It's fine if you drink directly from it," was all Moore said. "I'd say Nesta rivals Amren for sheer bloodthirstiness," Rhys mused hours later as he and I walked alone through the streets of Alaris. "The only difference is that Amren actually drinks it." I snorted, shaking my head as we turned onto the broad street beside the Sidra and meandered along the star-flecked river. So many scars still marred the lovely buildings of Alaris, streets gouged from fallen debris and claws. Most of it had been repaired, but some storefronts had been left boarded up, some homes along the river no more than mounds of rubble. We'd flown down from the house as soon as we'd finished dinner. Well, the wine, I supposed. Moore had taken another bottle with her when she'd disappeared into the house, Azriel frowning after her. Rhys and I hadn't invited anyone else with us. He'd only asked me through the bond, "Walk with me?" And I'd merely given him a subtle nod. And here we were. We'd walked for over an hour now, mostly quiet, mostly thinking, of the words and information and threats shared today. Neither of us slowed our steps until we reached that little restaurant where we had all dined under the stars one night. Something tight in my chest eased as I beheld the untouched building, the potted citrus plants sighing in the river breeze, and on that breeze, those delectable, rich spices, garlicky meat, simmering tomatoes. I leaned my back against the rail along the river walkway, watching the restaurant workers serve the packed tables. "Who knows?" I murmured, answering him at last. "Perhaps Nesta will take up the blood-drinking habit, too. I certainly believe her threat to rip out my throat. Maybe she'll enjoy the taste." Rhys chuckled, the sound rumbling into my bones as he took up a spot beside me, his elbows braced on the rail, wings tucked in tight. I breathed in deeply, taking the citrus and sea scent of him into my lungs, my blood. His mouth grazed my neck. "Will you hate me if I say that Nesta is difficult?" I laughed softly. I'd say this went fairly well, all things considered. She agreed to one thing at least. I chewed on my lower lip. I shouldn't have asked her in public. I made a mistake. He remained silent, listening. "With the others," I asked, "how do you find that balance between the High Lord and family?" Rhys considered. "It isn't easy. I've made plenty of bad calls over the centuries, so I hate to tell you that tonight might only be the start of it." I loosed a long sigh. I should have considered that telling strangers what happened to her in Hybern might not be something she was comfortable with. My sister has been a private person her entire life, even amongst us. Rhys leaned in to kiss my neck again. "Earlier today, at the loft," he said, pulling back to meet my eyes. Unflinching, open. "I didn't mean to insult her." "I'm sorry I snapped at you." He lifted a dark brow. "Why in hell would you be? I insulted your sister. You defended her. You had every right to kick my ass for it." "I didn't mean to undermine you." Shadows flickered in his eyes. "Ah." He twisted toward the Sidra, and I followed suit. The water meandered past, its dark surface rippling with golden phthalites from the street lamps and the bright jewels of the rainbow. "That was why it was strange," between us this afternoon." He cringed and faced me fully.
Mother above, Feyre.
My cheeks heated, and I interrupted before he could continue. "I get why, though. A solid unified front is important." I scratched at the smooth wood of the rail with a finger. "Especially for us." "Not amongst our family." Warmth spread through me at the words. Our family. He took my hand, interlacing our fingers. "We can make whatever rules we want. You have every right to question me, push me, both in private and in public." A snort. "Of course, if you decide to truly kick my ass, I might request that it's done behind closed doors so I don't have to suffer centuries of teasing. But I won't undermine you in public, and you won't undermine me." He remained quiet, letting me think, speak. "We can question each other through the bond if we're around people other than our friends," I said. "But for now, for these initial years, I'd like to show the world a united front. That is, if we survive." "We'll survive." Uncompromising will in those words, that face. "But I want you to feel comfortable pushing me, calling me out." "When have I ever not done that?" He smiled, but I added, "I want you to do the same, for me." "Deal. But amongst our family." "Call me on my bullshit all you want. I insist, actually." "Why?" "Because it's fun." I nudged him with an elbow. "Because you're my equal," he said. "And as much as that means having each other's backs in public, it also means that we grant each other the gift of honesty, of truth." I surveyed the bustling city around us. "Can I give you a bit of truth, then?" He stilled but said, "Always." I blew out a breath. "I think you should be careful, working with Kier. Not for how despicable he is, but because I think you could truly wound more if you don't play it right." Rhys dragged a hand through his hair. I know. "Is it worth it? Whatever troops he can offer, if it means hurting her?" "We've been working with Kier for centuries. She should be used to it by now. And yes, his troops are worth it. The Darkbringers are well-trained, powerful, and have been idle too long." I considered. "The last time we went to the Court of Nightmares, I played your whore." He winced at the word. "But I am now your high lady," I went on, stroking a finger over the back of his hand. He tracked the movement. My voice dropped lower. "To get Kier to agree to aid us, any tips on what mask I should wear to the hewn city?" "It's for you to decide," he said, still watching my finger trace idle circles on his skin. "You've seen how I am there, how we are. It's for you to decide how to play into that."
I suppose I'd better decide soon. Not just for this, but the meeting with the other High Lords in 2 weeks.
Rhys slid a sidelong glance to me. "Every court is invited." "I doubt he'll come, given that he's Hybern's ally and knows we'd kill him." The river breeze stirred his blue-black hair. "The meeting will occur with a binding spell that forces all of us into ceasefire. If someone breaks it while the meeting occurs, the magic will demand a steep cost, probably their life. Tamlin wouldn't be stupid enough to attack. Nor us him." "Why invite him at all?" "Excluding him will only give him more ammunition against us. Believe me, I have little desire to see him, or Baron, who perhaps is higher on my kill list than Tamlin right now." "Tarquin will be there, and we are pretty high on his kill list." Even with the blood rubies, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack during the meeting. Rhys sighed through his nose. How many allies can we count on? Beyond Kier and the hewn city, I mean. I glanced down the river walkway. The diners and revelers were too busy enjoying themselves to even note our presence, even with Rhys's recognizable wings. Still, perhaps not the best place for this conversation. I'm not sure, Rhys admitted. Helion and his day court, probably. Kallias, maybe. Things have been strained with the winter court since Under the Mountain. I assume Asriel is going to be finding out more. He's already on the hunt. I nodded. Amren claimed she and Nesta needed help researching ways to repair the wall. I gestured to the city. Point me toward the best library to find that sort of thing. Rhys's brows lifted. Right now? Your work ethic puts mine to shame. I hissed. Tomorrow, smart ass. He chuckled, wings flaring and tucking in tight. Wings. Wings he'd allowed Lucien to see. You trust Lucien? Rhys angled his head at the not-quite question. I trust in the fact that we currently have possession of the one thing he wants above all else. And as long as that remains, he'll try to stay on our good side. But if that changes... His talent was wasted in the Spring Court. There was a reason he had that fox mask, you know. His mouth tugged to the side. If he got Elaine away, back to Spring or wherever, do you believe deep down that he wouldn't sell what he knows? Either for gain or to ensure she stays safe? You let him hear everything tonight, though. None of it is information that would let Hybern wreck us. The king likely already knows that we'll go for Kier's alliance, that we'll try to find a way to stop him from bringing down the wall. He wasn't subtle with Dagden and Branna searching. He'll expect us to try to band the High Lords together, which is why the meeting location will not be decided until later. Will I tell Lucien then? Bring him along? I considered this question. Did I trust Lucien? I don't know either, I admitted, and sighed. I don't like that Elaine is a pawn in this. I know. It's never easy. He'd dealt with such things for centuries. I want to wait. See what Lucien does over the next 2 weeks. How he acts with us and Elaine. What Asriel thinks of him. I frowned. He's not a bad person. He's not evil. He certainly isn't. I met his calm, steady stare. There is risk in trusting him without question. Did he discuss what he feels regarding Tamlin? No, I didn't want to push on that. He was remorseful about what happened with me, and Hybern and Elaine. Would he have felt that way without Elaine in the mix? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think he would have left, though. Rhys brushed the hair from my face. It's all part of the game, Feyre, darling. Who to trust, when to trust them, what information to barter. Do you enjoy it? Sometimes. Right now, I don't. Not when the risks are this high. His fingers grazed my brow. When I have so much to lose. I laid my palm on his chest, right over those Illyrian tattoos beneath his clothes, right over his heart. Felt the sturdy beat echoing into my skin and bones. I forgot the city around us as he met my eyes, lips hovering over my skin, and murmured, "We will keep planning for the future. War or no war. I will keep planning for our future." My throat burned, and I nodded. "We deserve to be happy," he said, his eyes sparkling enough to tell me that he recalled the words I'd given him on the townhouse roof after the attack, and I will fight with everything I have to ensure it. We will fight, I said hoarsely. Not just you, not anymore. Too much. He had given too much already, and still seemed to think it was not enough. But Rhys only peered over his broad shoulder to the cheerful restaurant behind us. That first night we all came here, he said, and I followed his gaze, watching the workers set the tables with loving precision. When you told Savenda that you felt awake while eating her food. He shook his head. It was the first time you had looked peaceful, like you were indeed awake, alive again. I was so relieved, I thought I'd puke right onto the table. I recalled the long, strange look he'd given me when I'd finally spoken, then the long walk we'd taken home, when we'd heard that music he'd sent to my cell under the mountain. I pushed off the rail and tugged him toward the bridge that spanned the Sidra, the bridge to take us home. Let the debate over who'd given the most on this war rest for now. Walk with me. Through the rainbow. The glittering, colorful jewel of the city, the beating heart that housed the artist's quarter, vibrant and thrumming at this hour of the night. I linked arms with him before saying, You in this city helped wake me up, helped bring me back to life. His eyes flickered as I smiled up at him. I will fight with everything I have too, Rhys. Everything. He only kissed the top of my head, tugging me closer as we crossed the Sidra under the starry sky. Chapter 19. It was a good thing I'd insisted on meeting Cassian at 8, because even though I awoke at dawn, one look at Rhysand's sleeping face had me deciding to spend the morning slowly, sweetly waking him up. I was still flushed by the time Rhys dropped me at the sparring ring atop the House of Wind, the space surrounded by a wall of red rock, the top open to the elements. He promised to meet me after lunch to show me the library for my researching, then gave me a roguish wink and kiss on the cheek before he shot back into the sky with a powerful flap of his wings. Leaning against the wall beside the weapons rack, Cassian only said, I hope you didn't exert yourself too much already, because this is really going to hurt. I rolled my eyes, even as I tried to shut out the image of Rhysand laying me on my stomach, then kissing his way down my spine. Lower. Tried to shut out the feeling of his strong hands gripping my hips and lifting them up, until he lay beneath them and feasted on me, until I was quietly begging him, and he rose behind me, and I had to bite my pillow to keep from waking the whole house with my moaning. Rhysand in the morning was... I didn't have words for what it was when he was unhurried and lazy and wicked, when his hair was still mussed with sleep, and his eyes got that glazed, purely male gleam in them. They'd still had that lazy, satisfied glint a moment ago, and his mockingly chaste kiss on my cheek had sent a red-hot line through me. Later. I'd torture him later. For now, I strode to where Cassian stood, rotating my shoulders. 2 Illyrian males making me sweat in one morning. What's a female to do? Cassian barked a laugh. At least you showed up with some spirit. I grinned, bracing my hands on my hips as I surveyed the weapons rack. Which one? None. He jerked his chin toward the ring etched in white chalk behind us. It's been a while since we trained. We're spending today going over the basics. The words were laced with enough tightness that I said, It hasn't been that long. It's been a month and a half. I studied him, the wings tucked in tight, the shoulder-length dark hair. What's wrong? Nothing. He stalked past me to the ring. Is it Nesta? Not everything in my life is about your sister, you know. I kept my mouth shut on that front. Is it something with the Court of Nightmares visit tomorrow? Cassian shucked off his shirt, revealing rippling muscles covered in beautiful, intricate tattoos, Illyrian markings for luck and glory. It's nothing. Get into position. I obeyed, even as I eyed him carefully. You're angry. He refused to speak until I started my circuit of warm-ups, various lunges, kicks, and stretches designed to loosen my muscles. And only when we began sparring, his hands wrapped against my onslaught of punching, did he say, "You and Rhys hid the truth from us, and we went into Hybern blind about it." "About what?" "That you're High Lady." I jabbed at his raised hands in a 1-2 combination, breathing hard. What difference would it have made? It would have changed everything. None of it would have gone down like that. Perhaps that's why Rhys decided to keep it a secret. Hybern was a disaster. I halted my punching. You knew I was his mate when we went. I don't see how being High Lady alters anything. It does. I put my hands on my hips, ignoring his motion to continue. Why? Cassian dragged a hand through his hair. Because, as his mate, you were still his to protect. Oh, don't get that look. He's yours to protect, too. I would have laid my life down for you as his mate and as your friend, but you were still his. And as High Lady? Cassian loosed a rough breath. As High Lady, you are mine, and Azriel's, and Mor's, and Amren's. You belong to all of us, and we belong to you. We would not have put you in so much danger. Maybe that's why Rhys wanted to keep it a secret. It would have changed your focus. This is between you and me, and trust me, Rhys and I had words about this. I lifted a brow. You're mad at me? He shook his head, eyes shuddering. Cassian. He just held up his hands in a silent order to continue. I sighed and began again. It was only after I'd gotten through 15 repetitions and was panting heavily that Cassian said, You didn't think you were essential. You saved our asses, yes, but you didn't think you were essential here. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. I'm not. He opened his mouth, but I charged ahead, speaking around my gasps for breath. You all have a duty. You're all vital. Yes, I have my own abilities, but you and Azriel were hurt. My sisters were... You know what happened to them. I did what I could to get us out. I'd rather it was me than any of you. I couldn't have lived with the alternative. His upraised hands were unfaltering as I pummeled them. Anything could have happened to you at the Spring Court. I stopped again. If Rhys isn't grilling me with the overprotective bullshit, then I don't see why you... Don't for one moment think that Rhys wasn't beside himself with worry. Oh, he seems collected enough, Feyre, but I know him, and every moment you were gone, he was in a panic. Yes, he knew, we knew, you could handle yourself, but it doesn't stop us from worrying. I shook out my sore hands, then rubbed my already aching arms. You are mad at him, too. If I hadn't been healing, I would have kicked his ass from one end of Velaris to the other. I didn't reply. We were all terrified for you. I managed just fine. Of course you did. We knew you would, but... Cassian crossed his arms. Rhys pulled the same shit 50 years ago, when he went to that damned party Amarantha threw. Oh. I'll never forget it, you know, he said, blowing out a breath. The moment when he spoke to us all, mind to mind, when I realized what was happening and that he'd saved us, trapped us here, and tied our hands, but He scratched at his temple. It went quiet in my head, in a way it hadn't been before, not since. Cassian squinted at the cloudless sky. Even with utter hell unleashing here across our territory, I just went quiet. He tapped the side of his head with a finger and frowned. After Highburn, the healer kept me asleep while she worked on my wings. So when I woke up, 2 weeks later, that's when I heard. And when Moore told me what happened to you, it went quiet again. I swallowed against the constriction of my throat. You found me when I needed you most, Cassian. Pleased to be of service. He gave me a grim smile. You can rely on us, you know. Both of you. He's inclined to do everything himself, to give everything of himself. He can't stand to let anyone else offer up anything. That smile faded. Neither can you. And you can? It's not easy, but yes. I'm general of his armies. Part of that includes knowing how to delegate. I've been with Rhys for over 500 years, and he still tries to do everything himself. Still thinks it's not enough. I knew that too well. And the thought of Rhys in this war trying to take on all that faced us. Nausea churned in my gut. He gives orders all the time. Yes, and he's good at knowing what we excel at. But when it comes down to it... Cassian adjusted the wrappings on his hands. If the High Lords and Kier don't step up, he'll still face Highburn, and will take the brunt of it so we don't have to. An unshakable, queasy sort of tightness pushed in on me. Rhys would survive. He wouldn't dare sacrifice everything to make sure Rhys would. He had with Amarantha, and he'd do it again without hesitation. I shut it out, shoved it down, focused on my breathing. Something drew Cassian's attention behind me, and even as his body remained casual, a predatory gleam flickered in his eyes. I didn't need to turn around to know who was standing there. Care to join? Cassian purred. Nesta said, It doesn't look like you're exercising anything other than your mouths. I looked over my shoulder. My sister was in a dress of pale blue that turned her skin golden, her hair swept up, her back a stiff column. I scrambled to say something, to apologize, but not in front of him. She wouldn't want this conversation in front of Cassian. Cassian extended a wrapped hand, his fingers curling in a come-hither motion. Scared? I wisely kept my mouth shut, as Nesta stepped from the open doorway into the blinding light of the courtyard. Why should I be scared of an oversized bat who likes to throw temper tantrums? I choked, and Cassian shot me a warning glare, daring me to laugh. But I felt for that bond in my mind, lowering my mental shields enough to say to Rysand, wherever he was in the city, Please come spare me from Cassian and Nesta's bickering. A heartbeat later, Rhys crooned, Regretting becoming High Lady? I savored that voice, that humor, but I shoved that simmering panic down again as I countered, Is this part of my duties? A sensual dark laugh. Why do you think I was so desperate for a partner? I've had almost 5 centuries to deal with this alone. It's only fair you have to endure it now. Cassian was saying to Nesta, Seems like you're a little on edge, Nesta. And you left so abruptly last night. Any way I can help ease that tension? Please, I begged Rhys. What will you give me? I wasn't sure if I could hiss down the bond between us, but from the chuckle that echoed into my mind a heartbeat later, I knew the feeling had been conveyed. I'm in a meeting with the governors of the palaces. They might be a little pissy if I vanish. I tried not to sigh. Nesta picked at her nails.
Amren is coming to instruct me in a few.
Shadow rippled across the courtyard, cutting her off, and it wasn't Rhysand who landed between us, but... I sent another pretty face for you to admire, Rhys said. Not as beautiful as mine, of course, but a close second. As the shadows wreathing him cleared, Asriel sized up Nesta and Cassian, then threw a vaguely sympathetic look in my direction. I need to start our lesson early. A piss-poor lie, but I said, Right, no problem at all. Cassian glowered at me, then Asriel. We both ignored him as I strode to the Shadow Singer, unwrapping my hands as I went. Thank you, I said down the bond. You can make it up to me tonight. I tried not to blush at the image Rhys sent into my head, detailing precisely how I'd repay him, and slammed down my mental shields. On the other side of them, I could have sworn talon-tipped fingers trailed down the black adamant in a sensual, silent promise. I swallowed hard. Asriel's wings spread, dark reds and golds shining through in the bright sun, and he opened his arms to me. The pine forest will be good. The one by the lake. Why? Because water is better to fall into than hard rock, Cassian replied, crossing his arms. My stomach clenched, but I let Asriel scoop me up, his scent of night-chilled mist and cedar wrapping around me as he flapped his wings once, stirring the dirt of the courtyard. I caught Cassian's narrowed gaze and grinned widely. Good luck, I said, and Asriel, Cauldron bless him, shot into the cloudless sky. Neither of us missed Cassian's barked filthy curse, though we didn't deign to comment. Cassian was a general, the general of the Night Court. Surely Nesta wasn't anything he couldn't handle. I dropped Amren off at the house on my way in. Asriel told me as we landed at the shore of a turquoise mountain lake flanked by pines and granite. I told her to get to the training ring immediately. A half smile. After a few minutes, that is. I snorted and stretched my arms. Poor Cassian. Asriel gave a huff of amusement. Indeed. I shifted on my feet, small gray rock along the shore skittering beneath my boots. So, Asriel's black hair seemed to gobble up the blinding sunlight. In order to fly, he said dryly, you'll need wings. Right. My face heated. I rolled and cracked my wrists. It's been a while since I summoned them. His piercing stare didn't stray from my face, my posture. As immovable and steady as the granite this lake had been carved into, I might as well have been a flitting butterfly by comparison. Do you need me to turn around? He lifted a dark brow in emphasis. I cringed. No, but it might take me a few tries. We started our lesson early. We've got plenty of time. I appreciate you making the effort to pretend that it wasn't because I was desperate to avoid Cassian and Nesta's early morning bickering. I'd never let my high lady suffer through that, he said, completely stone-faced. I chuckled, rubbing at a sore spot on my shoulder. Are you ready to meet with Lucien this afternoon? Asriel angled his head. Should I be preparing for it? No, I shrugged. When do you leave to gather information on the High Lords? After I talk to him. His eyes were shining, lit with amusement, as if he knew I was buying time. I blew out a breath. Right. Here we go. Touching that part of me, the part Tamlin had given me, some vital piece of my heart recoiled, even as something sharp and vicious in my gut preened at what I'd taken, all that I'd taken. I shoved out the thoughts, focusing on those Illyrian wings. I'd summoned them that day in the steppes from pure memory and fear. Creating them now, I let my mind slip into my recollections of Rhys's wings, how they felt and moved and weighed. The frame needs to be a bit thicker, Azrael offered as a weight began to drag at my back. Strengthen the muscles leading to it. I obeyed, my magic listening in turn. He provided more feedback, where to add and where to ease up, where to smooth and where to toughen. I was rasping for breath, sweat gliding down my spine by the time he said, "Good." He cleared his throat. "I know you're not Illyrian, but amongst their kind, it is considered inappropriate to touch someone's wings without permission, especially females." Their kind, not his. It took me a moment to realize what he was asking. Oh, go ahead. I need to ascertain if they feel right. Right. I put my back to him, my muscles groaning as they worked to spread the wings. Everything, from my neck to my shoulders, to my ribs, to my spine, to my ass, seemed to now control them, and was barking in protest at the weight and movement. I'd only had them for a few seconds with Lucian in the steppes. I hadn't realized how heavy they were, how complex the muscles. Azrael's hands, for all their scarring, were feather-light as he grasped and touched certain areas, patting and tapping others. I gritted my teeth. The sensation like having the arch of my foot tickled and poked. But he made quick work of it, and I rolled my shoulders again as he stepped around me to murmur, "It's amazing. They're the same as mine." I think the magic did most of the work. A shake of the head. "You're an artist. It was your attention to detail." I blushed a bit at the compliment and braced my hands on my hips. "Well, do we jump into the skies?" First lesson. Don't let them drag on the ground. I blinked. My wings were indeed resting on the rocks. Why? Illyrians think it's lazy, a sign of weakness. And from a practical standpoint, the ground is full of things that could hurt your wings. Splinters, shards of rock. They can not only get stuck and lead to infection, but also impact the way the wing catches the wind. So keep them off the ground. Knife-sharp pain rippled down my back as I tried to lift them. I managed getting the left upright. The right just drooped like a loose sail. You need to strengthen your back muscles, and your thighs, and your arms, and core. So, everything then. Again, that dry, quiet smile. Why do you think Illyrians are so fit? Why did no one warn me about this cocky side of yours? Azrael's mouth twitched upward. Both wings up. A quiet but unyielding demand. I winced, contorting my body this way and that as I fought to get the right one to rise. No luck. Try spreading them, then tucking in, if you can't lift it up like that. I obeyed, and hissed at the sharp pain along every muscle in my back as I flared the wings. Even the slightest breeze off the lake tickled and tugged, and I braced my feet apart on the rocky shore, seeking some semblance of balance. Now fold inward. I did, snapping them shut, the movement so fast that I toppled forward. Azrael caught me before I could eat stone, gripping me tightly under the shoulder and hauling me up. Building your core muscles will also help with the balance. So, back to Cassian then. A nod. Tomorrow. Today, we focus on lifting and folding, spreading and lifting. Azrael's wings gleamed with red and gold as the sun gilded them. Like this. He demonstrated, flaring his wings wide, tucking them in, flaring, angling, tucking them in, over and over. Sighing, I followed his movements, my back throbbing and aching. Perhaps flying lessons were a waste of time. Chapter 20. I've never been to a library before, I admitted to Rhys after lunch, as we strode down level after level beneath the House of Wind, my words echoing off the carved red stone. I winced with every step, rubbing at my back. Asriel had given me a tonic that would help with the soreness, but I knew that by tonight, I'd be whimpering. If hours of researching any way to patch up those holes in the wall didn't make me start first. I mean, I clarified, not counting the private libraries here and the Spring Court, and my family had one as well, but not a real one. Rhys glanced sidelong at me. I've heard that the humans have free libraries on the continent, open to anyone. I wasn't sure if it was a question or not, but I nodded. In one of the territories, they allow anyone in, regardless of their station or bloodline. I considered his words. Were there libraries before the war? Of course there had been, but what I meant... Yes, great libraries, full of cranky scholars who could find you tomes dating back thousands of years. But humans weren't allowed inside, unless you were someone's slave on an errand, and even then you were closely watched. Why? Because the books were full of magic, and things they wanted to keep humans from knowing. Rhys slid his hands into his pockets, leading me down a corridor lit only by bowls of fey-light, appraised in the hands of beautiful female statues, their forms high fey and fairy alike. The scholars and librarians refused to keep slaves of their own, some for personal reasons, but mainly because they didn't want them accessing the books and archives. Rhys gestured down another curving stairwell. We must have been far beneath the mountain, the air dry and cool, and heavy, as if it had been trapped inside for ages. What happened to the libraries once the wall was built? Rhys tucked in his wings as the stairs became tighter, the ceiling dropping. Most scholars had enough time to evacuate, and were able to winnow the books out. But if they didn't have the time, or the brute power... A muscle ticked in his jaw. They burned the libraries, rather than let the humans access their precious information. A chill snaked down my spine. They'd rather have lost that information forever? He nodded, the dim light gilding his blue-black hair. Prejudices aside, the fear was that the humans would find dangerous spells and use them on us. But they don't have magic. Humans don't have magic. Some do. Usually the ones who can claim distant fey ancestry. But some of those spells don't require magic from the wielder, only the right words, or use of ingredients. His words snagged on something in my mind. Obviously they did, but humans and fey once interbred. What happened to the offspring? If you were half fey, half human, where did you go once the wall went up? Rhys stepped into a hall at the foot of the stairs, revealing a wide passageway of carved red stone and a sealed set of obsidian doors, veins of silver running throughout. Beautiful. Terrifying. Like some great beast was kept behind them. It did not go well for the half-breeds, he said after a moment. Many were offspring of unwanted unions. Most usually chose to stay with their human mothers, their human families. But once the wall went up, amongst humans they were a reminder of what had been done, of the enemies lurking above the wall. At best, they were outcasts and pariahs, their children, if they bore the physical traits, as well. At worst, humans were angry in those initial years, and that first generation afterward. They wanted someone to pay for this slavery, for the crimes against them, even if the half-breed had done nothing wrong. It did not end well. He approached the doors, which opened on a phantom wind, as if the mountain itself lived to serve him. And the ones above the wall? They were deemed even lower than lesser fairies. Either they were unwanted everywhere they went, or many found work on the streets, selling themselves. Here in Valaris? My words were a bare brush of air. My father was still High Lord then, Rhys said, his back stiffening. We had not allowed any humans, slave or free, into our territory in centuries. He didn't allow them in, either to whore or to find sanctuary. And once you were High Lord? Rhys halted before the gloom that spread beyond us. By then it was too late for most of them. It's hard to offer refuge to someone without being able to explain where we were offering them a safe place, to get the word out about it while maintaining our illusion of ruthless cruelty. The starlight guttered in his eyes. Over the years, we encountered a few. Some were able to make it here. Some were beyond our help. Something moved in the darkness beyond the doors, but I kept my focus on his face, on his tensed shoulders. If the wall comes down, Will. I couldn't finish the words. Rhys slid his fingers through mine, interlacing our hands. Yes. If there are those, human or fairy, who need a safe place, this city will be open to them. Valaris has been closed off for so long. Too long, perhaps. Adding new people from different places, different histories and cultures. I don't see how that could be a bad thing. The transition might be more complex than we anticipate, but yes. The gates to this city will be open for those who need its protection, to any who can make it here. I squeezed his hand, savoring the hard-earned calluses on it. No, I would not let him bear the burden of this war, its cost alone. Rhys glanced to the open doors, to the hooded and cloaked figure patiently waiting in the shadows beyond them. Every aching sinew and bone locked up as I took in the pale robes, the hood crowned with a limpid blue stone, the panel that could be lowered over the eyes. Priestess. This is Clotho, Rhys said calmly, releasing my hand to guide me toward the awaiting female. The weight of his hand on my lower back told me enough about how much he realized the sight of her would jar me. She's one of the dozen of priestesses who work here. Clotho lowered her head in a bow, but said nothing. I didn't know that the priestesses left their temples. A library is a temple of sorts, Rhys said with a wry smile. But the priestesses here. As we entered the library proper, golden lights flickered to life, as if Clotho had been in utter darkness until we'd entered. They are special, unique. She angled her head in what might have been amusement. Her face remained in shadow, her slim body concealed in those pale, heavy robes. Silence, and yet life danced around her. Rhys smiled warmly at the priestess. Did you find the texts? And it was only when she bobbed her head in a sort of so-so motion that I realized either she could not or would not speak. Clotho gestured to her left, into the library itself, and I dragged my eyes away from the mute priestess long enough to take in the library. Not a cavernous room in a manor. Not even close. This was... It was as if the base of the mountain had been hollowed out by some massive digging beast, leaving a pit descending into the dark heart of the world. Around that gaping hole, Carved into the mountain itself, spiraled level after level of shelves and books and reading areas leading into the inky black. From what I could see of the various levels as I drifted toward the carved stone railing overlooking the drop, the stacks shot far into the mountain itself, like the spokes of a mighty wheel. And through it all, fluttering like moth's wings, the rustle of paper and parchment. Silent, and yet alive. Awake and humming and restless, some many-limbed beast at constant work. I peered upward, finding more levels rising toward the house above. And lurking far below, darkness. "What's at the bottom of the pit?" I asked, as Rhys came up beside me, his shoulder brushing mine. "I once dared Cassian to fly down and see." Rhys braced his hands on the railing, gazing down into the gloom. "And?" "And he came back up, faster than I've ever seen him fly, white as death. He never told me what he saw. The first few weeks, I thought it was a joke, just to pique my curiosity. But when I finally decided to see for myself a month later, he threatened to tie me to a chair. He said some things were better left unseen and undisturbed. It's been 200 years, and he still won't tell me what he saw. If you even mention it, he goes pale and shaky and won't talk for a few hours." My blood chilled. "Is it some sort of monster?" "I have no idea." Rhys jerked his chin toward Clotho, the priestess patiently waiting a few steps behind us, her face still in shadow. "They don't speak or write of it, so if they know, they certainly won't tell me. So if it doesn't bother us, then I won't bother it. That is, if it's even an it. Cassian never said if he saw anything living down there. Perhaps it's something else entirely." Considering the things I'd already witnessed, I didn't want to think about what lay at the bottom of that library, or what could make Cassian, who had seen more dreadful and deadly parts of the world than I could ever imagine, so terrified. Robes rustling, Clotho aimed for the sloping walkway into the library, and we fell into step behind her. The floors were red stone like the rest of the place, but smooth and polished. I wondered if any of the priestesses had ever gone sledding down the spiraling path. "Not that I know of," Rhys said into my mind. "But Moore and I once tried when we were children. My mother caught us on our 3rd level down, and we were sent to bed without supper." I clamped down on my smile. Was it such a crime? It was when we'd oiled up the floor, and the scholars were falling on their faces. I coughed to cover my laugh, lowering my head even with Clotho a few steps ahead. We passed stacks of books and parchment, the shelves either built into the stone itself or made of dark solid wood. Hallways lined with both vanished into the mountain itself, and every few minutes a little reading area popped up, full of tidy tables, low-burning glass lamps, and deep-cushioned chairs and couches. Ancient woven rugs adorned the floors beneath them, usually set before fireplaces that had been carved into the rock and kept well away from any shelves, their grates fine-meshed enough to retain any wandering embers. Cozy, despite the size of the space. Warm, despite the unknown terror lurking below. If the others piss me off too much, I like to come down here for some peace and quiet. I smiled slightly at Rhys, who kept looking ahead as we spoke mind to mind. "Don't they know by now they can find you down here?" "Of course. But I never go to the same spot twice in a row, so it usually takes them so long to find me that they don't bother. Plus, they know that if I'm here, it's because I want to be alone." "Poor baby High Lord," I crooned, "having to run away to find solitude perfect for brooding." Rhys pinched my behind, and I clamped down on my lip to keep from yelping. I could have sworn Clotho's shoulders shook with laughter. But before I could bite off Rhys's head for the rippling pain my aching muscles felt in the wake of the sudden movement, Clotho led us into a reading area about 3 levels down, the massive work table laden with fat, ancient books bound in various dark leathers. A neat stack of paper was set to one side, along with an assortment of pens, and the reading lamps were at full glow, merry and sparkling in the gloom. A silver tea service gleamed on a low-lying table between the 2 leather couches before the grumbling fireplace, steam curling from the arched spout of the kettle. Biscuits and little sandwiches filled the platter beside it, along with a fat pile of napkins that subtly hinted we used them before touching the books. "Thank you," Rhys told the priestess, who only pulled a book off the pile she'd undoubtedly gathered and opened it to a marked page. The ancient velvet ribbon was the color of old blood, but it was her hand that struck me as it met the golden light of the lamps. Her fingers were crooked, bent and twisted at such angles I would have thought her born with them were it not for the scarring. For a heartbeat, I was in a spring wood. For a heartbeat, I heard the crunch of stone on flesh and bone as I made another priestess smash her hand over and over. Rhys put a hand on my lower back. The effort it must have taken Clotho to move everything into place with those gnarled hands. But she looked toward another book, or at least her head turned that way, and it slid over to her. Magic. Right. She gestured with a finger that was bent in 2 different directions to the page she'd selected, then to the book. "I'll look," Rhys said, then inclined his head. "We'll give a shout if we need anything." Clotho bowed her head again and began striding away, careful and silent. "Thank you," I said to her. The priestess paused, looking back, and bowed her head, hood swaying. Within seconds, she was gone. I stared after her, even as Rhys slid into one of the 2 chairs before the piles of books. A long time ago, Clotho was hurt very badly by a group of males, Rhys said quietly. I didn't need details to know what that had entailed. The edge in Rhys's voice implied enough. They cut out her tongue so she couldn't tell anyone who had hurt her, and smashed her hands so she couldn't write it. Every word was more clipped than the last, and darkness snarled through the small space. My stomach turned. Why not kill her? Because it was more entertaining for them that way. That is, until Moore found her and brought her to me. When he undoubtedly looked into her mind and seen their faces. I let Moore hunt them. His wings tucked in tightly. And when she finished, she stayed down here for a month, helping Clotho heal as best as could be expected, but also wiping away the stain of them. Moore's trauma had been different, but I understood why she'd done it, wanted to be here. I wondered if it had granted her any measure of closure. Cassian and Asriel were healed completely after Highburn. Nothing could be done for Clotho? The males were healing her as they hurt her, making the injuries permanent. When Moore found her, the damage had been set. They hadn't finished her hands, so we were able to salvage them, give her some use, but to heal her, the wounds would have needed to be ripped open again. I offered to take the pain away while it was done, but she couldn't endure it. What having the wounds open again would trigger in her mind, her heart. She has lived down here since then, with others like her. Her magic helps with her mobility. I knew we should begin working, but I asked, are all the priestesses in the library like her? Yes. The word held centuries of rage and pain. I made this library into a refuge for them. Some come to heal, work as acolytes, and then leave. Some take the oaths to the cauldron and mother to become priestesses and remain here forever. But it belongs to them, whether they stay a week or a lifetime. Outsiders are allowed to use the library for research, but only if the priestesses approve, and only if they take binding oaths to do no harm while they visit. This library belongs to them. Who was here before them? A few cranky old scholars, who cursed me soundly when I relocated them to other libraries in the city. They still get access, but when and where is always approved by the priestesses. Choice. It had always been about choice with him, and for others as well, long before he'd ever learned the hard way about it. The question must have been in my eyes because Rhys added, I came here a great deal in those weeks after Under the Mountain. My throat tightened as I leaned in to brush a kiss to his cheek. Thank you for sharing this place with me. It belongs to you too now. And I knew he meant not just in terms of us being mates, but in the ways it belonged to other females here, who had endured and survived. I gave him a half smile. I suppose it's a miracle that I can even stand to be underground. But his features remained solemn, contemplative. It is. He added softly, I'm very proud of you. My eyes burned, and I blinked as I faced the books. And I suppose, I said with an effort of lightness, that it's a miracle I can actually read these things. Rhys's answering smile was lovely, and just a bit wicked. I believe my little lessons helped. Yes, Rhys is the greatest lover a female can hope for, is undoubtedly how I learned to read. I was only trying to tell you what you now know. My blood heated a bit. Was all I said, pulling a book toward me. I'll take that as a challenge. His hand slid down my thigh and cupped my knee, his thumb brushing along its side. Even through my leathers, the heat of him seeped to my very bones. Maybe I'll haul you between the stacks and see how quiet you can be. I slipped through the pages, not seeing any of the text. His hand began a lethal, taunting exploration up my thigh, his fingers grazing along the sensitive inside, higher, higher. He leaned in to drag a book toward himself, but whispered in my ear, or maybe I'll spread you out on this desk and lick you until you scream loud enough to wake whatever is at the bottom of the library. I whipped my head toward him. His eyes were glazed, almost sleepy. I was fully committed to that plan, I said, even as his hand stopped very, very close to the apex of my thighs. Until you brought in that thing down below. A feline smile. He held my stare as his tongue brushed his bottom lip. My breasts tightened beneath my shirt, and his gaze dropped, watching. I would have thought, he mused, that our bout this morning would be enough to tide you over until tonight. His hand slid between my legs, brazenly cupping me, his thumb pushing down on an aching spot. A low groan slipped from me, and my cheeks heated in its wake. Apparently, I didn't do a good enough job sating you, if you're so easily riled after a few hours. Prick, I breathed, but the word was ragged. His thumb pressed down harder, circling roughly. Rhys leaned in again, kissing my neck, that place right under my ear, and set against my skin. Let's see what names you call me when my head is between your legs, Feyre darling. and then he was gone. He'd winnowed away, half the books with him. I started, my body foreign and cold, dizzy and disoriented. "Where the hell are you?" I scanned around me and found nothing but shadow and merry flame and books. 2 levels below. And why are you 2 levels below? I shoved out of my chair, back aching in protest, as I stormed for the walkway and rail beyond, then peered down into the gloom. Sure enough, in a reading area 2 levels below, I could spy his dark hair and wings. Could spy him leaning back in his chair before an identical desk, an ankle crossed over a knee, smirking up at me. "Because I can't work with you distracting me." I scowled at him. "I'm distracting you?" "If you're sitting next to me, the last thing on my mind is reading dusty old books, especially when you're in all that tight leather." Pig. His chuckle echoed up through the library amid the fluttering papers and scratching pens of the priestesses working throughout. "How can you winnow inside the house? I thought there were wards against it." "The library makes its own rules, apparently." I snorted. 2 hours of work, he promised me, turning back to the table and flaring his wings, a veritable screen to block my view of him, and his view of me. "Then we can play." I gave him a vulgar gesture. "I saw that." I did it again, and his laugh floated to me as I faced the book stacks before me and began to read. We found a myriad of information about the wall and its forming. When we compared our notes 2 hours later, many of the texts were conflicting, all of them claiming absolute authority on the subject. But there were a few similar details that Rhys had not known. He'd been healing at the cabin in the mountains when they'd formed the wall, when they'd signed that treaty. The details that emerged had been murky at best, but the various texts Clotho had dug up on the wall's formation and rules agreed on one thing. It had never been made to last. No, initially the wall had been a temporary solution, to cleave human and fairy until peace settled long enough for them to later reconvene and decide how they were to live together, as one people. But the wall had remained. Humans had grown old and died, and their children had forgotten the promises of their parents, their grandparents, their ancestors. And the High Fae who survived, it was a new world, without slaves. Lesser fairies stepped in to replace the missing free labor. Territory boundaries had been redrawn to accommodate those displaced. Such a great shift in the world in those initial centuries. So many working to move past war, to heal, that the wall became permanent. The wall became legend. "Even if all 7 courts ally," I said, as we plucked grapes from a silver bowl in a quiet sitting room in the House of Wind, having left the dim library for some much-needed sunshine. "Even if Kier and the Court of Nightmares join too, will we stand a chance in this war?" Rhys leaned back in the embroidered chair before the floor-to-ceiling window. Belarus was a glittering sprawl below and beyond, serene and lovely, even with the scars of battle now peppering it. "Army against army, the possibility of victory is slim." Blunt, honest words. I shifted in my own identical chair on the other side of the low-lying table between us. "Could you... if you and the King of Hybern went head-to-head, would I win?" Rhys lifted a brow and studied the city. "I don't know. He's been smart about keeping the extent of his power hidden, but he had to resort to trickery and threats to beat us that day in Hybern. He has thousands of years of knowledge and training. If he and I fought, I doubt he will let it come to that. He stands a better chance at sure victory by overwhelming us with numbers and stretching us thin. If we fought one-on-one, If he'd even accept an open challenge from me, the damage would be catastrophic. And that's without him wielding the cauldron. My heart stumbled. Rhys went on. I'm willing to take the brunt of it, if it means the others will at least stand with us against him. I clenched the toughed arms of the chair. You shouldn't have to. It might be the only choice. I don't accept that as an option. He blinked at me. Prythian might need me as an option. Because with that power of his, he'd take on the king and his entire army, burn himself out until he was... I need you as an option in my future. Silence. And even with the sun warming my feet, a terrible cold spread through me. His throat bobbed. If it means giving you a future, then I'm willing to do. You will do no such thing, I panted through my bare teeth, leaning forward in my chair. Rhys only watched me, eyes shadowed. How can you ask me not to give everything I have to ensure that my family and people survive? You've given enough. Not enough. Not yet. It was hard to breathe, to see past the burning in my eyes. Why? Where does this come from, Rhys? For once, he didn't answer. And there was something brittle enough in his expression, some long unhealed wound that glimmered there, that I sighed, rubbed my face, and then said, just work with me, with all of us, together. This isn't your burden alone. He plucked another grape from its stem, chewed, his lips tilted in a faint smile. So what do you propose, then? I could still see that vulnerability in his eyes, still feel it in that bond between us, but I angled my head. I sorted through all I knew, all that had happened, considered the books I'd read in the library below, a library that housed... Amren warned us to never put the two halves of the book together, I mused. But I did. She said that older things might be awoken by it, might come sniffing. Rhys crossed an ankle over a knee. Hybern might have the numbers, I said. But what if we had the monsters? You said Hybern will see an alliance with all the courts coming, but perhaps not one with things wholly unconnected. I leaned forward. And I'm not talking about the monsters roaming across the world. I'm talking about one in particular. One who has nothing to lose and everything to gain. One that I would do everything in my power to use, rather than let Rhys face the brunt of this alone. His brows rose. Oh? The Bone Carver, I clarified. He and Amren have both been looking for a way back to their own worlds. The Carver had been insistent, relentless, in asking me that day in the prison about where I had gone during death. I could have sworn Rhys's golden brown skin paled, but I added, I wonder if it's time to ask him what he'd give to go back home. Chapter 21. The aching muscles along my back, core, and thighs had gone into complete revolt by the time Rhys and I parted ways, my mate heading off to track down Cassian, who would be my escort tomorrow morning to the prison. If both of us had gone, it would perhaps look too desperate, too vital. But if the High Lady and her general went to visit the Carver to pose some hypothetical questions, it would still show our hand, but perhaps not quite how badly we needed any extra bit of assistance. And Cassian, unsurprisingly, knew more about the Carver than anyone, thanks to some morbid fascination with all of the prison's inmates, especially since he was responsible for jailing some of them. But while Rhys sought out Cassian, I had a task of my own. I was wincing and hissing as I strode through the murky red halls of the house to find my sister and Amren, to see which of them was still standing after their first lesson, among other things. I found them in a quiet, forgotten workroom, coldly watching each other. Books lay scattered on the table between them. A ticking clock by the dusty cabinets was the only sound. "Sorry to interrupt your staring contest," I said, lingering in the doorway. I rubbed at a spot low in my back. "I wanted to see how the first lesson was going." "Fine." Amren didn't take her eyes off my sister, a faint smile playing about her red mouth. I studied Nesta, who gazed at Amren, utterly stone-faced. "What are you doing?" "Waiting," Amren said. "For what?" "For busybodies to leave us alone." I straightened, clearing my throat. "Is this part of her training?" Amren turned her head to me with exaggerated slowness, her chin-length, razor-straight hair shifting with the movement. "Rhys has his own method of training you. I have mine." Her white teeth flashed with every word. "We visit the Court of Nightmares tomorrow night. She needs some basic training before we do." "Like what?" Amren sighed at the ceiling. "Shielding herself from prying minds and powers." I blinked. I should have thought of that. That if Nesta were to join us, be it the hewn city, she would need some defenses beyond what we could offer her. Nesta at last looked to me, her face as cold as ever. "Are you all right?" I asked her. Amren clicked her tongue. "She's fine. Stubborn as an ass. But as you're related, I'm not surprised." I scowled. "How am I supposed to know what your methods are? For all I know, you picked up some terrible techniques in that prison." "Careful. So careful," Amren hissed. "That place taught me plenty of things, but certainly not this." I angled my head, the portrait of curiosity. "Did you ever interact with the others?" The fewer people who knew about my trip tomorrow to see the Carver, the safer it was. The less chance of Hybern catching wind of it. Not for any fear of betrayal, but there was always risk. Asriel, now off hunting for information on the Autumn Court, would be told when he returned tonight. More, I'd tell her eventually. But Amren... Rhys and I decided to wait to tell Amren. The last time we'd gone to the prison, she'd been... testy. Telling her we planned to unleash one of her fellow inmates? Perhaps not the best thing to mention while we waited for her to find a way to heal that wall. And train my sister. Impatience rippled across Amren's face, those silver eyes flaring. "I only spoke to them in whispers and echoes through rock, girl, and I was glad of it." "What's in the prison?" Nesta asked at last. "A hell entombed in stone," Amren said. "Full of creatures you should thank the mother no longer walk the earth freely." Nesta frowned deeply but shut her mouth. "Like who?" I asked. Any extra information she might have. Amren bared her teeth. "I am giving a magic lesson, not a history one." She waved a dismissive hand. "If you want someone to gossip with, go find one of the dogs. I'm sure Cassian's still sniffing around upstairs." Nesta's lips twitched upward. Amren pointed at her with a slender finger ending in a sharp, manicured nail. "Concentrate. Vital organs must be shielded at all times." I tapped a hand against the open doorway. I'll keep looking for more information for you in the library, Amren. No response. Good luck, I added. She doesn't need luck, Amren said. Nesta huffed a laugh. I took that as the only farewell I'd get. Perhaps letting Amren and Nesta train together was a bad choice, even if the prospect of unleashing them upon the Court of Nightmares. I smiled a bit at the thought. By the time Moore, Reese, Cassian, and I gathered for dinner at the townhouse, Asriel still off spying, my muscles were so sore I could barely walk up the front stairs. Sore enough that any plans I had to visit Lucian up at the house after the meal vanished. Moore was testy and quiet throughout, no doubt in anticipation of the visit tomorrow night. She'd had to work with Kier plenty throughout the centuries, and yet tomorrow. She'd only warned Reese once while we ate that he should thoroughly consider any offer Kier might give him in exchange for his army. Reese had shrugged, saying he'd think about it when the time came. A non-answer, and one that made Moore grit her teeth. I didn't blame her. Long before the war, her family had brutalized her in ways I didn't let myself consider. Not a day before I was to meet with them again, ask them for help, work with them. Reese, mother bless him, had a bath waiting for me after the meal. I'd need all my strength for tomorrow, for the monsters I was to face beneath two very different mountains. I hadn't visited this place for months, but the carved stone walls were just as I'd last seen them, the darkness still interrupted by bracketed torches. Not the prison, under the mountain. But instead of Claire's mutilated body, spiked high to the wall above me, her blue-gray eyes were still wide with terror. Gone was the haughty iciness, the queenly jut to her chin. Nesta. They'd done precisely to her, wound for wound, what they'd done to Claire. And behind me, screaming and pleading, I turned, finding Elaine, naked and weeping, tied to that enormous spit. What I had once been threatened to endure. Gnarled, masked fairies rotated the iron handles, turning her over. I tried to move, tried to lunge, but I was frozen, utterly bound by invisible chains to the floor. Feminine laughter flitted from the other end of that throne room, from the dais, now empty. Empty because that was Amarantha, strutting into the gloom, down some hall that hadn't been there before, but now stretched away into nothing. Rhysand followed a step behind her, going with her, to that bedroom. He looked over his shoulder at me, only once. Over his wings which were out, which she'd see and destroy right after she... I was screaming for him to stop, thrashing at those bonds. Elaine's pleading rose higher and higher. Reese kept walking with Amarantha. Let her take his hand and tug him along. I couldn't move, couldn't stop it, any of it. I was hauled out of the dream like a thrashing fish from a net cast deep into the sea. And when I surfaced, I remained half there, half in my body, half under the mountain, watching as... Breathe. The word was an order, laced with that primal command he so rarely wielded. But my eyes focused, my chest expanded. I slipped